it. The right was only given to those who clear it using proper means. He was really glad that Emilia beat Reed's trial if she hadn't won. A way to save Charlotte would not have come into his grasp. I will never forgive him for sexually harassing Emilia Tan. Thinking about that really got Subaru's blood boiling, but the person who was sent to take care of Reed for that was Julius, with the hope that he would beat that violent man into a pulp. Subaru kept his eyes on the tall watchtower and surrendered himself to their current struggle with Beatrice and Melee. Mister, it's a bit difficult to move around in here. Don't you think at ITLL be easier for the witch beast to move around outside the tower? Ugh, I know what you mean. I know, but I can't. I can't leave the tower if we go any further. I want to know what's going on. Subaru, who dismissed Melee's suggestion, grabbed his chest and clenched his molars. The effect of Cor Leonis continued, and the whereabouts of his friends in the tower were still within Subaru's sphere of control, as dim lights. However, there were still many things about this authority that were unknown, and it was not yet clear what would cause it to stop working. Distance probably had the most effect on the authority, in fact. Subaru couldn't sense the whereabouts of his friends who were outside of the Augria Sand dunes. The real question is how far can he get from the watchtower without it turning off? Not being able to confirm the whereabouts and safety of his friends was one of his biggest fears. But the biggest issue was more than just confirming their safety. It was not being able to shoulder their burdens himself. Emilia and Julius, for example, were strong and were about to enter into hard-fought battles, but more than that, it was Ram, who was facing a dangerous enemy, who had grabbed Subaru's heart the most. Subaru was confident that everyone had been sent to a place that suited them best from the beginning. Ram's battle was expected to be especially difficult. That was because her opponent was Libatin Katos, the one who turned Rem into a sleeping beauty and was responsible for Ram's current condition. It was impossible to compete with Libatin Katos without a perfect Ram, and on top of that, Subaru wanted her to beat him up to her heart's content, however. In order to do that, it was necessary for him to shoulder the suffering that had constantly tormented her every day. That's why. I can't just carelessly leave the tower. I know there are lots of handicaps, but please just follow me. This will absolutely, positively, come back to bite us later. Melee, with her lips pursed and face turning bright red due to Subaru's plea, shouted that from the back of the hungry horse king. Then the girl glared into the sky and clapped her hands at the circling entity, flying in the cloudless sky. Wing Mole, it's time. After her high-pitched command, a small shadow that had been flying in the sky descended into the sea of sand. When Subaru saw it aim at the gigantic scorpion on the sand, he instantly exclaimed, Biko, I want you to go with them. Oh, I understand. Vita. Beatrice raised her little palm into the sky, having guessed Subaru's true aim. The effect had been activated, but it hadn't been aimed at the giant scorpion, but at the winged moles flying towards a ring of light formed in the path of the falling winged moles. And the moment the winged moles dove through the ring, the witch beast accelerated rapidly. The impact of the attack pierced the outer shell of the scorpion, and a loud noise rang out up to this point. The gigantic scorpion had taken the attack to the winged moles as if they were nothing, but this time the attack stopped in its tracks after suffering powerful direct hits to a few of its legs, which could not be ignored. That Beatrice, what did you do? Did it make the witch beast you control heavier before impact? I wonder? The speed and hardness are the same, but the result changes just by making it heavier, I suppose. Beatrice answered Melee's surprised question with that. The reason behind the sudden power of the winged mole is, its power is the product of its weight and speed. The life-threatening attack of the winged mole, a witch beast that flew freely through the sky and dived deep underground with strong horns, managed to stall the gigantic scorpion with its unbelievable destructive power. Although the gigantic scorpion was impressive in its ability to reflexively respond to attacks, it wasn't able to respond to this attack very well, and to get around its great reflexiveness. Subaru's head was spinning at full speed trying to find a solution. Bad for the witch beast, but as a trade-off between sacrificing lives and staying alive longer, there are many types and quantities of which beasts you can use. And if you have Biko's assistance, the possibilities are limitless. In this way, sure enough, Subaru had clenched his fist and grabbed Beatrice's hair at the same time, stuck in his grip. Beatrice gave a cry of protest. It hurts. In fact, that was a moment. Subaru looked up at the watchtower and said that, hoping to buy time with it when Beatrice heard his empty response. She turned around and said, Subaru? But got no answer. Subaru's consciousness had been taken elsewhere, not because of what was happening outside the tower, but because of what was going on with his friends inside the tower, where he could feel dim lights in various places. One connection seemed to have disappeared from those who were supposed to be fighting a fierce battle. Emilia's, who was supposed to be at the summit at that moment. Subaru's heart began to beat out his chest, feeling Amelia's connection disappear like that made him very confused. How could Amelia have disappeared so suddenly? "Ah, calm down, you dumbass." When he had been falling into despair, Subaru scolded himself and stopped it from continuing. It was too early to feel despair about the current. Reality, he believed that he should have more faith in his Cor Leonis ability, even if it came from the worst man in the world. That power was his ally, even if it was still in an early stage of development. Judging from the reaction of Cor Leonis up until this point, Subaru deduced that the intensity of the light and the intensity of the warmth of the light were indicators of the current state of his comrades. The intensity of the light and warmth changes when it was excited violently, and the opposite was also true. Therefore, does the disappearance of Amelia's connection indicate her death? If that's the case, the connection will disappear in a second. If Amelia had met a powerful enemy who had annihilated her existence in a single moment, it wouldn't have vanished without any resistance. Even if she had fallen into the hands of that enemy, Subaru didn't think that it happened, nor wanted to think that it happened. He believed that something else had happened instead. It was also plausible that when Amelia ran up the tower and got to the first floor, something happened that pulled her out of Cor Leonis' influence, therefore causing Amelia's connection to disappear from Subaru's perception in an instant. That is what Subaru wanted to believe. "Subaru, mister, this is no time to be staring into space." The two little girls called out to Subaru, who bit his cheeks and clenched his molars in order to get back to reality, using pain as a gateway. When he heard them speak, he let out an "I know" for all to hear. "I don't know where she is or what she is facing, but I have faith that she will return." 3. At the same time, Subaru uttered a prayer on the sands far below. Subaru thought he had no idea what Amelia was facing right now. But even with his imagination, there was no way he would have been able to guess what was going on with her situation at this moment. Following Subaru's instructions, Amelia headed up the first floor of the tower to rewrite the rules of the Pleiades watchtower. There she encountered a mighty being covered in shimmering blue scales in the kingdom of Lagunicano. There was none in this world that did not know its name. If the Witch of Envy was a symbol of fear, it should be called a symbol of hope and trust. That was the type of work that entity had done for the world. The name of that mighty and great being the divine dragon, Volcanica. As Amelia ruminated on the name she had spoken, she felt as if her whole body suddenly became cold. Although it was difficult to say, Amelia had a constitution that was not associated with nervousness, of course. When she stood in front of people or had important conversations, she may have felt a little tense. But whenever she geared up for action, she would quickly leave those effects in the dust. She was often praised by Subaru and Ram for being a kind of big shot. However, Amelia, who was thought to be a powerful person, could only cower in the presence of the divine dragon. It felt as if even breathing required permission from the other party. In order to be done, the presence of a real dragon was so powerful that it seemed to have taken control of the entire world. While holding her breath, Amelia took another look at the whole body of Volcanica. The blue, deep-colored scales shimmered like jewels, and each one seemed to be sharper than a masterfully forged treasured sword. The thick forefeet and hind feet were equipped with black rock-like claws, and the look of the dragon made it seem as if it was long. Its head had two thick, large horns, which were white like freshly squeezed milk. The body of the divine dragon was perhaps 50 to 52 feet long, 15 to 16 meters. Amelia didn't know the exact size, since she couldn't just go measure on the spot. However, due to its size, it was natural that it would not be able to fit into the tower. The first floor must have been made especially for Volcanica, due to his need for an open floor. The third one was the Sage, the second one was Reed, and the first one was Volcanica. Perhaps all three ancient heroes are involved in the trial of the tower. Looking back on the trial so far, Amelia found a common trait. The three heroes who made an effort to seal the Witch of Envy and made history in the kingdom of Lagunica: Shala, Reed, and Volcanica. However, Shala attributed everything to Flugel. Reed was a very violent and bad-mouthed man, and Volcanica was a dragon, not a man still. If everyone involved was here, it's really nice to still be good friends, even after hundreds of years. If promises, unity, and that kind of thing connected the three heroes, that seemed like a really nice thing to Amelia. Originally, Volcanica was an entity that had a covenant with the kingdom of Lagunica. And in fact, even when the Black Dragon rampaged in Lagunica decades ago, it offered its aid. Amelia liked a person who placed an importance on keeping their promises. She thought that it was very good to keep promises. Subaru was very important to her, and she trusted him. But she thought it would be no good if he didn't keep his promises. Then she suddenly began to wonder what she would do if even Beatrice started imitating such behavior in the end. She didn't want to scold Subaru or Beatrice for breaking their promises. Oh, no, now isn't the time to think about that, hey. Volcanica! I came to complete the trial of the first floor. He'll give it a try. I don't know what kind of hard trial he'll have to go through, but I'm asking you to please hurry. If I don't do my best, then Subaru and the others will be in trouble, whatever it is. Bring it on." After striking her cheeks with both of her hands, Emilia regained her composure. Emilia's sudden thoughts about Subaru and Beatrice caused her to feel anxious if they were to break their promises, and she had no choice but to reprimand them. That was something that would happen tomorrow and in the future. It was here that she had to hold steadfastly in order to greet the future. The divine dragon stared at Emilia with his golden eyes in silence. His eyes were so deep that she felt as if she were about to be sucked in, and that was no exaggeration. He had fought the Witch of Envy and made a covenant with the kingdom of Lagunica 400 years ago, but the great dragon was probably older than. For 100 years, it may have well approached 1,000. Those twin eyes had gazed at the world. There was no telling what Emilia looked like to the divine dragon she didn't know. I'm used to being scorned by others. There have been people who hated me because I was a half-elf, and there have been people who were mean to me like Echidna. But there are also people who have expectations of me, like Subaru, Ram, and Beatrice. As she spoke, Emilia touched the crystal stone on her chest with her finger. Even now, her precious family member, who was the first to accept her, and who often looked at her through rose-tinted glasses, was still in a deep slumber in this tower, including her family. There were friends who recognized her. That's why. I don't care how you look at me. Emilia deplored then the face of the divine dragon, and had once again become overwhelmed by its presence, the existence of Emilia, whose soul that had been crushed by the difference in presence, whose limbs seemed to tremble and become smaller, who had been swallowed by that eternal existence, could no longer be defeated. Never, I will never lose. Emilia stood there with her fists clenched and her violet-blue eyes shining brightly. Volcanica blinked slowly as he gazed at Emilia. Then he swung his magnificent dragon jaws open, and thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, stepped forth onto the first floor, almighty petitioner. I am Volcanica, in accordance with the ancient covenant. The will of thee who hath reached the top shall be questioned. Huh? Emilia, who had been holding her breath and was prepared for the difficult questions that Volcanica would ask, tilted her head as she heard the words that had been spit out of the dragon's mouth. She already knew what they said. Well, that's the same story you told me earlier, right? I'm the one who came all the way to the first floor, and you are Volcanica, is that correct? Ah, is it because I didn't introduce myself? I'm sorry, I'm Emilia, just Emilia Hay, and it just so happens that there are a lot of people who don't remember me right now. So if you're asking to prove it, it'll be in trouble. But it's Emilia. Is this still hopeless? Emilia had thought that skipping her introduction had made him displeased. But even when she greeted him again, Volcanica's reaction was still lacking. If this was Subaru, he would have felt pessimistic and thought that by skipping the first greeting, he would have been disqualified from the trial. But Emilia did not think so. Even if something were wrong, she believed that as long as she apologized, the other party wouldn't be so ruthless. Therefore, Emilia did not believe that her rudeness was what caused Volcanica to remain silent. She speculated that he was not angry, or perhaps it was worse than being angry because, perhaps, Emilia walked forward timidly as she stared at his golden eyes. She took 1 or 2 steps closer to the sky and closed the distance between her and the divine dragon. Volcanica, Emilia boldly approached the majestic dragon that even breathed majestically then. She reached out her hand and gently touched the scales on the dragon's forelegs. Cold. The scales felt as cold as ice or cold steel. She wondered how long it had taken to lose so much heat. Simply by lying down it did not mean biological death. Physical vitality wasn't the only thing that long-term inactivity robbed. I am Volcanica, in accordance with the ancient covenant. The will of thee who hath reached the top shall be questioned. Volcanica repeated this once more, and looked down at Emilia, who was still touching his paw. The words of welcome had been repeated frequently on a certain interval, and Emilia's lack of greetings was not to blame. Volcanica's eyes, which stared deeply at Emilia, seemed to reflect her, and yet didn't. The reason was obvious. Maybe you are too old and forgot about the trial? It was the death of the spirit, not the physical death, that plagued the long-lived dragon, and it presented itself as a separate trial for Emilia, and may have even been more challenging than the main trial of the first floor. The trial of the first floor, Maya, of the Great Library of Pleiades. Time limit. Survival time of friends number challenges. Unknown. Number of challengers. 1. The content of the trial is unknown. Trial start. Chapter 81. Pleased to meet you. 1. The spirit of the divine dragon, Volcanica, had died after being neglected for so many years. To put it simply, after being left alone for so long, he became senile. But I can't afford for you to be behaving like an old man. Hey, Volcanica, thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, stepped forth onto the first floor, almighty petitioner. Geez, it's no use. Amelia desperately called out to him by hitting his forefoot, but the only response she got was a feeling of his hard scales and the barrier around his spirit that made him senile and seemed like it would never end. Like Reed, the trial where the dead were revived as they originally were was also a difficult task, but when Amelia thought about it now, it seemed much more cute-o, and saying that the violent person named Reed was cute was just a joke. Reed was at least able to talk and tell me what I needed to do, but that wasn't the case with Volcanica. For Amelia, who needed a break through the trial, it was the absolute worst thing for the trial overseer to be completely senile. She wanted to bring good news back to Subaru as soon as possible. Oh, what should I do? What should I do? There's no way I could defeat Volcanica by negotiating with him like I did to defeat Reed. Even so, it was expected to be a difficult trial. But the differences between the trials of the third and second floors made Amelia put her ideas on hold for now. The trial of the third floor, Teijida, required challengers to use their knowledge to answer the questions that were asked. They were lucky enough to beat that trial due to Subaru's knowledge from beyond the Great Waterfall, and it would have been seemingly impossible without it. The trial of the second floor, Electra, as was already known, was overseen by Reed Estrella. Even so, Amelia managed to win because she had gotten the better of Reed, but some say she succeeded because it was her first challenge. In any case, there was no doubt that both trials of the first and second floors had been hard-fought victories, so it was hard enough to just take on a challenge normally. I can't believe I can't even get the question out of you. I am Volcanica in accordance with the ancient covenant. The will of thee who hath reached the top shall be questioned. Geez, I got it already. I want to hear the rest of it. Amelia was hoping that she could get him to talk to her properly after a few tries, but she soon discovered that she had been wasting her time trying. She then looked around while resisting the urge to stomp on the ground in frustration. The trial of the third floor was set in a white room, with black slates that had questions on them, something that Subaru and Julius had happily called a monolith. Perhaps there were hidden things here, while Volcanica was in an unreliable state. It would be best for her to figure things out by herself. I have to do everything I can do now. While keeping her eye on Volcanica, Amelia began to investigate her surroundings. First of all, the top floor of the Pleiades watchtower was located in a position that was too high to be seen from below. There were 6 pillars placed around the floor, and a huge pillar in the center of the space which Volcanica was leaning against. The size of the space also seemed to have a 330 feet, 100-meter radius. It felt like a much larger space than the other 2 floors, but Volcanica also seemed to make it seem less big than it actually was due to its sheer size. Down below, is it possible to see what's down there? Email grasped from the pillars on the perimeter of the first floor, and then looked down. Subaru and Ram were fighting hard in the tower and outside, but thick clouds obstructed her view, and she could not see what was under them. It almost seemed like she could just hop into the clouds and join up with her companions. I'm sure I would be scolded if I tried climbing up here from the outside air. In the first place, I don't think it would be possible to get to the top of the clouds so quickly, even if I tried really hard. Amelia didn't think her motor nerves were bad, but she knew how high the clouds and sky were when she was little. She tried reaching out and touching clouds, but it wasn't possible, and when she grew up, she tried again but still couldn't do it. It might be possible for Reinhard to jump up into the clouds, but it wasn't possible for her. Therefore, she concluded that a magical force must have brought her to the top of the tower. If so, then it wouldn't be unusual for the trial to be here. Encouraged by her thoughts, Amelia looked around at the 6 pillars, and then hit and tried to climb them. However, she was unable to experience any sort of strange phenomenon or see any writing on them. And, if there was one possibility, the large pillar in the middle where Volcanica is sitting. If the surrounding pillars have nothing on them and don't react in any way, then the most likely culprit is the central pillar. Unlike the other 6, the central pillar extended even higher. It was possible that there was another floor above this one that could be called floor 0. If that was so, then there seemed to be a way to change this place where nothing ever changed. However, thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, stepped forth onto the first floor, almighty petitioner. In order to get to that pillar, it was impossible to avoid Volcanica, who kept repeating the same words over and over again. Although she had decided on challenging the trial, dealing with Volcanica was in a whole different ballpark. Even so, Amelia approached the central pillar where Volcanica laid. Volcanica, what do I need to do for the trial? I am Volcanica in accordance with the ancient covenant. The will of thee who hath reached the top shall be questioned. The answer from Volcanica had remained the same. Amelia felt more relieved than disappointed or disheartened. If Volcanica's reaction remained the same, then he should remain indifferent to her. Like when she touched his forefoot, believing that to be the case, She started walking to the other side of him to examine the central pillar. Just as Amelia was about to touch the pillar, she heard the sound of the wind. She then instinctively created an ice wall above her head before she even knew what was happening. After a single moment, something smashed through the ice wall and into her slender body, flipping her into the air. Oof! The impact of that attack went straight through her back and into her chest, and Amelia coughed as she rolled violently on the floor. She stopped the momentum by placing her hand on the floor and managed to come to a stop. She then slowly raised her face and realized what happened. The divine dragon, leaning against the pillar, slowly lowered his tail to the floor. Was I hit by his tail? In other words, it was a very simple attack. Dragons often use their tails to express their emotions. The relationship between Subaru and Patrash was one example. When Subaru would go too far with one of his pranks, Ram or Patrash would compete to see who could hit him more. However, the blow that came from Volcanica's tail could not be compared to the expression of affection between a person and an animal. Amelia was okay since her defensive measure had been deployed immediately, but if she had not reacted in time, the blow would have broken her neck or blown her head off. For Volcanica, it was akin to unconsciously stepping on an insect, or as if they were little insects at the feet of giant creatures. Understanding that fact, cold sweat started forming along Amelia's neck and back, but also brought up one possibility. Just as I thought, there must be something on that pillar. You're here to oversee the trial. You haven't forgotten about that. Even though you've forgotten about the trial itself, that's why you keep saying the same things over and over again. Volcanica looked as if he had no idea what he was supposed to do. Still, the fact that the divine dragon was here was a testament to how strong his will to keep the promise he made before his death was. The sage, the sword saint, and the divine dragon were meant to test their wisdom, power, and ambition, respectively. If that's the case, don't feel half-hearted. I'm also seriously serious. Amelia also firmly declared that she would use force on the condition that the other party interfered. In a matter of seconds, the atmosphere around Amelia screamed, and the world slowly began to freeze. An ice warrior was born one after the other. As if following Amelia as their queen, this was a new possibility for her, born from further developing her ice brand arts. She hadn't been able to try this in the narrow watchtower, but with the size of the space and the opponent she was facing, she couldn't show mercy. Amelia hadn't told Subaru about it, so he hadn't been able to give a name for her. Therefore, she named it Ice Brand Arts, Ice Shoulders. The 7 ice soldiers that had been created in the shape of a humanoid held their respective weapons, and were brave companions who would fight to the death with Amelia. I'm going, Mr. Sleepyhead. If you're going to wake up, I hope you wake up sooner. That consciousness was still buried in the same stupor as before. 2. At the same moment, Amelia was not the only one who was taking on a mighty enemy that was far stronger than them. The clash between 2 swordsmen on the second floor, Electra, which was 1 floor lower than where Amelia was fighting the senile divine dragon, started to heat up in intensity. However, the one-sided nature of the battle had remained unchanged. Hey, what's the matter? What's wrong? You think losing 1 chopstick will be enough for your Tawin? You still can't reach me. This aren't a game. Ugh. A man with long red hair threw a powerful kick while swearing at and taunting his opponent. The knight with a graceful profile got thrown back after receiving the blow with the handle of the knight's sword in his hand. He wasn't able to diminish the shock the blow and could only move it fast as he could, but the next strike came before he could move. This exact sequence of events had been repeated over and over again on the battlefield of the second floor. This had happened many times. The knight was blown away by the swordsman's attack, and when he was constantly on the defensive, the swordsman would spit out, "Good grief. Your sword will change when your mood changes you." I was hoping for that explosion, But when the hell do you plan on exploding, or saying that? The red-haired swordsman Reed bent his lips while twisting his neck in an arrogant and taunting manner. The uncommon swordsman glared at the knight. Are you just going to lose because of your fixation on manners, Are you happy with that, You can say whatever you like about me. At Reed's suggestion, the knight loosed his lips and spoke freely. The knight stood solemnly under Reed's sharp gaze and checked to feel his knight's sword while still feeling numb from his kick. Julius Jaculius decided to give up his nameless knight persona and resist his fate. You have said those words to me many times. A boring fight. Well, mannered sword skills, lack of play. I also remember these words. Ha! Right? Even if it aren't as good as mine. No matter who sees it, they will get the same feeling. Your sword is desperate. Desperate? Reed's proclamation would not have come from a noble point of view. He probably was just saying what he thought. It captured the essence, that even if one eye was covered, he could see everything through those blue eyes, and he may have been able to see Julius' true character through his flimsy ideals. There was a woman watching the battle between Julius and Reed, and to Julius, She was the most precious woman in the world, although her identity wasn't exactly the same as it was before, although it had been an irresistible force. 2 months had passed since the event that happened in the Watergate City occurred, and they continue to have an empty master-servant relationship as a result. Now that I think about it, you and I should have spoken to each other more openly. Julius, if we had been able to do that, I would have been a good friend to you, because we adore and cherish the same woman. With his words full of zeal, Julius once again challenged the sword saint. Reed held a short, thin chopstick in his right hand and greeted Julius' assault from the front. Cut, pierce, slash, swing down with continuous attack. Sometimes Julius set up feints and tried to confuse his opponent with his footwork, but Reed easily prevented it with an attitude of not even seeing it as a being serious. This again? I already told you many times that this won't work even if you say it's boring. This is my sword. Jeez. The unimpressed Gorin was interrupted by a yell, and Reed unleashed a kick to intercept Julius' sword attack. The kick caused him to lose his balance, and Reed's chopstick instantly struck diagonally into him, who had shown an opening in his defenses. Huh! Reed laughed at his movements and tried to cut the cloak Julius in two. However, by the time the cloak had been blown away by the power of the strike, Julius had already jumped backwards horizontally and escaped his attack. Oh, that's it. No, wrong. Reed had praised Julius for wearing white to blind his opponent and throwing away his righteous ways. However, Julius immediately cut him off and ran over to the cloak that had been blown off. Then he picked up the cloak that had been torn by the chopstick and put it back on. He fastened the fasteners firmly and put on the white cloak over his white uniform, which was the embodiment of a knight, even if he would have stopped being nameless. He couldn't stop being a knight. Seeing Julius' attitude like that, Reed clicked his tongue. I was expecting you to change when that dazzling gal and the other dazzling gal came in, no? They came to win regardless of their appearance. That's what I'm saying. You don't know who you are, do you? You pretend to be a righteous knight, but that's not the real you. You're just like me, a stick swinger. You just can't see it because you're too stuck in your ways. Pointing his chopstick at Julius, Reed spat that out with a sour face. Julius was blind to Reed's remarks, and after a pause, he murmured, All right, I feel like I finally understand, yeah? What did you find out? I figure out why you're being so relentless with me. Reed was frustrated, but didn't stop talking to Julius. His methods were certainly violent, and he didn't seem like the kind of person who would do something like that at all. But Julius felt as if he were a master who was teaching and guiding him. Then, the reason as to why Reed had been constantly giving Julius a hard time had finally been realized. Did you see yourself in me? The reason he had laughed so much at Julius for his boring fighting and well-mannered swordplay was because he thought he had been a lion sleeping in his shell, although he may have been just overestimating himself by calling himself a lion. I don't know the details. Pale-faced weakling. I just do what I want to do. That feeling of mine is crazy. It's more interesting to peel your mask off bit by bit. That's why I'm trying to peel it off, understand you? That's why you can't reach me. And you can't even look good for the dazzling gal behind you. Julius laughed wryly when Reed pointed at Echidna with his chin. Indeed, Reed had great eyes and could see perfectly. Julius Juculius knew that he was a man who just wanted to look good. That's why I want to change who I am. What? Your words are correct. There are a lot of things that come to mind in a world where everyone forgot me. I did not speak about it, but I am not a legitimate son of the house of Juculius. Julius had begun to speak in an audible tone to Reed, who frowned, and to Echidna, who looked forward with determined expression on her face. This was the true history of Julius Juculius, which only Natsuki Subaru could remember. My father, who ran away from a house of nobility, married my mother, who was a commoner, and I was born between them, and so my origin is that of a commoner until my parents died and my uncle took me in. I had nothing to do with the culture of the nobility, so I forged my own path. You're an ugly faker. Might be so. My true essence is probably that of a crude child who doesn't know his ideals, who is running around the field laughing with his friends, and wearing plain clothes instead of formal attire, without knowing etiquette, without ideals to aim for, working hard to live every day. This was the future promised to Julius, however. That future was swept away by the flash floods along with his parents and disappeared. That is why I pretend to be a knight. I will stick with that appearance and keep my true self hidden. I was ignorant and didn't know anything. But I met my ideal. I longed to be a knight. I longed for the image of a knight who was dignified and clean. Therefore, I will stick to that longing. Julius' cloak made a sound as it was put on once more, and his gaze was full of strength. Reed had been put into a bad mood. An expression on his face went from frustrated to suspicious. He had been surprised that his words had been denied, but he couldn't even make a rebuttal, and then Julius continued with a loud voice. I am a clumsy man. Things began to take shape on their own, and I came to believe that as long as I had a good sword, wore fine clothes, and used the correct words, that I could be like that. That's why I have to be stubborn. I must hold on to my vanity. Julius knew that some people hated vanity, and that kind of language. One person that came to mind was not Suki Suburu, but Julius thought, it is used as a crutch to carry out my will by straightening my back, adjusting my taste, and pretending to be that way. That is the fake appearance I decided to suffer with forever. Some will make a fool of my vanity, but I believe there are others who are just as dazzling as that. Let me continue to long for the way of the knight. Julius couldn't remember who first made him long to become a knight, but he became a knight regardless. He was called the finest not only because of his refined swordsmanship and spirit art skills, but because he was gifted with great ability, because he was made to think that the way Julius Jaculius should be is the way a knight should be when he pretended to be the finest of knights. It made him feel as if he dazzled. Julius then relaxed his lips and turned to Echidna. He lightly shook his head at her, who borrowed the appearance of his beloved lord at her, who deeply regretted that she couldn't remember him. There was no need for him to feel guilty about it. There is no need to fear, regret, or mourn being forgotten, because I exist in the chivalry that I yearn for, that everyone knows. And the same thing could be said of the girls who were here sorry about this. My buds, I held on to bonds that had been lost. However, not letting you go only made you all uneasy. Now I will release you all from your restraints. Followed by Julius' whisper. Visible pale lights made up of vivid colors could be seen. Beautiful spirits bearing 6 attributes. Julius Jaculius quasi-spirits. They were inseparable beings that had been with him since before he became a knight, but they had also forgotten him, who had lost his name due to the authority of gluttony. However, they had been attracted to the everlasting contract between the spirit and the contractor and Julius' divine protection of gathering spirits. So they had continued to linger. Julius also believed that if he could regain his name, the relationship could be regained. And so he refused to let them go. Oh, how foolish that was due to everything that had changed. He probably didn't want to lose anything else, but the buds who have always been with me, you were so dear to me that I refused to let go of your warmth and kindness. I was hoping to be able to return to the old days without issue. But nothing happened. Oh, how weak, pathetic, and ugly I am. In a state of bewilderment, the 6 quasi-spirits swirled around Julius. Then he softly held out his arm to them. After seeing the arm that looked like a perch, the quasi-spirits gathered there slowly, and Julius smiled at the dim lights that hung upon his arm. I was afraid of change, however. There are some things that cannot be obtained without the willingness to lose them. For example, it is a flowering of a bud called love of future, where buds that have been around for a long time can see with their own eyes what kind of flowers the buds will bloom into. The girls did not respond, however. They seemed to be expecting something to happen. Therefore, Julius went along with it and, my buds, I will let all of you go now. I'm sorry I clung on to our bonds for so long. At the same time, he said that the quasi-spirits surrounding Julius' arms were blown away. It seemed to have been accompanied by a shock, but it was a violent sensation like being struck by a bolt of lightning. And it only seemed to have pierced Julius and the quasi-spirits. The connection, the bond, the spirit-to-spirit contract that had certainly been there, was broken. The pain and grief that came from losing a spirit-to-spirit connection was only something a spirit arts user could know. Julius did not yet know, but Amelia had once experienced the same pain and coward and anguish he himself had just experienced, parting with the 6 quasi-spirits at the same time, which damaged his soul. He then felt a strange sensation in his chest, as if something had been separated from his soul. This was a pain that was fundamentally different from being forgotten by his buds, due to the authority of gluttony. Julius and the spirits themselves must have experienced the same pain, and regretted that the spirits may have even cursed the wounds inflicted on themselves, and wondered why they had ever made a contract with a human in the first place. But, on top of all that, I will call you all again. I love you all if you accept this vain man's courtship. Then let's reconnect a new contract between me and you all. Julius shouted loudly and stretched his arms out to the heavens, hearing his cry. The quasi-spirits scattered about and flickered for just a second. However, their hesitation and indecision only lasted for a moment. 3. A warm light enveloped Julius Jaculius. It gently seeped into the wounds of his soul that had been caused by the severance of the contract. There was joy. There was anger. There was sadness. There was love. And there was also hatred. These were the emotions that each of them had accumulated for over a decade. He then decided to just let bygones be bygones and forge a new path into the future. He wasn't sure if that was a correct answer, but he wanted to get right this time. Julius knew that it may go wrong many times, and that he may not choose the right path every time and make mistakes, but he vowed that he would shape himself every time, even if he made a mistake. He was not alone. He was never alone. If he moved forward, there were the ideals created by many great predecessors. If he stopped, he would feel the warmth of the buds who had been lovingly watching over him. And if he looked to his side, there was the profile of his lord who he had pledged his faith to, which had shaped him. What on earth could Julius Jaculius fear from now on? Nothing, that's right, my beautiful flowering maidens. The 6 buds answered in a unified voicino. It was the answer to flowering maidens. Light was born. For I will continue on this deep, kind, and thorny path. The pain of breaking the contract had been healed by the bond that had been reformed. Wrapped in 6 more mysterious lights than before, Julius Jaculius looked ahead. There was a figure at the apex that he longed to reach as one who devoted himself to the sword. However, the envy of Julius Jaculius was pointed at a different place from the apex in front of him, and so he did not hesitate to express that longing with the light of the rainbow. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Sword St. Rita Strian, nice to meet you. He shook his knight's sword aside, grasped his cloak in his hands, and bowed gracefully. Then he raised his face, became it that he most admired in the world, and announced his name. I am the finest of knights, Julius Jaculius, the sword of the kingdom that will slay you. Chapter 82. Shackle accompanying battle. 1. She slowly and gradually removed her shackles, and increased the amount of heat in her body. There was a sensation as if her blood were boiling, and the muscles of her thin body were tight, and the body of this girl was soft to the touch and seemed fleeting and weak. However, the blood that flowed in it, the flesh that made it up, and its very bones came from the best race in the world. The Oni god, which was the most supreme being among them, had returned. That's my sister. Oh, how lovely. You're on fire. No matter how far she goes, Rem will never reach you. She is no match for you, sister. Stop spitting when you talk. It's sickening. And don't compare Rem to anything. What do you mean by that? It's already been decided Ram does not need a title higher than that of Rem's sister. She said that in a bemused tone as she twisted her body and bluntly rejected his words by unleashing a gust of wind. It was a very powerful skill that ripped through one's skin if it were grazed, crushed one's bones if they were struck, and penetrated one's internal organs. It was a skill that had been used generously, and a series of attacks that used both her hands and feet equally had been released, and it wasn't just pure physical prowess or skill. If this were due to pure technique, then Baden Kaitos would have been able to bring out all of the techniques in his arsenal, which came from east to west and from all ages, rely on the memories of the opponents he had eaten. However, Ram's current tactics were anything but straightforward. The attacks that Ram released, such as elbow strikes and knee strikes, could be freely sped up or slowed down when she was in the middle of an attack. That was due to the fact that she was proficient in the use of wind magic, which she could combine with her movements in the midst of battle. The speed of the wind sped up or slowed down, confusing Baden Kaitos' perception as he tried to fight back. In fact, Ram had dispersed gusts of wind in all directions in order to mask her movements, which allowed her to get into her enemy's blind spot and unleashed attacks with the intent to kill many times. Wow, this is the best. Baden Kaitos cheered with delight as he dodged Ram's attacks while bleeding from his torn right cheek. Gluttony, with his long, lightly parted dark brown hair with highlights at the ends, enjoyed tasting his opponent's abilities. This spicy taste is irresistible. It's strong and really does the trick. It's so dynamic, with a joyful explosion of flavor. Sister is a perfect treat for our gourmet. Baden Kaitos smirked as they flew around the spiral staircase and switched their original positions. The daggers attached to his wrists struck against Ram's wand, and when he gained some distance from her, his mouth opened and began drooling. How nice. So nice. Quite nice, very nice. As it's nice, surely it's nice. Isn't it nice gluttonous drinking? Gluttony. Above all, the scent of anger is great with such a person who personally hates us so much. What kind of gourmet can we enjoy if we taste it on our tongue? Then Baden Kaitos clapped his hands and trembled after having a premonition that he would experience incomprehensible pleasure in his future. In the face of that, Ram took a deep breath and checked the condition of her body. It's far from the real thing. But Ram had been truly amazed. Although she hadn't shown it on her face, there was a common saying that said people did not understand themselves best. But unlike those fools, Ram knew herself perfectly. Ram's body, which had lost a horn of the Onis and became hornless, had been crushed by a huge load every day. As a result, Ram put shackles on her consciousness. She had usually kept all of her shackles on while working as a maid. However, there were times when it was an emergency, and she had to use magic to get through a situation. In cases like that, she would remove a single shackle in order to use a little bit of her magic, and if that wasn't enough, she would remove another shackle and bring out 20% of the power she had originally. She had a battle with Garfield in the sanctuary around a year and a half ago. Ram had been convinced that that had been the absolute best she could do as a hornless Oni, and that releasing any more would be fruitless since her body wouldn't be able to handle the strain. However, at this very moment, Ram was trying to remove her shackles, which were a double-edged sword, one shackle at a time. Ram had experienced a rare moment of hesitation in her heart, as had already been mentioned. She had a perfect grasp of herself the last time she hadn't felt any side effects of unleashing her power. When she was in battle, had been when she was less than 10 years old, however. In the battles that occurred after that time, every time she unleashed too much of her power, she would experience a terrible migraine, with nosebleeds and tears of blood flowing endlessly, and she wouldn't be able to move her body for a while. She would have to be prepared for that if she decided to go through with it. That's not good because Ram and Subaru shared a common destiny. If I take too long, Barusu will die. As was already known, Subaru was still scrambling to deal with Shala and the hordes of which beast Beatrice and Melee were probably with him. Was Amelia, who made her memories ache, heading up to the top of the tower and struggling on her own? For some reason, Ram had been worried about the fate of that silver haired girl. She was sure they had been very close before her name had been stolen. None of them could rely on Ram without him, therefore. Do your best not to die, Barusu would cry. And so, after whispering those words, Ram released a third shackle for the first time in 10 years. 2. At that same moment, the reaction of Cor Leonis rattled Natsuki Subaru's teeth. GUH, that had marked the arrival of a burden which might know, would cause him to vomit blood for a moment. Subaru had felt as if one of the faint lights in the tower had gotten bigger, and immediately after that it seemed like he had been attacked by it. Subaru! Ugh! Beatrice had immediately supported Subaru in her bosom, who had been coughing up blood and was on the verge of collapsing. They were unfortunately not being carried by Patrash, but which beast known as the Hungry Horse King, who was not accustomed to carrying other creatures. They did not have a lot of experience riding without the divine protection of wind evasion, and there wasn't a saddle to sit on either, nor stirrups to put their feet in. So if they relaxed for even a second, they would get thrown off. The reason why that hadn't happened is because of Beatrice's weight control magic, and the fact that she wrapped Subaru's guilty whip around the upper body of the witch beast to serve as the reins, and so he could not afford to ruin her painstaking efforts to keep them on the witch beast. Has a reaction from Ram arrived, I wonder? That's right, sorry, I will bear with it somehow. As he grabbed the whip again, Subaru responded to Beatrice, who was a woman of understanding. The taste of rust filled his mouth as vomit tried to escape from his insides, and he had no idea which part of her body was being burdened. Perhaps her internal organs were being overworked, or something inside her body had ruptured, or there was some other kind of damage to her body that he couldn't think of. Either way, it only meant one thing. Ram had started getting serious. If Ram can take out one of the gluttonies, Subaru couldn't claim that it would instantly make things easier in the first place. He wasn't sure if it meant that by taking out gluttony, that the names and memories would be returned. However, it would at least reduce the amount of burdens that were being placed on him. She clung onto the upper body of the Hungry Horse King, and was working hard to give orders to which beasts in order for Subaru to fight against the pincers and the light from the stinger. It was essential for Melee to work hard. They had been able to make up for their lack of military strength by using the power of which beasts, which created a grace period that had not existed before. Therefore, Subaru wasn't playing around when he said that they needed to love Melee like a parent loves their child. At this moment, in the Pleiades watchtower, which was targeted by 5 obstacles, the power of Amelia, Ram, and Julius were needed to break through each obstacle, but the key to their success or failure was Melee Portrout, who was keeping the battlefields in a state of balance. Therefore, Subaru had already been taking on Melee's burdens for a long time. Winged Mole, Courtesan Bear, go together. Speaking in a high-pitched voice, Melee looked at the battlefield with a bird's-eye view and ordered the witch beast to charge to their deaths. She clapped her hands, snapped her fingers, or said the orders aloud. The way in which she ordered the witch beast varied from one to another, but her divine protection was in a perpetual state of use. Subaru was feeling the effects of taking on her burdens, as if his brain was expanding and about to pop out of his skull, essentially a migraine. Otto's divine protection of soul language and Melee's divine protection of magic manipulation were more like human abilities rather than magic. In other words, they were more of a supernatural power, not magic, in which case the strain their users felt was larger than others, which meant it would take a bigger toll on Subaru. That meant that the object of the divine protection was not focused on others, but on the users themselves. Divine protections and authorities are part of a system that I just can't wrap my head around. Powers that were supposed to only be able to be used by some archbishops and the witches, for whatever reason, were able to be used by Subaru, and the divine protections were given to people in this world at birth in a random manner. However, he admitted that it's true that authorities had their own uses. Because of that, Subaru couldn't stop thinking about the possibility of a tragedy occurring. As a result, there was no doubt that the authorities of the Sin archbishops and witches played a major role in why people feared them so much, and why they were so powerful, there were many people who would not have had their fates changed if such things didn't exist. Meili, for example, was a victim of the negative side of having a divine protection. She had been abandoned by her own parents due to her natural ability to communicate, with which Beast Subaru was not sure if there were actually negative sides to having divine protections. But it made sense in his mind. It seemed obvious that was at least the truth in Meili's case. That's why, I'm really a double standard. Subaru didn't really want to rely on authorities or divine protections, but he didn't hesitate to use them if it was necessary. He believed it was true that weak people didn't have a ton of options, but that didn't mean they needed to be humble too. Subaru had forced himself to walk in a moral path, and to be able to laugh. He didn't want to forget that. Mister, are you concentrating? If you and Beatrice get killed, it's all over, you know. I know, hey, Meili, when this is all over, will you become my child? What are you saying over there? Stay focused. While holding her head up, Meili yelled back at Subaru, who had just asked that question, but they couldn't afford to play around with each other. If they lost their concentration, they would get swept away in an instant. However, I'm experiencing a lot of pain right now, so I don't think I'll be worth it unless I think tomorrow is going to be a good day. Really, that was what Natsuki Subaru thought as he spat blood. 3. As she continued to fight on the sand, Meili murmured something's wrong out of her mouth. Of course, there were many reasons why something felt wrong. There was a case of Shala, who had turned into a gigantic scorpion, who was right in front of her, or the half-elf with radiant and healthy silver hair, or Ram and Julius, who were fighting various enemies in the watchtower, and especially Subaru and Beatrice, who were fighting together with her. However, what felt the most wrong was who am I? Meili herself did not really know why this had happened in the first place. When Subaru and his friends started their journey to the Augria sand dunes, she began to feel as if she wasn't in control of her own actions, as her own autonomy had been swept away, as had been requested of her. She obediently did as she was told, not worrying about whether it was right or wrong, because that was what she had always done before. She intended to do that same here as well, and yet, there was a thing known as a Book of the Dead. When Meili heard that she could relive the memories of the dead, her own curiosity got the best of her. She felt as if she had no choice but to go search for Elsa Granheart's Book of the Dead, who she had deeply cared about for a long time, which ended up being the #1 mistake in her life because of that. She had been reproached and lectured at by Subaru, and she couldn't help but laugh at his complaints. After that, she had somehow been forced to promise to cooperate with him. Subaru had told her that he would always have her back, but she thought he was the type of guy who regretted saying how much responsibility he intended to take, and there was a part of her that felt as if he would easily forget about his promises. However, what was different between Subaru and Meili was not just what came out of their mouth. Subaru would always try to do what he said he would do, and he would always show up to keep his promise, and if Beatrice were on the scene as well, she would assist him in keeping his promise when that happened. She felt bad about being spoiled so much, and she felt like she should help him out in return, but she had not gotten around to doing that yet, or rather, she had not had an opportunity to do that yet. Even now, a group of winged moles that moved in response to Meili's gestures had just been vaporized by a ray of white light that came from the stinger of the gigantic scorpion, and their corpses had been scattered over the battlefield. The winged moles were originally very timid, which beasts that would never even dare to attack an enemy that was stronger than them. But Meili, who was capable of commanding them to fight regardless of what their instincts told them, could not make these which beasts stronger than what they originally were. I was attacked, swinging its massive pincers. The violent, gigantic scorpion that had been raging on the battlefield tore through which beast one after another the blood of the witch beast that had been torn, crushed, and pierced-soaked the parched sand, and the sea of sand that had originally looked yellow was transforming into a reddish-black color. Ugh! While biting into that fact, Meili quickly looked around and searched for signs of which beasts in the sky, on the sand, or even under the sand, and tamed ones that were capable of being tamed. Now was not the time to care about quality. What she needed now was an inexhaustible supply of soldiers to use. La 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 la. I'm definitely going to get you to listen to me later, brother, whether you want to or not. There wasn't even any time for Meili to wipe the sweat accumulating on her forehead as she cursed at Subaru and kept a close eye on the rampaging gigantic scorpion on the back of the hungry horse king. Meili did not feel comfortable at all riding on it in these conditions. However, her solution had been to stick a knife into the back of the witch beast through the cloak that was wrapped around her body, so that her body could be forcibly fixed onto it. It was a witch beast that was under her, direct control. So it had no choice but to accept this kind of treatment without complaint. The problem was that her situation was much more dire than that of the witch beast she was riding on. In the first place, The original Melee would never have taken part in a last-ditch effort battle. Like this, her way of fighting had always required preparing in advance by getting the surrounding witch beasts under her control, placing them on the battlefield, and watching the battle from a high vantage point. That was what the witch beast master, Melee Portrout, was all about. Of course, having direct command on the battlefield would improve the accuracy of the witch beast attacks, and would help her get them to attack and defend when they needed to. But the downside of that was that it would put herself in danger due to making the wrong choice. Melee lost a battle against Subaru and had been taken prisoner. Elsa had died because of such mistakes as well, of course. She wouldn't want Melee to blame herself at all, and Melee sometimes thought that she hadn't even died, which made her feel nervous. Just like she didn't know how Elsa felt, Melee didn't know how she herself felt. Melee had been fighting a slow battle with the gigantic scorpion, and devoted a lot of time to buying time for the witch beasts so they could stay alive. However, she had never really done this in the past. Melee Portrout was an assassin. She made a living by taking the lives of others via orders, instructions, or requests, so this was the first time. To save and protect the lives of others, this isn't my way. What Subaru had said earlier made Melee very angry. How dare he ask her to be his child? She believed the way he behaved, as if he had no idea people would find it hateful, was disgusting. Garfield may have been her direct enemy, but Subaru was the architect behind the whole situation. Even now, in the Pleiades Watchtower, he was the cause behind the whole situation itself. It was true that she thought negatively of Subaru's words and actions, but Melee herself noticed how she followed his instructions and moved like a piece on a game board like everyone else. If it had been a result of Subaru's deeply thought-out plans, then it would be much more convincing. However, no matter how Melee looked at it, he wasn't capable of something like that. All he had was desperation, crazy expectations, and a way to make her trust him to the point that she would leave her life in his hands. For some reason, I feel like I'm an idiot. While saying that, Melee brought out a witch beast that she had gotten from beneath the sand and told it to go after the gigantic scorpion. A giant sand earthworm popped out from beneath the sand and into battlefield that had been painted red. Its body was at least 33 feet, 10 meters, long, and it wiggled over to the gigantic scorpion before it rose up, expanded itself to its limit, and then boldly fell onto the gigantic scorpion. If it had been crushed and pushed into the sand, it would have been like defeating an undefeatable opponent, but it did not work out so well. A ray of white light poured out from the stinger of the gigantic scorpion and cut through the massive sand earthworm in an instant, while the sand earthworm, which had been cut in two, made a strange sound as it plopped on the sand below into its own body fluids. The attack that came from the stinger did not stop, and continued to break the body of the dead sand earthworm into even more pieces. However, it was just an opening created by using the life of the sand earthworm. 3 hungry horse kings, which were her favorites, emerged from where the sand earthworm had come from. A screech that sounded like the cry of a baby had been raised, and the burning half-human, half-horses attacked the gigantic scorpion. Although the Augria sand dunes was home to a variety of witch beasts, it was a hungry horse king that had the most firepower out of all of them. Melee had preserved her favorite, witch beast, by sacrificing a large number of other witch beasts that wouldn't have been enough to turn the tide of the battle. She had sacrificed courtesan bears that had a poor amount of stamina, and sand earthworms that could only try to crush their prey with their large bodies. The 3 hungry horse kings had been attracted by the battle taking place. Although they were inferior to the gigantic scorpion when it came to fighting power, the enemy was very cautious around this witch beast. That was proof that they had felt threatened by their power. I think I'm in pretty good shape now, moving herself, along with Subaru and Beatrice, as well as getting the 3 hungry horse kings ready for their attack all at the same time, must have put quite a burden on Melee. However, the coroner didn't seem to notice at all as to why. There was a possibility that the battle had exhilarated her to the point that she no longer noticed the burden that had been placed on herself, and she didn't think she'd be able to kill it. However, for the sake of achieving Subaru's goals, damaging it a bit would be acceptable. In a sense, it may have been the 3rd time that a little girl named Melee, who had always done what she had been told, had wished to do something of her own volition. The first time had been when she had walked around the watchtower at night to seek help from the Book of the Dead. The 2nd time had been when she had approached Subaru's back from the corner, who had been standing near the spiral staircase. And the 3rd time had been when she went above and beyond for the purpose of earning a little bit of extra time during the battle. Melee. As soon as the 3 hungry horse kings had begun approaching the gigantic scorpion, a blood-curdling scream could be heard calling out to Melee. It had literally been the cry of Subaru, who had blood flowing out of the edges of his mouth. She had been puzzled due to it containing no hint of exultation, joy, or admiration. She wondered why it sounded so angry when everything had been going so well, but, the 3 hungry horse kings, holding spears of fire, fiercely pounced onto the gigantic scorpion. No matter how well the gigantic scorpion was able to use its pincers and stinger, it would have been impossible to avoid this attack. But then they saw a change in the body of the scorpion, and it collapsed. It was as if it had been cooked in flames, or had taken all the blood that had been soaked up by the sea of sand. The outer shell, which had been as dull and shiny as dark steel, discolored as if it had been awakening from its slumber in the next moment. The color of the jet-black scorpion changed to bloody red. There are some witch beasts that change into a warning color when they felt threatened or like they were in danger. When this happened, there was a clear change in behavior, and they became more aggressive and ferocious. A change in appearance was also a good indicator for seeing if they had changed. For example, when the hungry horse king changed, its flame swelled, and when the white whale changed, it would create many clones of itself. And that was also applicable to the gigantic Scorpiano. It was also be applicable to the red scorpion. More aggression, more destruction, complete annihilation. Rays of white light had been emitted in all directions, and the three hungry horse kings who tried to get away had been vaporized at the same time. The ray of white light raised to the sea of sand, slaughtering everything in its path and swallowed by the exploding rays of white light. Meili's small body flew through the air as droplets of blood fell from it, for she had hated the feeling of her blood boiling and the feeling of exhilaration that came from it ever since she was a child. She used to have a sense of omnipotence that made her feel as if she had control of everything in this world. If enough time had gone by where she had believed in that illusion, no matter how rich in spirit she was, she would have gone down the wrong path. She had a good awareness of herself. But it wasn't like she was overconfident in her abilities as far as making mistakes was concerned. She just wanted to have the will to make no mistakes, as well as the character to correct the mistakes she made. She had been able to maintain that attitude because she had not gotten drunk on her own power. It was because she didn't assume she was wonderful just because the people around her told her so, and she refused to be obedient to the people who valued old conventions and ancient mysteries. And what was the reason why she hadn't been crushed by those external factors? She knew it was something that she couldn't remember, because Ram is not only beautiful, but intelligent. Putting aside her own words of praise, Ram's steps shattered the steps of the spiral staircase at that moment. A pink-haired Oni wrapped in the wind brought out her arm and smashed the arm of the enemy, who was about to catch her. She had twisted and broken her wrist, elbow, and shoulder in a matter of seconds. But now wasn't the time to scream in agony. Ram's fist had then been shot into the side of his screaming face, and her white fingers turned into shrapnel. A myriad of blows had been shot all over his body, and Baton Kato spat blood as he was blown away chasing him. Ram rode on the wind that had been generated on the soles of her feet, and then jumped high into the air. He, Baton Kato's, and launched himself into the air and swung his legs around to meet Ram. Immediately after, the distortion of space that occurred made contact with Ram's shoulder and sliced through her clothes and skin that had been where an invisible blade had been placed as a present, a cheeky trap created using wind magic. This is nothing to me. You thought you could blow it away with the wind? No good, no good. It's useless. It's in a fixed position in space. It's regretful that not even you can get rid of it, sister. Baton Kato's kicked himself into the air with a blood-stained smile on his face. Anticipating Ram's intentions, he hadn't actually kicked the air, but had jumped off of the invisible blade that had cut through Ram's shoulder, which would be a very difficult feat, since he would have needed to know where it was in the air near the spiral staircase. But even so, clairvoyance, even if it wasn't something that could be perceived with one's perception, if it could be overlapped with the vision of the person that had set it up, a small change in consciousness would reveal its whereabouts. Then Ram saw the trap by overlapping her vision with Gluttony's, kept that in her mind so she could use it in the same way, and finally chased after him by jumping up and using it as a foothold. Ha! Ah ha ha ha! Sister, are you serious about that? Seriously, that sounds like something Barusu would say. I've been saved, since the hesitation to beat you up has disappeared. The astonished Baton Kato's leapt into the air quicker than he had before, and Ram glared at his gloomy face from below, and then she mercilessly slammed the sole of her shoe into his open-mouthed face that had his fangs protruding. Ugh. Now, how many times do you need to taste the soles of Ram's shoes before you'll kindly fall down? The surface of his nose had been crushed, and Baton Kato's dwarf body was flipped into the air. The momentum of his ascent had finally been stopped, and Gluttony was then kicked downwards by the power of Ram's kick. Following that, Ram raised her hands above her head, swooped down with the wind from her palms, and threw a second kick, third kick, and then a fourth kick into the face of the plummeting Baton Kato's. Ram mercilessly struck his nose, front teeth, chin, and forehead with her heel with each kick. She had been so annoyed with his smiling face and his mouth, which he kept calling her sister, so she continued to mess them both up as their descent continued. By the way, if you fall into your own trap, It's not Ram's fault you reap what you sow. Gah! Jaya! Ugh! While being kicked downwards, the invisible blade that had been anchored in the air tore into Kato's body. Blood gushed out, and some of the cuts were quite deep, but Ram didn't care about that. She didn't have a hobby of wanting to hurt others, however. That was only the case when she could sympathize with the other person. But if she truly hated the other person, she had no issue with making him scream like a pig. Well, do you regret it? Stopping skillfully in the air, Ram asked that with her feet on his face and chest. However, Kato's did not answer the question, leaving his face covered in blood, and instead tried to swing the daggers he had on both arms at that moment. Ram's knife-like hand shot into his shoulders and forcibly pulled his arms from his shoulder joints. Ugh. Well, do you regret it? No matter how skilled he was, there was no way he could move his arms when his arms had been ripped from their sockets, and Ram had asked that question again as she opened her eyes and looked down at his shocked face. Ram tried to find fear in the eyes of Kato's, as he looked into the purpose of that was to engrave it into his mind fear, pain, a sense of defeat. It was for vengeance, not a trivial reason at all. Ram, to get them back. A large number of victims, not just Ram, had been victimized by gluttony. So far, the purpose of doing this was to regain the names and memories of those who had lost them and everything they had ever had contact with. If she had wished to kill him, she could have gone ahead and done it now. With the same effort she had used to kick his face in, she could have created a wind blade on the sole of her foot and stepped on his neck. It had already been proven that even witch cultists, who were famous for playing dirty, would die if their neck and torso were separated. She had learned that in the process of responding to the people that had destroyed the village of the Onis by burning to the ground. After all, she knew that witch cultists were just a bunch of weak and stupid creatures with horrible natures, and so the reason why Ram had asked questions first was to kill their spirits before taking their lives. Well, do you regret it? Ugh. Solar eclipse. When he heard the third question, a hint of fear had been mixed into his bloody expression, but it had disappeared in the blink of an eye in front of Ram. It wasn't like his dimensional leap earlier. The feeling of the face and body of the person she had just been stepping on had disappeared, however. Where Kato's had run off to would quickly come to light. Clairvoyance. It was impossible for anyone to run away from Ram as long as she had her eyes set on them. She had followed the visible field of view and located the spiral staircase where her enemy was when she had caught up using her wind magic. She saw a bald old man wearing something like a monk's robe standing there if it hadn't been Ram. The change in appearance might have worked, however, by sharing their vision. She was convinced that they were Kato's, no matter what they looked like. I heard that this was one of Lust's tricks. But what other tricks are there? Shit. I didn't mean to use it, no. I shouldn't have used it, ugh. What are you talking about? When she had reached the spiral staircase, the old man Kato's, who was kneeling there, groaned in anguish. She raised her eyebrows at his unseemly attitude, but instantly threw her doubt away. The only thing that mattered was that the other person was still breathing and his spirit was not broken. And I don't have much time left. It was only a murmur, but Ram had already removed her shackles for over a minute and there was a slight burden on herself. But most of it was going to Subaru. She had told him to fine-tune it. But just as she had expected, he had been taking on all of her burdens. Such a show-off. She believed he only needed to do it for his loved ones and Rem. I'm not sure what's going on with you, but are you willing to accept our demands? You need only restore everyone you have eaten so far as gluttony, and if you do that, and then what? Are you going to miss us? No, then he'll kill you right away. Not a bad deal, right? I will forgive you at once in exchange for your life. Ha! Kato's, who had aged into an old man, laughed the way he usually did with the voice of an old man, observing his behavior. Ram speculated that a change in shape was perhaps necessary in order to unlock the full potential of a person's abilities. The technique he had used before when it disappeared in front of her was called the leaper technique, and even the bald old Kato's could use it. But it's strange if you have a trump card like this. You should have been able to pull it out earlier. So, why did you choose to run away and hide? Is it also the reason why you don't want to use it? Like being pulled by a vessel. You know, I've really never come across such a scary girl before. No, really. You are really scary, sister. The figure of the old man slowly turned back into a dwarf. Probably due to the possibility of losing himself while in that form. It had been an affirmation of Ram's point, and at the same time it proved that transforming did not heal the wounds he had suffered. Kato's was still bloody, and his face was still in terrible shape. How's your shoulder? I bumped it into a wall. Now it won't even work at all. It hurts. It hurts. Kato's and popped his shoulders back into place. And to make sure everything was working properly, he rotated them a bit. Seeing this, Ram regretted that she hadn't just cut his arms off from the shoulder rather than just ripped them out of their sockets. Or perhaps if she had just crushed the ends of his limbs, she could have crushed all his silly little tricks. Everything I do, this and that, has been seen through amazing, sister. Maybe you are using that guy's authority, sister? How regrettable. This was Ram's excellent insight. Don't mix it up with Baruch's nonsensical intuition. It's unpleasant, just die. Uh-huh. So, bitter, but I see, that's right. Baden Kato's had a bloody smile on his face with his torn tongue hanging out his broken mouth. That eerie gesture could only make Ram widen her eyes, and her shoulders tense up in response if he made a strange move. No. Before you make any other movements, eat this. Before he could pull off any strange movements, Ram made a decision to just blow off his other limbs with a wind blade. There was a way to stop the bleeding, however. There was no way to stop the pain. But if he did not die, the interrogation would continue with that in mind. She shot a wind blade without hesitation, but the bets are on our victory. A plump, bearded man flew backwards while taking the full brunt of the wind. Blade's skin was extremely thick, and the wind blade that would normally have been able to cut into his body had been repelled, and only turned the fat man's skin a little red. I wonder if you misunderstood us a little. Sister, you know, you're not the only one doing the observing, right? Ram heard him say that as she was about to move forward in order to not let the giant man escape. Immediately after that, Ram was cut by the invisible blade that had been left as a present and was stopped in her tracks for but a moment. Seeing that opening, Baden Kato's rushed into the gap. From our approach, a blow of ours. In the blink of an eye, the image of the old man disappeared, and the feeling of pressure behind Ram increased. She didn't have time to look behind her, and a powerful palm pummeled into her side, blowing her slender body away. With a huh, Ram was blown away by a strike, and after a quick glance, she noticed that the strike she had received had come from a man with a strong physique that gave off a rough aura. He had instantly changed into 3 different people and perfectly took advantage of their unique characteristics and abilities. Even so, if the skill I used before works, we don't think, so we don't believe, so because we don't imagine to be so, as we don't think, so as we really don't think. So we can say with certainty that we don't think so? The barking Baden Kato's turned back into the old man and covered one of his eyes with his hands, fearful of what her enemy might do. Ram stretched her long legs out and kicked up onto the wall to put herself in a position where she could quickly jump at him, but she hadn't done it fast enough. We know Rem's sister can't keep moving like that without using tricks. Rem's knowledge, rather than her movements, gave him the answer. Seeing the movements of Ram, who had gone beyond the limits of a hornless Oni, Baden Kato's confirmed his own suspicions, and when she returned to the steps of the spiral staircase, he let out all of his malicious intent. That is to say, sister, we don't want to compare our strength with yours. And so, the cunning smile that had been plastered on his face disappeared. Instantaneous movements through space using the leaper technique. If he were to use it continuously, it would have been easy to escape, but she had a feeling that there was a limit to how much he could use it without dying. His decision to escape came rather quickly, Anyway, if he knew about Ram's clairvoyance, then he wouldn't have been foolish enough to think he could escape so easily. The reason he had run away from her was because he knew about her time limit, and so she had unfortunately been deprived of precious time as a result. The burdens being placed on Subaru increased by the second, and she needed to find the whereabouts of Baden Kato's who had escaped into the tower as soon as possible. When she thought about it, she suddenly realized something. The deadly St. Archbishop, who was an accumulation of maliciousness, fled into the tower just to get away from her, and he knew what would get under her skin the most. It was Ram. Finally, by connecting her vision with that evil being, what came into her view was the tail of a black ground dragon, carrying the Sleeping Beauty on its back. Chapter 83. Ram. 1. Red. All she could remember was everything being wrapped in flames. The calm, stagnant, and self-indulgent days had suddenly come to an end in the face of that senseless violence. The title of strongest demi-human race, the position of the most feared village chieftain in the universal law, of parents protecting their children, all held no meaning. It had been a pity that she had been late in noticing the mayhem that was going on around her. No. Perhaps in this case it would be appropriate to praise the cleverness of the other party. They had been hated, alienated, repelled, and persecuted by the world. Therefore, they were very good at hiding in the darkness, masking their presence, staying silent, and being sneaky. At the time of the first surprise attack, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. It had already been too late when their horns finally sensed that there had been a slight peculiarity in the mana in the atmosphere. First of all, half of the villagers had been eliminated with the first attack, and less than half of the survivors were capable of fighting at that point. On top of that, half of the survivors felt like something was wrong, but did not see the urgency of the situation. In short, being in a state of peace and harmony for so long had made them soft-hearted and weak-minded. It had once been said that if the Oni tribe once called the strongest demi-human race had participated in the demi-human war, the situation in the kingdom of Lagunica would have changed drastically, however. Even if an historical what-if scenario like that had happened, they wouldn't have been able to do much. In any case, the first attack had halved their fighting forces, and their fighting forces were again reduced by half by the second attack at this point. Many parts of the village had already been engulfed in flames, and by the time the death howls of the Onis had begun echoing in the night sky illuminated in red, every Oni in the village noticed something wasn't right. However, there were only two people who had realized that this was going to be the end of the Oni tribe. Ram, escape the siege. All you need to do is survive. The elder barked at her as his two horns grew larger and his body increased in size. The elder had said that to Ram, who had been cutting down the enemy with her wind magic, as he jumped out of the house, and he had said that not because he cared about her, but because he believed she was the future of the Oni tribe. To restore the former glory of the Oni tribe, it was imperative to bring back the Oni god, who had been an unstoppable force during the era of the witch that had been forced upon the child prodigy named Ram, and that had most likely been the last wish of the chieftain of the Oni tribe, who seemed to have forgotten how to fight. Ram felt like that was the most ridiculous thing in the world, and scoffed at the thought of it. In these current circumstances, was the only desire of the representative of the Onis really only to entrust the realization of his unfulfilled dream to her? There were many more important things he could be doing, such as rallying his people and trying to fight back against the enemy. However, Ram had no intention of advising the chieftain about such things, and the events of this night weren't the cause she had forgotten about her tribe a long time ago. The glory of the Onis. It's stupid, it's worthless, it's absurd. The fact that the pure blood of the Onis was flowing through her veins terrified her to no end as she desired power. Her blood would boil. Feelings of excitement would fill every pore of her body, and she would feel as if she were invincible and could do anything she desired. In fact, if Ram had grown up normally, that omnipotence might have become a reality. However, she had no desire for it. Ram wanted to choose her own future instead of pretending to be the child of a god in a tiny world that was far more valuable to her than being seen as the second coming of the Oni god, or being the portable shrine of a relative who continued to obsess about the glory of the Onis that was already a thing of the past. Living as then Ram focused on her forehead and absorbed hot mana from the atmosphere into her body through her white horn after getting into a state of deep concentration. Her perception was greatly expanded, and she was able to sense all the living people around her, and was also able to get a good idea of what was going on in the small village. There were many enemies, and they had surrounded the village so that none could escape. Their response had been delayed at the beginning. Half of them had perished, and the other half had put up a great resistance. But the current number of fighters left was so small that they could be counted on one hand, and the Oni seemed to be losing the desire to resist. There was an elder struggling in battle, but their enemies were also quite skilled, and the elder, whose defeat was imminent, seemed to be wrapped in an aura of death. Ram wrapped her body in the wind and flew through the village like a strong gale. The only person that occupied her mind and whose name came from her lips was her one, and only it wasn't that she was heartless. She had only changed her focus. Her parents had been killed during the first attack, so there was nothing she could do for them now. Ram had never hated her parents. However, both of them had been born in this village, for better or worse, grew up in this village, and chose to die in this village as Onis after unconsciously accepting the destruction that occurred, and so their deaths had been inevitable on this night. However, that doesn't mean I want to retaliate in kind. Ram then saw her enemy that looked like black shadows and wore robes that covered their body from head to toe, and unleashed a powerful gust of wind at the fools wielding cross-shaped daggers. Were they underestimating her because she was a child, or were they just lacking in ability? They were unable to handle Ram's countless wind blades, so the black shadows were cut down one after another, and their corpses began to litter the ground after that. Ram wrapped herself in the wind, and continued to massacre them as if she were dancing in the flames. It might have even looked like a beautiful dance performance to an onlooker. However, the reality was that every time she swung her arm, a life was taken, and every time she made something of a form disappear, dark pleasure filled her immature heart and shouted for joy. It howled at her to kill more and more. That inner self desired blood, flesh, bones, souls, and lives, and that had been the first time she had heard it make demands. At all times, ever since she had been born, that voice tried to coax her into doing its bidding at every opportunity. For it needed blood, flesh, bones, souls, and lives to awaken itself from within. It told her to kill more and more, and destroy more and more, and Ram didn't understand what was so great about that. Neither the elders nor her parents understood. Either those who wanted Ram to be something other than herself did not want to see that reality. It was as if the horn had been controlling her without a firm grasp of herself. She would have been easily swallowed up and destroyed, and the Oni god would return just as everyone around her had hoped, but that never happened because a high-pitched voice called out to her, and as she turned, was lit by flames a moment later. A powerful gust of wind blew away the swarming black shadows, driving them away in a single breath, and then Ram ran over to her, stared at her with fear in her eyes, and she seemed to have no strength left in her legs. Then she reached out to her beloved and tried to get her to stand up. She thought that she needed to survive just as the elder wished, however. Not only Ram, but two. That was the moment she confirmed the safety of and was able to relax for a second. However, by the time she noticed what had happened, she was surrounded, and it wasn't going to be easy to find a way out of there. She could have easily saved herself, but being the only one to survive would be the same as dying. She needed to break through the current situation somehow, and to do that, she decided to remove all the shackles placed on her power that had been sealed and directed a raging gust of wind toward the enemy. Perhaps it had been brought about by the feeling of omnipotence she had been feeling at that moment, but a black shadow managed to weave through the gust of wind and struck her forehead, which split her field of vision. Ram looked at it, which made her feel a great sense of loss and greatly shocked her, twirling and twirling. The white horn twirled round and round into the red night sky, which had been lit by the flames that engulfed the village. She understood that it was her horn, and a pained scream came from her thin throat due to the loss of it. But while screaming, she noticed something. Ram could no longer hear the voice that had been inside her ever since she had been born, realizing how easy it really was. She went crazy due to her own stupidity, looking at the horn that drew a parabola in the red night sky. Oh, it's finally been broken. Yes, that's what she thought at that moment. 2. A black ground dragon could be seen desperately running away in the field of vision shared using clairvoyance. The girl on its back was supposed to be Ram's other half, but she couldn't remember that missing other half and only felt a sense of loss. Ram's heart trembled with anger when she understood what it meant. It annoyed her to admit it, but with Subaru's help, she had been able to regain the power she had when she was in her prime, and she managed to overpower the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Libaden Katos, as a result, which put him in a tough spot. She could easily declare that there had been countless opportunities to kill him if she wanted to do so. However, due to the presence of his troublesome authority, which had the power to eat the names and memories of others, she hesitated to take his blasphemous life. So carelessly she didn't make that decision because she was warm-hearted, but because it was necessary and the outcome was the outcome. As a result, Baden Katos used his authority to escape from right from under Ram's nose and set out to capture her other half. Rem, the purpose of such an action was obvious, knew he couldn't beat her by fighting fair and square. He had fought her head-on, and when he realized that he wasn't going to win, he escaped and changed his fighting tactics. The Archbishop was no warrior. He had no reason to fight fair and square, and he was only concerned with fulfilling his own greedy desires. Therefore, his retaliation plan against Ram for humiliating him was to waste her time due to the time limit in her Oni form, which had been based on the memory he had stolen from Ram. This strategy was infuriating to her, albeit a good choice of action for him. If Ram got captured, then Ram would be easy to neutralize. Even if that doesn't happen, their fighting strength will be greatly reduced. If she takes more time, the odds of winning will decrease as time goes by. Therefore, it'll catch up to Patrash as soon as possible. Fortunately, Patrash, who was in charge of looking after Rem, was the most clever ground dragon in the tower, second only to Julius in terms of cleverness. Subaru and Beatrice were on opposite sides of the spectrum, and she didn't know about Echidna. And mainly what was even more outrageous was the atmosphere that Emilia gave off that made Ram hesitate to want to rely on her. And though it was complex, Baden Katos was clearly playing around with Patrash. He would deliberately let up on his attack and let her gain some distance, so that he could enjoy hunting his prey that he could cut down at any moment if he so wished. Ram had had enough, and wasn't going to let him play his games any longer. Ugh. It had been at the moment she sped up and tried to fly forward while wrapped in the wind when she tried to go upstairs via the spiral staircase. Her vision blurred, and her clairvoyance had come undone for her. But a moment her right eye was still linked with Baden Katos, but her left eye had been unlinked, and her view was blurred as a result. But that wasn't all. A heavy feeling of fatigue, which she had not felt before, and a feeling of pain and discomfort, as if invisible hands were caressing her internal organs, had just been thrown upon Ram. This was undeniably the fatigue that she usually felt when she used her powers to their limits. The price that every hornless Oni had to pay, which Subaru had promised to pay to a certain extent, had just been returned to Ram. The first possibility that popped up in her mind was that Subaru had died in a careless manner. However, she judged that that wasn't the case due to how light the effects of the rebound were. Only a few minutes had gone by, but given the amount of power she had used, this was nowhere close to the price she usually paid. Normally, she'd be in an extreme state of suffering, by spitting up blood and rolling around in pain. In other words, whatever unforeseen circumstances he'd been dealing with that made this happen didn't mean he was completely out of commission, or perhaps it meant that the exact opposite happened, and another person in their group had suffered more damage than Ram did, and Subaru was currently undertaking their burdens. Lady Beatrice, or Melee, or perhaps Julius the Knight. That was what she came up with. But there was no point in trying to figure that out. Right now, the only thing that mattered at this moment was that Ram could no longer exert the same amount of power as before which could overpower Kato's. There was only one that could be removed, as far as shackles were concerned. It may have been possible for her to remove the second one if she overdid it, but it was another story when it came to keeping it active for 10 or more seconds. So, is it even possible to defeat live Kato's now? Now isn't the time to get weak-kneed. I have no choice but to do whatever I can to win. In the meantime, the camp's chances of winning was going down little by little. Then Ram once again took a step and started running up the spiral staircase. Ram's breath caught as she felt the pain of loss, as if she had always rushed to her side like this when she was being chased in this way. 3. Haha. Hey, it's pretty nice. Keep at it. You're a ground dragon, after all. He praised the ground dragon that was currently running through a narrow corridor, whose scales had been damaged by a dagger. He threw earlier bleeding painfully from the gouge wound. The ground dragon, who had made the wise decision to escape, was determined not to let this victory go to waste. The divine protection of wind evasion was something that all ground dragons had as long as the ground dragon continued to run. It wouldn't need to worry about wind resistance or its footing and could keep running as much as it needed, and its range extended to the dragon carriage attached to it and to the person on its back. In other words, it was largely due to the divine protection of wind evasion that the Sleeping Beauty, who was firmly fastened to the saddle, did not fall off without it. The Sleeping Beauty would have already fallen into the hands of Kato's. Amazing, so brave, so courageous. Although I've tried to stop you from running so much, you're still doing your best to keep running. With those legs of yours, well, if you stop, your divine protection of wind evasion will be canceled, so we can see why you're so desperate. This ground dragon is great, it's tenacious and loyal to its master. I'm sure that if it were a human, it would have become one of our most coveted dishes as gourmet. But, alas, a ground dragon won't fill our belly. There was a will, a soul, a memory, and a name. Despite that, the authority of gluttony can't eat that which is not human. Therefore, Kato's cannot love the ground dragon that was fighting so desperately, so hard, and so courageously against a tough enemy. In the best way, it looked so delicious and made him drool, but he could not eat it. It was like a painting of a meal that had been drawn by a master painter. He had heard an expression that people could not live off of the sticky rice cakes they drew in a picture. That's it. That's totally it. When our belly gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, and we can't help it, the picture of such delicious food is just making us suffer on purpose. Isn't that a form of child abuse? His face had been crushed in the battle he had just been in, and the eyeball in his left eye socket was on the verge of falling out. Probably because the fundus had been crushed, his sharp fangs had been broken, and his tongue had been torn apart, and blood was flowing endlessly onto his lower jaw. But it didn't matter to him. Just the thought of Ram watching him right now made him giddy with excitement. Sister, a pure, noble, perfect, and flawless complete being, it was what the memories that slept in Kato's thought of her. And he also believed it was a good evaluation of her, after being nearly killed by her, without being able to put up a fight. A serious Ram would make short work of Kato's no matter who the deadly St. Archbishop was. A serious Ram would squeeze him to death well. Perhaps Regulus would have been able to compete with her due to the invincibility of his authority. But, well, there's no way that idiot could kill Sister anyways. If she can't kill him, then she wouldn't try to kill him, and would just throw him over the great waterfall instead. Even if they couldn't be killed, there are many other ways to keep them contained, just like how the Witch of Envy wasn't able to be killed by the 3 heroes, but was still confined in the evil ceiling stone shrine in the end. That's how it is. In order to entertain our best and perfect sister, we must prepare accordingly, otherwise it would be rude. With his wobbly left eye open, Cato smiled gruesomely with blood dripping from his face. The speed of the ground dragon was impressive, but its mobility indoors was a wasted treasure moreover. Cato's could even cross the space easily by using a skill from a memory, even if there was no open space in front of him. As sister's little sister, we have to grow up without shame. With a growing sense of mission, Cato's pulled out the memories in his possession. One of the authorities of gluttony was a skill called Eclipse. It could be divided into 2 categories, solar eclipse and lunar eclipse, but finding a good way to use it was quite challenging. Lunar eclipse was a phenomenon where the moon appeared to be missing. It drew out the memories of the people he had eaten and reproduced them in Cato's own body. One of the main advantages of lunar eclipse was that Cato's could look at any of the memories in his possession, combine them, and create any sort of synthesized superclass technique he desired. Solar eclipse, on the other hand, was a phenomenon where the sun appeared to be hidden. In other words, it was a skill that not only used the memories of the person, but also the body of the person themselves, and the body could be operated just like the original owner used it. Naturally, using the body of the person that mastered the skill would strengthen the skill itself, since it was originally theirs. However, when they transformed into another person, there was a fear that the influence of the other person's mind would become too strong, and it could have major repercussions later on. For this reason, Batten-Kaitos and Alfred did not use that skill often unless something extraordinary happened. Lai Batten-Kaitos and Roy Alfred favored using lunar eclipse. Louis Arnebb, however, favored using solar eclipse, a hand that could be easily used because she had no physical form and no fixed ego. However, in the battle with Ram, he almost died, and in order to survive, Batten-Kaitos broke out his shell a moment. He turned into Leaper Dorkle using solar eclipse. He had found a way to maintain his sense of self, while in his solar eclipse form that had originally been afraid of losing. Now, he could enjoy the main dish of their life without being wasteful. Growing up in the midst of a battle is something that would never happen to an old guy like me. Haha. This is a masterpiece. Sister, having established a stronger ego, he felt very refreshed. He wanted his wonderful sister to take a good look at him while he was still awake. And to do that, he would have to find a way to incite her hatred even more. He wanted a full-course meal with the scent of anger, the taste of anger, and the texture of anger and hatred. What on earth would a gourmet be without enjoying everything that could be experienced by a loved one? He would use his other self on the back of the ground dragon for that purpose. Come to think of it, I've never done it before. I wonder if I can discover new values by killing myself? In the blink of an eye, the world warp with the activation of his leaper technique. The ground dragon emitted a groan from its throat and was startled by the sudden appearance of Batten-Kaitos, who should have been far behind it, and ran as fast as it could. Without looking back, it was brave, very brave. However, that braveness would only spice up the future tragedy. Palm of the Fist King. A palm strike was unleashed and pierced into the side of the ground dragon. Normally, that would have been an attack unleashed by the dwarf form of Batten-Kaitos. But that was no longer the case with Batten-Kaitos, who had awakened from his shell and gained more power. Then the original form of Neji Rockheart pierced the body of the ground dragon with a powerful strike that was the palm of the Fist King, which had even killed countless opponents with giant bodies on the Gladiator Islands. The ground dragon bathed in it and let out a deathly groan before being slammed violently against the wall of the corridor. However, as it fell, it continued to protect the girl from his strikes, the wall, the floor, and from its own giant body. It then gently grasped the falling girl's body with its long tail and lowered her to the floor of the corridor. It was supposed to be a female, but the treatment was so gentle that it could serve as a model for all gentlemen involuntarily. Even Batten-Kaitos applauded. Tada, even if you gently lay her on the floor like that, it'll still be beheading her and giving her head as a present to sister. Yes, yes. Don't act violently. Don't struggle. Hey, raise your reward for all of your hard work. He kicked at the ground dragon that was lying on its side, tried to bite him. Their hard work would normally have brought tears to his eyes, but this time it was hate. Batten-Kaitos and the ground dragon were enemies. He could praise his opponent for the good fight, but they would not be able to look up at the same sky as victors. If one side won, the other side lost, alas. That was the way reality worked. That it. Do you understand? Hey, a single word, a single pause, one word at a time. He drove them each carefully into the black ground dragon. Its cheekbones and forefoot were crushed, and the ground dragon that had been hit should have learned its lesson with pain by now. Fortunately, Batten-Kaitos could not eat the memories of the ground dragon, so there was no reason to take its life. It was something he wanted them both to remember. After that, for sister's precious Rem, with Rem's own hands. Don't say anything weird. Immediately after hearing a dignified voice, the face that was hovering over Rem was powerfully repelled. What the face saw when it was raised due to hearing a voice came in the form of a direct hit from the soles of her shoes that had come from the front. As it was, Batten-Kaitos had been thrown backwards onto his back and was skidding on the ground. And ha, you finally caught up with us, Sister Wee. Oui. Our Rem has been waiting for you. He slowly got up from his position on the ground with only the strength of his feet. When he looked at his beloved other half in the front, Ram had an expression on her face that he had never seen before. You become considerably more ugly looking in a very short time. That had been Ram's honest impression after catching up with them. While linking with Batten-Kaitos' vision, Ram had forced her incompletely transformed body to move and rush to the scene, believing that Patrash could get through it. In the corridor of the 4th floor, a bit far away from the spiral staircase, she found a ground dragon that was hurt and in tatters, with Rem lying beside it and the one that was hovering over her was. You think our ugly sister is so cruel to us, like this, in this way. We were thinking that Sister SSS shined, and is so important to us. The way in which he spoke and acted was indecisive, and his way of thinking was extremely uncoordinated. Ram felt like he was suffering from a mental disorderno. Anyone could tell he was with a quick glance, since Baden Cato's appearance looked so distorted. This must have been the secret technique of Baden Cato's that it showed her earlier, where he could transform into another person using their memories. However, it seemed to be preventing him from doing it, and the current appearance of Gluttony standing in front of Ram contained none of the memories he had pulled out before they had all been jumbled up together instead. There was a part of the old man who could seemingly teleport. There was a part of the fat giant who defended against Ram's wind blade with ease. A part of that martial artist who had seemingly divine fighting abilities, and various other physical characteristics of human beings that made up his unearthly body. The length of his right and left hands were different, and his face seemed to be made up of different people. The only characteristic of the original Baden Cato's that remained was the way he looked, but that too may have just been a borrowed appearance, and it appeared as if he was unaware of his own distorted appearance. Baden Cato's was becoming something that was no longer anything. Baden Cato's, who specialized in taking the memories of others, may have actually had a weak sense of self, and because of that, he completely broke, and so this thing was born. You're just a monster pretending to be Rem, if I'm being honest. This is the first time I felt so angry. Looking down at the broken pieces of his face, where she could see some of her little sister's features, Ram absolutely hated Baden Cato's, who had added her features to a part of his face. How is he so good at getting on people's nerves? She thought Subaru and him could have a good match to see who was better at irritating people. Thank you for your hard work. Patrash, take Rem, and get out of here. The sound of the reply was very weak, and she sheltered the bleeding Patrash behind her, and then Patrash grabbed Rem by the collar and dragged her away with her large body. Ram hoped they could get away from the battlefield. That's no good. Sister, that's an important appetizer. Isn't it absolutely essential to eat it before the main dish? Kindly die. He had stepped on the ground with a foot that was bigger than a person's head, and tried to ran at her with a palm on his face in response. Ram unleashed a wind blade that was as powerful as a small storm, and capable of ripping her enemy's neck to pieces at this point. She was no longer messing around. As a result of trying to find a way to restore everyone's memories without killing him, Ram's mission had been jeopardized, and had led to Patrash getting seriously injured. She then firmly decided to start being serious, and she needed to deeply apologize to Subaru for this. And so, Ram began unleashing attacks with the intent to kill, so as to not make that same mistake twice. It was unlikely that Baden Cato's would give a straight answer. Even after giving that confusing remark earlier, all in all, this was the right choice. Ram needed to defeat Baden Cato's and take back the burdens being placed on Subaru. Then Patrash and Rem needed to be taken to the green room, and she needed to hurry and help the others. That was what she had been thinking about. Just as his face was about to be torn apart by the torrent of wind, Ram gazed in amazement at the changes that occurred. Nothing happened, and only Baden Cato's appearance had changed. However, that change was what was hard to overlook for her. A white horn appeared on his forehead, which was a conglomeration of features of many different people. She had no choice but to take her hat off to him if he really was acting according to his instincts, because the actions of Baden Cato's were all about making a mockery of Ram. Sister. For a moment, Ram felt like she had been called by a voice that sounded like Rem's, with a face that looked exactly like Rem's, and then a punch from Baden Cato's giant arm flew into her rigid face. 5. It hadn't been fatal, but it hadn't been a light blow at all. Not one that she could be optimistic about. It had shaken her brain and caused blood to drip out of her nose. The fact that her feet had become unstable, even though she hadn't been taking on all of her burdens, meant that she had taken quite a bit of damage, and it had come from a pretty girl with blue hair and a lovely face. 3 faces lined up that gave off the same atmosphere. What kind of joke was this? Please cry, sister. His fist was thrown with tears in his pale blue eyes, as if he were pleading with her. The impact from each strike reached the marrow of her very bones, or even deeper into her very soul. Please be angry, sister. She got hit in the stomach, causing her to lower her face, and then her chin was struck with an uppercut from below. She managed to avoid biting her tongue, but she was forced to eat a few elbow attacks ahead before being struck in the gut again, making her take a few steps backwards. Please smile, sister. The deep affection in that voice plucked at Ram's heartstrings with every word. Rem had been sleeping in Ram's view for a long time. Her memories had been wiped away, and she could not recall her at all. Despite having been together for their whole lives, she had been looking forward to hearing her call out to her when she woke up. At that time, Ram wasn't sure she would regain her memories of her, regardless of whether or not they came back. The first word out of Rem's mouth would be as special as the sound of a baby's first cry. That was Please cry, get angry, laugh, worry, smile, feel pain, get worked up, be in a bad mood, be shy, sleep, blush, get surprised, be congratulated. Sister, 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 sister. Stop, Ugg. As she was about to respond, her mouth was forcefully closed by his palm, and she could no longer speak. This was a monster that Ram had created by driving him into a corner. His power was overwhelming. There was no hesitation, and no limits on how much he took out. He didn't even seem to recognize that he had lost his sense of self. And so he did not change out of the form of Ram's other half. Despite the sun and moon being hidden, the darkness painted gluttony perfectly. Of course, Ram wasn't going to let things stay as they were. Either she was going to fight back, she removed as many shackles as she could, but only as many as Subaru could handle, and then went past the limit she had placed on herself, where it could only stay in that form for 10 seconds this time. She would try her absolute best to kill him, but he was a little too hard to defeat right now. Sister, I think it's unlike you to look like that, Ugg. With pursed lips, the form of her lovely little sister corrected her mistake with her fist. Although her face had been punched and smashed into the wall behind her, Ram managed to keep up with that blasphemer. However, that was the best she could do for now. How long had it been since the battle with that monster started? There was no doubt that she had already exceeded 20 seconds of the original 10-second time limit. She had no time to count in her head, and her perception of time had been warped, however. The most important thing she needed to think about was whether she could escape or not. She had probably been trying to help Patrash escape with Rem, but she couldn't remember, possibly due to getting hit in the head so much her body felt heavy. She was out of breath. Her head hurt. Her throat was swelling up. Her limbs felt numb, and she was bleeding from her old forehead wound, and blood was spilling out from where her horn used to be, covering her entire face. Such a dirty thing. That's no good. And then her blood-covered face was hit again by his palm. The blow pummeled into her body until her knees could no longer support her own weight. And when she was about to fall over, a quiet voice broke in and said, "Oh, no, you don't," before a kick was unleashed. Then Ram was smashed into the wall, her sternum creaking before long. The material that made up the Pleiades watchtower, which was supposed to be quite strong, lost its strength and turned into a material that could be easily broken. In other words, the wall finally shattered after that relentless assault. Then Ram broke through the stone wall and rolled into the other side of the corridor. A thick fog of dust filled the air around her, and she coughed as blood and dust formed a powdery texture on her tongue and her broken bones, and crushed flesh immediately began to scream and shriek in pain. Ram then craned her neck and tried to figure out where she had been kicked into. A small, breathless sound leaked out from her mouth. It may have been due to her own disappointment, or had been disappointment mixed with dismay. Ram could see Patrash and Rem in her sight at the end of the corridor. The distance couldn't be more than 40 feet, 12 meters, at most, and the time she had earned was a dozen seconds that felt much longer than it should due to how much pain she was in. Sister, are you safe? As she relished in her momentary safety, Bat and Katos did not jump over the wall that had broken, but instead tried to get over there by finding another way into the corridor. In the meantime, Ram managed to get to her feet by pushing herself off the ground with her arms leaning her body against the wall. She exchanged glances with Patrash, who was in a tattered state. Yes, I know when all is said and done, let's punish Barusu. Together. She actually did not even know what Patrash had said, however. The fact that the black ground dragon did not try to correct her answer meant that her answer was not wrong. Ram had to admit that her decision had backfired on her. Not killing Bat and Katos first was a trigger for all of this in an attempt to correct her mistake. Her next step was to quickly take his life. But Bat and Katos, who survived being half dead, was able to develop an eye for finding the best possible solution to his problems. Ram had used up all the cards in her hand, and had been betrayed by all the cards she drew. She'd been aware of her own superiority. But there was one thing she was unaware of and could do nothing about: luck. It hadn't changed since the day she lost her horn and ceased being a proper Oni, however. She had not been interested in being a proper Oni, anyways, for it was Ram herself who hated the white horn that had been on her forehead, and yet, ironically, she now wished she had the horn she had lost. No, that's not quite right to be precise. The horn itself was still around. The horn was still in Ram's possession. Her broken horn served as the base of her favorite wand, which she always carried around with her. The horn, which assisted in the collection of mana from the atmosphere, was a very important part of an Oni's body, since their strong bodies needed a constant supply of mana to function properly, therefore, as a catalyst for using magic. There was nothing that Ram was more familiar with as a result. Roswell went out of his way to find a broken horn, and had it used as a piece in Ram's wand. The horn didn't operate differently when she compared how it was used on her forehead, and how it was used in her wand. It's like this. Ram suddenly had a thought in her mind as she was thinking about the horn. It was the same whether the horn was there or not. This was due to the fact that she had overpowered Baden-Kato's. Then she mobilized her collection of knowledge in order to overcome the situation and connected all of the possibilities. Ram had a broken horn, and Rem was sleeping. The latter was simply a consequence of what had happened. But what about the former? Why did Roswell retrieve Ram in the first place? Ram knew what role Roswell wanted her to play, and she knew he was planning something as well. She had heard that he needed her to do it, but she would only find out about it in due time, so she decided not to pry until it was necessary to do so. However, at this moment, Ram was trying to come up with a plan so that she could survive with Patrash, who was protecting Rem, and Rem, who continued to sleep. It was a terribly absurd possibility, but at the same time, she couldn't help but feel proud of her reasoning. If it were Ram's beloved Roswell L. Mathers, it's really something he might do even if he were to be verbally abused and thought of as a brute. Spilling that out, Ram pulled out the wand that had been strapped to her thigh with trembling hands. She then gazed at the wand she had used for 10 years and slammed it against the wall from the inside of the shattered wand. She saw something she hadn't seen in a long time. It was just like that time when it whirled around and around so much that it became unpleasant to look at. 6. Baden-Kato slowly cleared the white dust from the corridor by hand and then moved forward. It was a way of a maid to be gentle, move with neat gestures, and to not make unnecessary noises. And that was the bare minimum they had to do in order to not feel ashamed. Beyond the smoke was where his sister should have been. He wanted to see her various faces. He wanted to look straight into her crimson eyes that held powerful emotions and burned brilliantly. It was a desire that was so innocent that it felt like an awakening of love. Oh! Once he got past the smoke, the first thing he saw was a black ground dragon writhing in pain during the time he had been in contact with and speaking with his sister. The ground dragon had disappeared. He was not really interested in it, but he had to do something about the existence the ground dragon was carrying. He wanted to erase the existence that carelessly attracted his sister's attention. He believed that only he could call his sister, and that his sister belonged to him alone. Ah, I found her. On the other side of the writhing ground dragon was the figure of the sleeping beauty, leaning against the wall. She had been placed there in the perfect position, so perfect that he could easily aim at her neck or heart. He firmly decided that he must make her breathe her last breath and then move on to his sister, who was the main dish. And then Baden-Kato's noticed something as he was getting closer to the sleeping beauty. The drooping forehead of the blue-haired girl was shining with a dim light. He wondered for a moment what that light was, but it couldn't be possible, and his own self-awareness made him deny any answers. He came up with how could a sleeping girl do something like that? He'll make it right, huh? Sis, I thought I had been out of luck, but I wasn't. He tried to call out to the voice he heard, but couldn't. An attack much faster than that had struck Baden-Kato's face. There was a sense of astonishment, and in the next moment, he felt a shock wave and was blown into the opposite direction of the corridor he had walked through. Oh! The force of the attack had been so strong that Baden-Kato's did not stop until it had broken through 2 walls. A feeling of surprise preceded the feelings of pain and suffering, and after trying to stand up, he immediately fell onto his knees due to how much damage he had taken. It had been a blow that smashed his body to the core. And then Baden-Kato's wondered what on earth had happened with a look of astonishment painted on his lovely face. It appears that even the heavens have fallen in love with the loveliness of Ram and Rem. A plum of smoke rose from the hole in the wall that had been thrown through, and just as he was about to look beyond it, his face was grabbed by a hand faster than the speed of sound, and then, with his cheeks and jawbones creaking in their grip, he saw the person behind it. It was Sister. Unfortunately for you, Ram's sister is sleeping over their synesthesia makes that clear. Sneeze? Synesthesia, it appears that Ram and Rem were good sisters. We could share joy and anger, sorrow and pain, and so on. The broken horn was reactivated, and the burden too. The meaning of her words were not clear, but what Baden-Kato's had seen with his own eyes was affirmed before he got beaten up. What he saw on the forehead of the sleeping beauty, leaning against the wall, was a white horn, the only thing that the daughter of the Onis had that allowed her to surpass her older sister. Because it was there, because it was glowing, because it was working. What was it? Although it annoys me to admit that it was a hint from Barusa's strategy. That's okay. Subaru? What? Don't call Barusa's name with that face and voice. In a single moment, Baden-Kato's was lifted up by the face, which had been in her grasp, and slammed into the ground, trembling. Baden-Kato's arms and legs were involuntarily shaky in front of him. Ram opened and closed her hands just to make sure, and was bleeding a lot from the old wound on her forehead. However, instead of being bothered by the bleeding, Ram loosened her lips as if welcoming it, as if the blood and the pain proved that their lost bonds were real. If you were born in a dark place, return to that dark place. If you were born crying, die while crying. Then she gently wiped the blood off of her forehead with her palm and looked down at Baton Kato's with her pale crimson eyes. Everything that Baton Kato's had done so far had been for this moment. He wanted to see that look of fury in her eyes. Ram looked down at the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony with cold, icy eyes. The second coming of the Oni god is not something I'm fond of, but I'm going to perform my role. At least for today, I'm going to tear the fake version of my lovely little sister into 8 pieces this time. Chapter 84. Heave ho, heave ho. 1. It was important to construct an image in her mind in order to make the ice turn into the shape she wanted. At first, when Subaru brought up the idea of ice brand arts, Amelia thought it would be very useful, but she felt anxious about whether or not she could actually do it. It's all right. Don't worry about it. You can definitely do it. Amelia, Tan. When Amelia felt anxious at that time, she remembered how Subaru smiled at her as he gave her a thumbs up when she thought about it now. She felt like it was a bit ungrounded, actually. No, it was more like he had been encouraging her because he loved her. In the process of learning to create a weapon using an image, Amelia studied drawing really hard, unlike singing. She wasn't very good at drawing, but even so, she made a good amount of progress after drawing a lot of pictures with Subaru. While they were studying, when they saw Amelia drawing pictures with Subaru and Beatrice, Ram was shocked. Otto smiled bitterly. Frederica and Petra would occasionally join them, and Garfield would offer advice. Even Rosa would occasionally see her from a distance, drawing next to Beatrice from time to time. Amelia thought that these were very, very precious and unforgettable memories, although it had disappeared from everyone's memories. Subaru still remembered it, and when she thought about that, a warm feeling appeared in the back of her chest. It'll change it into courage. Inspired by her rising emotions, Amelia took the ice weapons and 7 ice soldiers she had created with her, and began moving forward in order to challenge the divine dragon, Volcanica. As had been mentioned above, forming an image in her mind was very important in the shaping of ice. It was the same for the ice weapons and soldiers she had just created. She had made the ice soldiers by picking someone she could easily imagine in her mind. In short, she had made 7 Natsuki Subarus to fight by her side. But he's so much more powerful than the real Subaru, and he's a lot more agile too. As far as liveliness and naughtiness were concerned, Subaru was superior, but he was still a lot different than the ice soldiers. The strength of the ice soldiers depended on the amount of mana that Amelia used when making them, which could hardly be compared to making a simple ice sculpture. Much like her ice weapons, they would be as tough as steel. Go. Following Amelia's order, the ice soldier in the front moved into the range of Volcanica. However, Volcanica did not move an inch. While leaning against the central pillar in the middle of the watchtower, his tail's attack range was around 20 to 22 feet, 6 to 7 meters, from where he was sitting. Shortly after, however, the blue tail of the dragon moved at an extremely high speed. Probably due to sensing that it wanted to approach the central pillar, a strange sound could be heard, as if a hole had been cut into the air, and immediately after that, the upper body of the ice soldier at the front shattered and was turned to dust. Had been near the chest, where the ice soldier had been hit and cut in half, and the evil-eyed Subaru-like head could be seen flying through the air. I'm sorry, but that means he's not just going after me. It had been bad for the ice soldier used as a test subject, but now Volcanica's aim was clearly understood. Although the divine dragon was senile and had forgotten about the trial, he still seemed to have the intention of preventing anyone from approaching the central pillar. Then, whether there was life or not, there was a way to do it. Mr. Soldiers, if you would. In response to the voice of Amelia, the ice soldiers zipped forward to get past the silver-haired girl. The first one was easily crushed, however, and the remaining 6 managed to scatter in different directions, creating a slight opening to the central pillar. Thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, stepped forth onto the first floor, almighty petitioner. Sensing the presence of an approaching ice soldier, the divine dragon uttered that once again. The appearance of a doll that could not hear anything, and who had become something that could only utter meaningless words, scratched at Amelia's heart and made her remember feelings of loneliness and sadness. Even with the way he was currently acting, Volcanica was trying to protect that something. Amelia didn't know what kind of promise was made, nor who it was made to, nor why it was made in the first place, but I am Volcanica in accordance with the ancient covenant. The will of thee who hath reached the top shall be questioned. And with a shake of his tail, 2 ice soldiers holding weapons were crushed in the blink of an eye, although each of them quickly got into defensive positions. One was cut in half at the waist, and the other lost the right side of their body, and they shattered without being able to put up any resistance. Even so, the 4 remaining ice soldiers immediately tried to grab the tail before it returned to its original resting position. At least for now, Volcanica's attack methods were limited to a single tail swing. Perhaps it could be said that he wasn't just senile, but his legs and hips were also quite weak if he couldn't even stand up. Then she would only have to stop the tail. braced for impact. 3 ice soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder in order to try and stop the tail in its tracks, however. They were swept away all at once, and the tip of the divine dragon's tail once again left a sound behind it seemed similar to how Subaru's whip worked. But its speed and power were on a different level. His whip could be grasped by Amelia, but not the tail of the dragon. The divine dragon used the equivalent of every living being's power put together to essentially swipe away some insects. It was pushing against the 3 ice soldiers, who were sitting side by side with its tail. But the sound of ice shattering was not heard this time. The 3 ice soldiers had been sitting down on the ground and were propped up against a wall of ice. If she knew when his attacks would come, then there would be a way to deal with them, with his whole body cracking. The ice soldier, who resembled a boy with evil eyes, lifted the corners of his mouth and rose, and from behind the 3 ice soldiers that had stopped the attack, the last one that had been entrusted with a separate job jumped. The 4th ice soldier was wielding a so-called spear fork weapon at the end of the long spear-like handle. There was a U-shaped metal fitting that was used to hold down an opponent instead of stabbing them, and made it seem as if it was used to capture people. The ice soldier then pushed it down on the poorly behaved tail of the divine dragon until it reached the floor of the dragon's tail, which was as thick as a log even at the tip, would be impossible to keep in place with only one spear fork. So the 3 ice soldiers on the floor grabbed one as well and thrusted it into its tail in different places. Now that the divine dragon's tail was held down by 4 of them, it would be stuck there for a little while. Thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth onto the first floor, almighty petitioner. Immediately afterwards, the sound of the world being scraped by something could be heard, and the 4 high-fiving ice soldiers holding the tail down were scraped out. Only the lower half of their bodies remained, and then they collapsed on the ground and had been attacked with his claws this time, and not an attack with his tail. Would have been restrained to a point that he deemed it too serious to be left alone. Volcanica, who had been lying on the floor, had swung his left forefoot instead of his tail this time, and that was the reason why Amelia's ice soldiers had been destroyed so easily. She had almost been deceived due to being careless. If your tail and feet are both healthy, G's, why is your body normal but not your brain? Aye, and Volcanica, in accordance with the ancient covenant, the will of thee who hath reached the top shall be questioned. Did you even understand that? If it were someone other than Amelia, they would have been much more upset, however. Despite getting that response, her determined and resolute spirit was unbreakable. The only things that broke were the ice soldiers, though that did hurt her a bit. It's okay. I just didn't understand everything yet. Amelia then went into the range of the tail, and promised the ice soldiers that they did not die in vain, however. The spear forks that had been holding down the tail were still there and doing their job, and the sacrifice of the 4 ice soldiers was worth it as a result. As a matter of course, the paw was being aimed at her instead of the tail. Now, the reach of his forefeet is shorter than the tail, right? And another ice soldier had been created right behind Amelia. She could create up to 7 ice soldiers at a time, and they could be remade every time they were destroyed as well. In other words, she could keep creating ice soldiers until she ran out of mana. It was just like the real Natsuki Subaru. Thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth onto the first floor, almighty petitioner. Eek! Ice spears have been rained down upon Volcanica from out his attack range, however. He swiped at them with his front paw. The attack tore through the space, leaving behind claw marks that would forever remain, and created a shockwave that threatened to swallow the entirety of the first floor along with Amelia and the ice soldiers as powerful gusts of wind erupted. Amelia squinted at it with her violet blue eyes as a shockwave stopped her in her tracks. The central pillar that Volcanica was protecting was quite solid, but she hadn't been able to carefully observe it. Yet it looked just like the other 6 pillars from a distance. But it was too early to say, however. What Amelia was most interested in was not the central pillar itself, but the top floor of the tower above it. In spite of the wind, Amelia kicked off the floor with vigor. There was still a long way to go before she could do anything about Volcanica and the pillar, however. She believed this was the correct answer. The ice soldier from before had already regenerated and was currently on the ground holding out its linked hands, and then it caught her foot to serve as a foothold and helped her jump as high as possible. Holding down his tail and drawing his attention to the central pillar were both necessary in order for Amelia to reach the top floor as per her own intuition. This wasn't something that usually happened, but after arriving here, her intuition told her that she had to get to the top floor of the tower. With the help of the ice soldier, she jumped over Volcanica's head and tried to reach the top of the pillar now, if she could get to the top floor from there. Immediately after that, feeling a lot of heat under her feet as she tried to grab onto the top of the pillar, Amelia felt as if the room became quiet. No, it was not quiet. The heat had been so powerful and hot that it killed all sound, that the concept of sound itself was killed. It was no wonder why it became so silent. And Amelia sensed that her ice soldiers had disappeared due to the destruction on the first floor, as well as the one that had helped her jump. the four who had been throwing ice spears to support the others, and the other two who had been running around and adding spear forks to his tail all had disappeared at the same time, and it hadn't been Volcanica's forefeet or tail that did it. I am Volcanica in accordance with the ancient covenant. The will of thee who hath reached the top shall be questioned. She could hear those solemn words coming out of his mouth as the flames began to dissipate. Amelia realized that the concept of sound that had been killed came back to life when those words reached her ears once again, and at the same time, she managed to grab onto the top of the pillar, trying to stabilize herself on the pillar. Amelia looked down. The entire first floor had been burnt. White smoke was rising from various places, and the ice soldiers that should have existed were seemingly erased from existence. There had been so much heat, so much power, and so much annihilation. The dragon breath of the divine dragon, Volcanica, had burned everything to the ground. His tail, hands, and feet are all healthy, and he can even breathe fire. Thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth onto the first floor, almighty petitioner. I've got it. I understand. I really got already, in the middle of her strangely short answer. Despite everything that had just happened, Amelia was shocked by something slowly. The golden eyes of the divine dragon looked up at Amelia and, I am Volcanica in accordance with the ancient covenant. The will of thee who hath reached the top shall be questioned. As he spoke, Volcanica spread his wings and stood up, too. Oh my gosh! Recognizing the danger of the events unfolding below her, Amelia hurriedly made her way to the top floor of the tower. In the meantime, Volcanica was freeing his tail from the spear forks and trying to flap his wings. It seemed like he was trying to fly. Due to him being the divine dragon, Volcanica, it only seemed natural that he would be able to fly, but Amelia had never seen a flying dragon before, so she wasn't sure if it was actually possible in the first place. Was it even possible for a creature with such a large body to fly in the sky? The only people I've seen fly are Puck and Roswell. It wasn't surprising that Puck, a spirit, and Roswell, an eccentric mage, could fly. She had heard about there being flying dragons called sky dragons in southern Valakia Empire, similar to earth dragons and water dragons. So is Volcanica similar to a sky dragon? Or would it be wrong to think of a sky dragon and a dragon the same way? Oh, no. Amelia climbed to the top floor of the tower as fast as she could while crying that out. It had been so fast that if someone saw it from a distance, it would appear as if her mouth never closed. And even if her unconventional power were used, it wouldn't have been enough to escape in time. Thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth onto the first floor, almighty petitioner. The fact that his voice was closer than before was not her ears tricking her, because it was a sentence that had been uttered after flying into the air, not from down below. His blue wings were stretched open, and an incredible being was flying in the air. The divine dragon, Volcanica, was proudly exerting his presence over the sand dunes while flying in the air. From the intimidation he was oozing, to his eye-catching glare, to his tail and forelegs, to his powerful breath, none of them betrayed the fact that he was the superclass dragon that had been described in the legend. The only thing that betrayed it was, me. I'm going to go up to the next floor, so maybe I'm really not your enemy. I am Volcanica in accordance with the ancient covenant. The will of thee who hath reached the top shall be questioned. Amelia clung to the pillar as Volcanica unleashed an attack. Completely ignoring what she said, gasping for breath, she grinded her molars, and with the help of a non-existent foothold, she jumped over the approaching tail. Hiya! That had been an application of her ice brand arts. It was faster to add footholds to the side of the pillar than to try and climb up by hand. I wonder if my limbs are free? Kia! Two swords made of ice were pulled out and flashed boldly at the oncoming tail before colliding with it. That had been an attack that had relied on guesswork. Amelia's arms were numb from her wrists to her elbows, and she wouldn't be able to hold on to her new weapons until she recovered after a few seconds. However, unlike the damage Amelia took, Volcanica had only shook his tail. The divine dragon, who continued to fly at the same altitude as the challenger, swung his tail and tried to knock Downo, crushed the challenger, try and climb the pillar. Hick! Amelia choked as she faced that swinging tail once it was flicked. She didn't feel like she'd have enough energy to get back onto the pillar if he were to strike her with that scaly, jagged tail. The whole area around her would be in trouble too. She couldn't afford to be hit by that tail attack. More and more, so much more, I will try my best. She couldn't use her hands anymore, but she could use her legs and aim for the top of the pillar. And so she created footholds and started making her way up to the top. However, it wouldn't be enough. There was a limit to how much ice she could create at once. This process could not be wasted. She needed something that could act as a foothold but wouldn't stay stationary. I got it. Thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth onto the first floor, almighty petitioner. Amelia once again faced another strike from his tail as it approached her in a flash, however. Amelia managed to avoid the strike with the help of the foothold shed made after that. She created the new foothold shed just thought of and grabbed its hand with her outstretched hand. "Please give me a hand, Mr. Soldier." In response to Amelia's voice, the creaking arm made of ice burned away, disappeared, and rebuilt itself in the form of a Subaru-like ice soldier, but only the upper body. It wasn't just a foothold. It functioned as a foothold for Amelia, and also as a reliable ally that was known as the Ice Soldiers Road, and their upper bodies were currently forming on the pillar one after another. Since she only needed to form their upper bodies on the pillar, she didn't need to make the legs, so she could create more than 7 of them in total. Amelia could create 10 helpers at a time, and she went up the pillar with their help. Heave, ho, heave, ho. Amelia climbed up to the top of the pillar, literally with the help of the upper body of her ice soldiers that had been formed on the side of the pillar during that time. Volcanica tried to interfere with Amelia's climb, but the ice soldiers on the pillar got in its way from the side. Volcanica, who was obsessed with protecting the pillar, couldn't leave the ice soldiers alone on the pillar. The ice soldiers had been born through ice swords and axes at Volcanica in the air, and while they were playing with him, the divine dragon hunted the ice soldiers on the pillar one by one with his tail and front legs. But in the meantime, Amelia had been on the pillar, climbing higher and higher and higher. This is a bit difficult to do. Crossing over thin ice was a bit daunting, but with the power and sacrifice of the ice soldiers, Amelia's hand finally reached the top of the pillar. It should be possible for her to reach the top floor of the tower in about 33 feet, 10 meters, or so, but the upper part of the pillar extended around the edge like a rat guard, and so it was extremely difficult for her to climb up from here on out. Even for someone who was good at mountain climbing, this would be very difficult for them. But Amelia was fortunately good at climbing trees when she was young. She had been scolded by Fortuna and Arch for working so hard at it. "This looks fine in spite of some numbness in my fingers." Regaining the feeling back into her numb fingers, Amelia challenged the mean. Curving pillar, she grabbed the hand of an ice soldier hanging upside down and hung in the sky with her feet hanging in the air. However, thanks to the ice soldiers, climbing up was a stable process. And even with Volcanica's interference, something unlucky happened right as she was starting to feel relaxed. And Volcanica, in accordance with the ancient covenant, the will of thee who hath reached the top shall be questioned. The strong tremor that had just occurred was caused by the tail of Volcanica smacking against the pillar, who had just said that once again it sent a shock to the entire pillar, cracking and crushing the ice soldiers down to their roots that had been formed up and down the pillar, and the ice soldiers helping Amelia get over the extended part of the pillar were no exception. The hand she had been grasping stopped supporting her as its arm broke off from the shoulder, causing her to start falling. The wide-eyed ice soldier desperately tried to stop her from falling, but his other hand couldn't reach her in time. Amelia felt as if she were floating as the air wrapped itself around her as she fell, ruining all the hard work she had just done to get to the top of the pillar, and tried to pretend as if it wasn't happening, but it was. Eek! The height of the pillar she had climbed was quite high, and Amelia was supposed to have been falling hundreds of feet, tens of meters. However, she unexpectedly fell on her, but as she was falling and thinking about what was about to happen, it hadn't been an ice soldier, as she thought about it. All the ice soldiers on the pillar had been destroyed in addition. Her hand was touching a hard and rugged object this time. Could it be thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, stepped forth onto the first floor, almighty petitioner? Amelia knew that the voice was very close to her as she confirmed the feeling of the wind up in the sky, and the feeling under her, but she took two. Longed to realize because of how close the voice seemed she had fallen onto the back of the divine dragon. Volcanica, don't let up. I can still get there from here. She could also get back onto the pillar by using Volcanica as a foothold. That's what Amelia thought. But it would be very difficult to do so. Flapping his wings, Volcanica rose, spun around, and tried to shake her. Off. Amelia desperately clung to the back of the dragon while enduring the strong winds that smacked into her body. These were physical winds that she had never felt beforehand. Clinging to his large, strong, and rugged scales, she knew she wouldn't last long like this. Moreover, Volcanica was just freely flying through the sky. It wasn't even a strike from his tail, a blow from his forefeet, or even his dragon breath. He was just trying to shake Amelia off, who was clinging on for dear life, and flying around as fast as he could. This was too much for her to handle. I won't be able to see Subaru and the others now. If she tried to open her mouth for any reason, the wind could rush in and might cause her lungs to burst behind her closed eyelids. Amelia thought about the important people in her life. Biting down on her back teeth, it felt like she was preparing for death. Yet she wasn't. Then she thought of the important people she looked forward to seeing again. She did so, in order to give her the courage to raise her face and push herself forward. While being blasted by the strong winds, Amelia pushed her eyelids open as far as she could if she wasn't even going to do her best. Then she wouldn't even be able to open her own eyelids, however. She dared to open her eyes in order to find a way out, and did not lose the fire that had been in her. Violet blue eyes. It was common for people to close their eyes when they were about to be crushed by fear or anxiety, but the important people she saw behind her eyelids never closed their eyes, and always looked forward. She needed to keep her eyes open, to reach something, to take someone's hand. And that's strange. It was a view dominated by blue on all sides above, below, to the left, to the right. Everywhere this was probably due to the fact that Amelia was above the clouds and the divine dragon that she had been clinging to was clad in dazzling blue scales. Everything else was going by so quickly that Amelia's perfect vision, which could even see the seams of ball that had been thrown, couldn't capture the world, therefore. Her consciousness did not see anything outside of the world of blue in her vision. I am Volcanica in accordance with the ancient covenant. The will of thee who hath reached the top shall be questioned. Volcanica was flying while twisting and weaving through the air, and, apparently, Amelia had been clinging to the base of his wings. It was strange how the dragon wasn't moving his wings at all. Birds and insects needed to flap their wings to fly, but the principle behind dragon flight seemed to be a bit different. She was sure it was similar to how Puck and Roswell flew. If so, Roswell used magic, and Puck did it using a mysterious power. She hasn't tried Roswell's method, and she didn't think she ever would. However, Amelia had spent a long time with her family, who she thought was the only one she had for a long time. She hadn't seen him a year, and she missed him very much. There had even been times where she felt like crying at night, but her memories of him kept her going, and the recollection of those memories gave her hope even at times like this. That is, maybe you don't like when you get tickled under your chin either? The violet blue eyes that had been pushed open looked his body up and down under the chin of the great dragon. There was only one white scale among all the blue scales. The days she spent playing with Puck came up in Amelia's mind. Please don't. Leah, my concentration is broken when you tickle me that much, you know? It's Seer is, Puck. In response, Amelia focused on concentrating. The wind was still quite powerful, and Amelia had no way of getting to the white scale directly. However, she had learned on the pillar that her partner could be used even if the other party changed from inorganic matter to organic matter. Mr. Soldier. At the end of where Amelia's consciousness was focused on, the ice soldiers started forming around the white scale. The ice soldiers supported each other with only their upper bodies, and the one that had been born in the center slowly extended their hands towards the white scale. Oh! For the first time, Amelia heard a sound that wasn't just the repeated words of divine dragon. 3. There was something known as inverted scales. The word originated from an ancient Chinese story. There was only one scale that shouldn't be touched on the neck of a dragon, which was a mythical existence. If a dragon's inverse scale were to be touched, it would become furious and supposedly kill the person who did it. Because of that, the expression touching the inverted scale came to be used to describe touching a part of someone that shouldn't be touched, and of course, there was no way that Amelia would know something like that originated in a different world. The reason why she had tried to touch the white scale on the dragon's neck was to disturb the concentration of her opponent, who was flying like mad to shake her off, and also to create a gap. But eek! Amelia screamed as she was thrown into the air, and heaven and earth appeared to be spinning round and round, but the feeling of floating in the air was much shorter than when she had fallen onto the dragon's back earlier. She suddenly felt something hard, and then rolled her body in response after that. She quickly stood up and looked at her surroundings. While breathing heavily, Amelia took a look around. Fortunately, there was no sign of a sudden attack, but that was natural since Volcanica, who was usually so vigilant, was currently far above her. He clearly didn't like when his white scale was touched. Amelia involuntarily rounded her eyes as she heard his screams piercing through the sky. Puck really liked that, though. However, whether someone was happy or not depended on the person admonishing herself not to be too insensitive. Amelia checked the condition of her hands and feet. She had been flung around a lot while on Volcanica's back, and so the blood flow in her body felt a bit strange in some cases. When one's blood flow was blocked and blood could not properly flow to brain, it caused a phenomenon where one would lose their vision. But she had managed to endure despite everything she had gone through. And, having confirmed that, Amelia discovered something. It's here. Looking around, Amelia realized that she was higher than she was before. The fact that the 6 pillars weren't there was a testament to the fact that she had reached above the tops of the pillars, and that this place was the top floor. She had managed to get here by falling off of Volcanica's back, at the top of the Pleiades watchtower, to a place that no one has been to before. At last. Wow! I did it. My efforts were so worth it in the end. with a small reaction to her accomplishment. Amelia immediately rushed to the center of the top floor after patting herself on the chest. If she were to wait, she would have to deal with Volcanica's anger before that happened. She wanted to find the trial in order to help Subaru and the others. Please give me some questions that I can understand. Volcanica, who had forgotten all about the trial, was also a huge problem. But the issue for Amelia was whether or not she could even solve the trial of the first floor. Fearing that, Amelia went to the center of the top floor, and from there, she went to the base of the pillar that extended up to heavens, and then widened her eyes with an ah. She had found the 6 pillars of the level below. This one did not have this feature. There was a feature here that could only be found on the central pillar on the top floor. It was someone's handprints. The black monolith was at the base of the central pillar at the top of the Pleiades watchtower, and it bore handprints. 6 different male and female handprints had been left on it. Chapter 85. Good Loser. 1. It took courage for him to call himself the finest of knights. He was called it by others and was proud of being praised so. However, he had never called himself the most superior. He could pride himself on his days spent diligently studying, however. In his inexperienced and immature life, he was surrounded by excellent elders, worthy companions, and amazing juniors. He thought it was a regrettable yet happy situation. Being recognized by others should be in return for one's efforts and dedication. If he wanted to be recognized by everyone, his efforts and dedication would need to be tremendous, and he would have to study in such a way that everyone would admire him for that alone. Have I made a good enough effort? He wonders. It was true that he had been proud of spending his days studying diligently, but did he overcome his limits? Did he hone himself to the best of his abilities? Inspired by the efforts of others, did he vow to work harder towards his ideals? These were the questions he had asked himself, and Julius Jaculius had already done that. He had overcome his limits, honed himself to the best of his abilities, and, inspired by the efforts of others, worked harder towards his ideals. Therefore, he had been able to hold his head up high in spite of confronting the being said to be at the apex of the sword. I am the finest of knights, Julius Jaculius, the sword of the kingdom that will slay you. Grabbing the hem of his cloak, Julius bowed at the sword saint, who remained silent. Then Reed closed his eye, the one not covered by the eye patch, and did not even look at him. He simply crossed his thick and strong arms and went deep into thought. However, he did not think for long. His nature was not one that was suited for thinking about things, and it was easy to tell even though they'd not known each other for long. And so, it's a contest. Scratching his head intensely, Sword St. Reed stomped on the ground with a great amount of force with that one movement. The white floor of the second floor shook and then split open, watching the confrontation between the two of them. It couldn't have flinched, but Julius stood upright without moving an inch. When Reed saw that, he clicked his tongue with a TCH. Showy, just showy said the same thing as my follower. I don't like you son of a bitch. I'm afraid I don't know him, but I can't help but sympathize with him. What? Who said my follower's a guy? First of all, working with a bastard is no fun. The follower I'm talking about is a woman. She was a dazzling gal, but she was way too logical. Woman, what do I have in common with a woman? Do I really need to repeat myself? Wrinkling his nose, Reed smiled ferociously like a shark, then he tapped on his cheeks with his unfolded hands. A pretty face, but too logical. Ha! Well, aren't you irritated? It's a shame since it's cute, but that's all right. Reed snorted at Julius' lackluster reaction, and then he cracked his neck loudly shortly after. He observed him with his blue eyes. No, not him, but what was around him. The lights, which hovered around him, shined more brilliantly than ever. Above all, this had been the first time they shined like this in front of Reed. My bud snow, my beautiful maidens, you mean? Ha! It's nothing to take any dazzling gal regardless of race, but sorry, I aren't interested in the gal. I can't bang you. You became stronger when you broke out of your shell, didn't you? If you say so, there may have been a way like that. Something like giving advice to his juniors was unfathomable based on Reed's personality. This only happened because Julius, who had no choice but to trust in his sword, was extremely desperate, and Reed felt like it was a total waste. If he were to cling desperately to his sword anyways, then he should at least not care about his appearance. What he desired from Julius was for him to show that kind of attitude and determination, and to see it as a path forward. But I've decided to go this way, or, as you said, it's also possible for me to become stronger by breaking out of my shell and accepting my true self. Julius himself was aware that if he was not strongly conscious of it, it would happen without him knowing it at that moment, when he'd been fighting desperately offensively and defensively, and one mistake would have been the difference between life and death. Julius' true face appeared. But that was only the story when he wasn't strongly conscious of it. He could waver no longer. I swear I will master the chivalry I believe in moreover, rather than become the way in which you have tried to guide me. I shall become a better me in every respect. Huh? What kind of reasons do you have for doing that? That should be obvious. The knight I believe in should embody an ideal. He should be pure, honest, and invincibly strong. Then I also have to be like so, because I call myself a knight. Huh? This had been his own absurd reasoning, thoughtless words, and oppressive arrogance that naturally deserved to be laughed at. But when Reed heard it, instead of showing anger or contempt, he just smiled with his sharp teeth and, "I'm going to make you cry." While Julius was staring at him, Reed threw away the chopstick in his hand and jumped back. Then he slowly moved his hand to the side and picked up the sword of selection sticking out of the white floor with his big hand. Reed Astrea was only supposed to be in existence that served as a trial overseer in the tower. However, for some reason, this mechanism of the tower was overcome with the power of his will, and by taking over the body of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, he managed to somehow revive himself. No longer being in a position where he had to obey the trial of the tower, he pulled out the sword of selection for the first time, as per its original purpose. That is to say, gain his permission by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword. That's my line. Well, it completely slipped my mind, though. I thought that would be the case. So I said it instead. I challenge you. He'll never forgive you. You bastard, I'm going to make you cry. In front of Julius, who had drawn his knight's sword, Reed pointed the sword he just pulled out at him. There was no chance. This was the ultimate swordsman who was a natural. The pinnacle of all swordsmen. Sword St. Reed Astrea, here I come. Yeah, you take this. Believing in the chivalry that shaped him, Julius Jaculius took on the sword saint with all his might. 2. His mind and body felt light. Without using an analogy, it was a power of excitement that wrapped around the body of Julius. Wielding a knight's sword went without saying that one's mental fortitude played a major role in a fight. Come to think of it, Julius had been in an unstable state of mind since he got to the Pleiades Watchtower, rather, since his name was taken away in the Watergate City. Of course, Julius had warned himself as much as he could, and had restrained himself and kept it a secret. This type of self-discipline, which would be called an iron will, was not something to be proud of, the result of not revealing his own illness and of deceiving his companions, and even himself, led to the series of successive defeats since his arrival to this tower. And to that terrible defeat, Julius should have believed in the people around him in the beginning. Overcome with the shock of having his existence being forgotten, he felt pity for himself, who had been removed from the world, and overlooked what he should have believed the most were the people Julius cherished the most, whom he trusted, pledged his allegiance to, and entrusted himself to, the kind of people who would despise Julius Jaculius, who had been removed from the world. Absolutely not, is what he could say for sure. If so, then Julius only had to do one thing. He should have appealed to them with sincerity and showed them his love, just like he'd done with his buds. I should have reformed the broken bond. What is nothing can become anything, because I myself have witnessed it. Julius, who was nothing, could have become anything, and no matter how many opportunities one get, I will always look up at that fiery boy with admiration on that day, at that back that embodies the ideals of chivalry, and I will challenge you, who is at the apex of the sword, again and again. Quit prattling on and on. You're a sassy little bitch, you. Reed howled at Julius, who was intent on killing it with his whole body, getting struck by the wind and the pressure of his sword. Julius, with his yellow eyes narrowed, admired him. This was the 4th time he fought against Reed. He had been defeated immediately when he challenged him the other 3 times, however. On his 4th try, the entire tower had been in danger, and he had reformed his contract with his buds. Out of all of them, this was the first time he'd used a weapon other than chopsticks, although it was questionable whether chopsticks could be called a weapon, and now he felt as if the sword saint, who was at the apex of the sword, was fighting at full strength with a sword. Compared with the chopsticks, the power of the sword doesn't seem any different. I already told you I aren't strong. Because I can swing a sword, I'm strong. Because I'm strong. Receiving a downward sword slash which had been thrown casually, his knees creaked under the pressure, and then he was immediately chased from. Below, Julius flew back in shock. Barely evading it, Reed followed him, not by jumping or running, but by simply walking with big steps. Julius wanted to believe that there was something special about the way he was walking, but there wasn't. Reed was the only one who could create a walking style that would have taken many generations to perfect just by thinking about it during a battle when he wanted to catch up to an opponent who had retreated. As Reed himself had said, he was just an extraordinary being. You want to cry yet? No. It is quite exciting when I feel like I'm going up against a legend. It was just a bluff. But Julius answered him, driven by his own strength. Yes, that's right. Reed Astrea was right in front of him. How many times had Julius himself been excited by stories about him with sparkling eyes? He had been surprised by his personality. But his abilities were the ideal he had dreamed of, and if so, how much time had he already wasted? There had been many opportunities to exchange words, exchange swords, and exchange ideas and beliefs. Ha! Julius let that out at the sudden thought of clashing swords with the real thing that was out of place. That truly pleasant thought made his heart throb with excitement. What tray you logging it over there? No, I just thought that when I finished what I came here to do, I would challenge my friend Reinhard. When Reed asked that idea suddenly popped into Julius' mind. Julius had never competed against Reinhard in sword fighting. On the contrary, he never thought of competing against him until he already joined the opposing camp in the royal selection. He regretted not trying to catch up to him before. 3. That was one of the reasons why Julius served Anastasia, who was involved with the royal selection, but even if he hadn't had such thoughts, he would have been charmed by her great talent and stood in the same place as her, hoping to share the same dream. Then, there had been no need for him to come up with trivial excuses or speak in a roundabout way from the beginning. The only thing he needed to do back then was meet up with Reinhard with 2 wooden swords in his hands. There had once been a time where Reinhard had crossed swords with the best swordsman of the Wallachia Empire, while everyone else had been filled with excitement on the training grounds on that day. Julius had been moved to tears. That was the kind of response he gave. "HM, I aren't familiar with that name. Who is that nobody?" "He's your descendant, as well as the current sword saint, and also my friend." "Ha! Another person's brat is already a stranger to me. Even if I met him on the street, I wouldn't even notice him." With a combination of kicks and swordplay, Reed spat that out while snorting when that declaration had been refuted. He spoke again as Julius was readying his sword. "I'm getting tired of talking about someone else. You are talking to me? I don't deny that I'd like to chat with you, but I can't help but say, no, I'd like to talk with you for 2 or 3 nights if the time allowed it. But now is not the time for that. He told me to hurry your ass up." Therefore, from a distance, Reed could be seen lifting his cheeks in the reflection of his blue eyes was the image of Julius, who was becoming brighter by the second 6 colors were swirling around and blending together, which then slowly began to draw a halo and emit the colors of the rainbow. And Outclaw Zelia, a light radiating the colors of the rainbow, was let off and swept across the world of white towards Reed. For Julius himself was amazed by the power and range of the 6-fold light he just released. It had been transformed from a great spirit arts technique to a magic attack of an extraordinary scale. So it would be improper to treat it as the same thing as before. His buds know they can no longer be called buds now that their talents have bloomed beautiful, lovely, brave, dignified, colorful, and perhaps even divine. They were now maidens, not buds, possessing the 6 girls, each of whom had their own charm. By himself alone might make him more sinful than a sin archbishop, but even if you have forgot me, I still love you all. Julius then moved forward to catch up to the light. He just released a rainbow-colored light, made up of 6 elements, was capable of breaking through any and all defenses and destroying the object it had been released at. Therefore, the 2 things that an opponent could do before the 6-fold light reached them would be either taking a head-on or ducking. Ha! And as expected of him due to his nature, Reed Astrea didn't try to duck or evade the 6-fold light as the colors of the rainbow flashed in front of his eyes. He waved his powerful arm and cut the end of the 6-fold light off with the sword of selection in his hand. A sword technique of pure violence that did not rely on any special magic or divine protections, he erased the enormous amount of magic that Julius had fired with all of his might with a single stroke of his sword. But Julius had already planned for that rushing out from behind the bright light that had been extinguished. He borrowed the power of his sword and his maidens. La, arrow! In an instant the red and green spirit, responding to his call, increased their strength, and the power of the wind combined with the power of fire, forming a blazing vortex beneath Reed's feet, feeling the heat beneath his zori, or sandals. Reed escaped by jumping upwards before it could burn him, but this was where the nameless knight's link with the finest of knights came in. Qua! The yellow spirit caused something to protrude from the white floor, pushing Julia's body upward at the same time. The radiance of the blue spirit froze the moisture in the atmosphere, stopping the rising Reed in his tracks. Then he clicked his tongue, kicked in the air, and reversed his position with what could be called an inhuman feat, while standing upside down from a block of ice that had been created in midair. He glared at Julius. All of a sudden, Reed began to increase the strength at his knees, but Julius quickly shot upwards to intercept him. As the Sword Saint's counterattack approached, the black and white spirits interfered with the world with their own power. The white light that was emitted powered up Julius' entire body, while the black light decreased the power of his enemies. Even if only slightly, that small difference at that moment was the key to landing a blow. The ice ceiling that had created a foothold in midair shattered, and the image of Reed as he pushed off it was blurred due to his sheer speed. The sword's selection had a special function or ultimate form where vertical and horizontal slashes were prevented from being read. Instead of seeing it as a threat, Julius took it head-on with his head held high. It made sense to him that he'd have to trade sword strikes with a power that was out his league, therefore. Julius opened his eyes that have always looked up and always looked forward, breaking through the sound barrier and moving at the speed of light. Reed broke through the space with flash, whether he did it using his chopsticks or did it with the sword selection. The result was the same. Everything in his path was cut down because that was a manifestation of the function of a sword. The sword was created in order to kill things, and swordsmanship was a general term that encompassed techniques used to kill things with a sword. Therefore, a single flash that was capable of killing anything in this world was a true embodiment of the sword and swordsmanship. And the true meaning of that word, those who have been cut by such a slash would never forget that fact for eternity. And so the scar that Julius had received beneath his left eye would forever remain. That had been the price of dodging the sword saint, that moved like a flash at a distance that was within arm's reach. He gave up on the attitude that told him to accept his fate, and watched his opponent's sword for but a moment during the battle. Blood gushed from beneath his left eye. But he refused to close that eye and simply swung his arms while he kept his eyes on Reed, pouring the power of 100 into an offensive attack. He abandoned his defensive stance. Al Clarista, Julius Juculius, letting off the best sword attack of his life, drew the colors of the rainbow. It smashed into Reed Estria's ferocious shark-like smile, and the eye patch covering the left eye of the sword saint flew through the air after the knight's blow struck true. 5. As he landed toes first onto the white floor, the sound of his shoes seemed unusually loud. As soon as his consciousness returned, his heart, which had seemingly stopped beating in the depths of Julius' chest, reactivated. The sudden flow of blood made him step back, and he took a deep breath and exhaled deeply. Then he turned around and looked at that strong back that was turned away from him. His long red hair swayed in the wind, and his back was completely still. He held the sword of selection in his right hand and covered his face with his left. There used to be an eye patch where his left hand was, but it was no longer there. The sword saint's eye patch had fallen beneath Julius' feet. Did I do it? His eyes fell to the white floor, and looking down at the knight's sword in his hand, his voice trembled. It seemed as if he had forgotten how to speak, and the 6 lights fluttering around Julius praised him for what he had accomplished. A warm flower, called deep affection, tried to fill the void created in Julius' heart, and with the praise of his flowering maidens. Julius! A faint voice was heard, and Julius turned towards the direction it came from. It was a great man who had turned away from him, his maidens that were showering him with praise, and overlooking the battle from a different viewpoint. And the one who had called out to Julius was a woman with light purple hair. She was the eternal spirit that had the same face as the Lord he cherished, who he had sworn to dedicate his sword to, and who he had unknowingly hurt. She had never revealed whether or not she cared about Julius because he cared for Anastasia, or because his divine protection of gathering spirits was at play. However, Julius Juculius was extremely grateful that there was someone who had witnessed his resolve, and, feeling the load on his heart lighten, he raised his knight's sword in the air. In silence, he raised his knight's sword to the heavens. A trail of the sword drew a rainbow with the remains of sparkling lights, as it were blessing the knight named Julius Juculius. If this were the damn trial, you would have won with that. You. As he spoke, that great man casually stepped across the floor with Azori. Reed's face was in one piece. The tip of Julius' sword had only reached his eye patch, but he wasn't shameful enough to not admit that he hadn't been hit above all. His remark earlier wasn't a poor excuse, but was the truth. If this had been a continuation of the trial of the second floor, Electra, of the Pleiades watchtower, then Julius would have won with that first blow and been allowed to challenge the first floor of the tower. But the battle between Julius and Reed had no longer been about the trial of the tower. It had been the battle between a knight and a swordsman, in order to settle the score man-to-man. Reed, who had lost his eye patch, gripped the sword of selection with both his hands. He gripped the handle of the sword with his dominant hand first, and gazed at the sword with his eyes. Indeed, the sword saint was ready. Instead of swinging around carelessly, he held it properly this time in order to cut down his enemy. Don't complain, even if you disappear. Even if I want to complain, I wouldn't be able to do so if my mouth also disappears. Huh, weren't you the one who never laughed at jokes? You, what was your name again? When the legend himself asked him his name, Julius raised his eyebrows. He knew that he must have told him his name many times already, but he wasn't sure, and it didn't matter if he couldn't remember it, because Reed asking him that question meant that he had finally accepted Julius. Julius Juculius is an easy-to-forget name, so please remember it. Julius pointed his knight's sword at Reed. Uttering a joke he would not have been able to laugh at not too long ago, and he again requested the help of his 6 spirits, who had just helped him out earlier. The current them would be able to make the power of the 6-fold light even more powerful. Al-Clauselia and Al-Clarista. With the help of his 6 spirits, the 6 elements combine to release the light of the rainbow Clauselia, which releases maximum level magic, and Clarista, which imbued his night sword. Beyond that, it had been a secret technique that had never been successfully performed due to his own inexperience. Go, let's do this. At that moment, that extreme light filled a white space, and the 6-fold light once again challenged that godlike red-haired man. The secret behind the rainbow spurt arch technique that was originally created by Julius Juculius. He did not imbue the rainbow light in his sword, nor did he emit it, but instead clad himself in it, becoming the aurora itself that eliminated what it was aimed at. Al Cranville, the ultimate attack of the Spirit Knight, was met head-on by a flash of white. 6. From beginning to end, it had been too out of this world to follow with untrained eyes. Not to mention the sword attacks that collided with each other, but the constantly changing positions and foot movements, whether they be superior or inferior, could not be seen by her blue-green eyes, and it had nothing to do with the fact that her body was not her own. It was just that there were people fighting to the death on such a high level, and compared to them, the world she lived in was way too normal. If a person's value was based on how strong they were, then she was weak enough to be considered worthless. It was also evidence that she had spent hundreds of years doing nothing, and had turned away from the path of self-improvement. From the moment she first became aware of her own ego, she had a hunch she knew that from the moment she had been born that the purpose of her unnatural existence had already been fulfilled if she had to explain it. The very act of being born had been her life's purpose, and she had fulfilled it already. Therefore, she had been left alone and wandered around the world without a purpose, and was forced to live in a vacuum for 400 years. She wouldn't mind dying, either, but she had no reason to die, so she decided to just procrastinate. And for a long time, she was quite lazy, but after some time, she met a girl. She had been fascinated by the way that young girl lived her vivid life, and her cold life was suddenly filled with passion. She became eager and impatient to see what the girl, who had made bold claims with her tiny body, would become or might not become. At some point, such interest no longer mattered, and I don't want to lose you or the children you cherish so much. She knew that the passing of time could be kind, or cruel time healed all wounds, but it could also make one stuck in their ways for the first time in her long, long life. She thought that she didn't want to leave this in the past. This is also an unreasonable wish. Even if she begged it to stop, time would go on without stopping. A life that was supposed to be small and weak could show all kinds of changes in that time. It was like the nameless knight, who had been deprived of his name and was taken from everyone's memories, who wanted to prove that he was still himself, Julius Juculius. A knight clad in the colors of the rainbow dove straight into that white light. In contrast to Julius, who brought out his secret techniques, ReZero's fighting style was very simple to understand. He simply repeated using the same downward sword slash that let out a light that cut through the world and destroyed everything in its path. There was nothing special about it. And it wasn't even a special magic attack just by waving his sword. The world got burnt by the light it was. Something she did not understand was ReZero just beyond understanding. Or were all sword saints like this? What was certain was that Julius. She wanted to do everything in her power to prevent the 6-fold light from being overwhelmed by that overpowered white light. It was the truth. And she wouldn't even complain even if her soul were destroyed after charging in for one final suicide attack. And she, Echidna, was already aware that she was powerless and could do nothing in this situation. What if, in this moment, Julius Juculius, who had unleashed that 6-fold light, could do something here? She then put her hand on her thin chest and felt the existence sleeping inside the original owner of this body was within, who was unable to wake up from her deep sleep. And this was the reason why Echidna came to this tower in the sea of sand, but she had only been lying to herself. Echidna already knew why she wouldn't wake up. She boasted about how greedy she was and how she wanted to take everything for herself once she had something in her hands. She wouldn't let go of it no matter what, and she was one who truly hated to lose. So she could only think of one reason alone. Having given up your body to me, you are now temporarily hiding in your own OD, unable to be interfered with by the outside world. One's OD is its own world in a way, and she had locked herself in there. The reason as to why was obvious. If she left her OD, she would be affected by the horrible authority of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. It was capable of making one forget what one didn't want to forget, and making one let go of what one don't want to let go of. Anastasia Hashin didn't want to forget about Julius Juculius, and so she did this. But it seems to me that everyone who came to this tower is extremely stubborn. No one is cute enough to not end up getting lost. For the past 2 months, she had tried to copy her in every way, but it was about time to put an end to that. Besides, she had watched him run around as a nameless knight, and saw both the good and the bad, so she felt like she could go ahead and teach her about him. even if she had forgotten him. Oh, that's right. She was an artificial spirit without a purpose who had lived lazily after her creation. She thought that was a role she had to play. But that wasn't all there was to it. She needed to create a bridge between a precious girl, a precious knight, and everything the two lacked. This role requires a lot of responsibility, doesn't it? It felt like such a large amount of responsibility that she thought she had been born for this. Therefore, you're stingy. So it's not like you did not want to see your knight acting cool 7. A white light clashed with a light being released. Even with the help of the 6 spirits he renewed his contract with, and putting his entire being into the attack, he was still being pushed back, had brought out his secret technique. While the other guy just swung his sword with a bit more seriousness, he was amazed at how inhuman the guy was, and yet at the same time, he couldn't help but get excited as his blood boiled. The world got split in two by his sword. It was a sword saint skill that Reinhard was also able to use when he swung his sword suddenly. In the middle of this life or death battle, Julius had a thought. If they were to fight, who would be stronger, Reed or Reinhard? Two legendary sword saints. She wondered what would happen if the two of them fought a hypothetical battle. Unfortunately, it would be impossible to find out. Then I have no choice but confirm it myself. The only people who could cross sword with Reinhard van Astria and Reed Astria were those who had reached this tower. Only Julius and Amelia, who had reached the top floor, would be able to do so. Julius had no intention of handing over that role to someone else, and so all he had to do now was win. He would get by that white light and kill Reed Astria using that 6-fold light to that end. He would devote his entire being and the power of his sword, with a little pride and power in the tip of the sword of the finest of knights. Julius. That had been a voice that should never have reached him in the midst of a battle that slowed down the passage of time. It only took less than a second for their swords to clash. That had been the way they fought in that slow-motion world. There would be no way for a voice to reach that place, and definitely not when they were in the middle of a life-or-death battle. But the voice managed to reach Julius, or perhaps it had not reached his ears, but deeper into the innermost part of his chest, since he had chosen to continue pretending to be a knight. There was no way he would not respond to it. So when Julius heard the voice that couldn't have possibly reached him, he turned to the person he could not possibly see, and looked at her blue, green eyes. The light in her eyes was clearly different from before. "Go, my knight." And with these words alone, he let off one last thrust with all of his power. La, qua, arrow, ik, in, ness. Giving himself one last push, he called out to the spirits who became part of that aurora of light in front of him. Beyond the white light was the enemy he wished to defeat, and he needed to get past it in order to get the point of his sword to reach beyond that light. Oh! He opened his mouth in an unsightly way and let out a blood-curdling cry in the face of death. Julius stepped forward, not caring about whether or not he was being graceful, yet still refusing to allow his beliefs to be broken, and gave it his all. And under the assault of the 6-fold light, the white light increased in intensity. It grew so great that the 6-fold light and the white light clashed violently. Ah, the clash, which seemed as if it would last forever, had come to an abrupt end. Julius was dumbfounded by the dismal sound that had escaped from his throat. The clash of their attacks, going at full throttle, ended abruptly. However, the momentum of his strike did not stop, and his sword, still tinged with light, was stabbing through his opponent's vital area. Why? TCH! Shit, is this going to be the shitty ending to this boring show? Julius, on the side that had done the stabbing, was in great turmoil, while Reed, who was the one who had been stabbed, was completely calm even though something had stabbed into his chest. He did not even grimace in pain. Was this due to his mental fortitude? Or was it because of what happened to his godlike body? The hard chest of Reed Astria had been wounded or perhaps cracked as Julius' sword stabbed into it. And it wasn't just the chest. The crack spread his arms, legs, neck, face, and other parts of his body. Julius had a hunch as to what was to something that was not supposed to be there was being corrected. This is what he believed to be a sign that the process was occurring. In the end, that's how it is. There aren't no vessel that can contain me other than my own. While looking at his cracked palm, Reed figured out what had happened. Reed Astria had been eaten up by the authority of gluttony and acquired a physical body by taking control of this one, but the body he was currently using belonged to the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alford. In other words, the vessel of Roy Alford could not contain the powerful soul of Reed Astria. As a result, it started breaking down during the last part of the fight against Julius. "You're just so much better than me." If I hadn't been eaten by him, you might have been able to win in the end. If that was the case, it would have been over when you removed my eye patch, wouldn't it? GOH. You're a weak guy who can't do anything. You want to cry yet? Throwing away the sword of selection, Reed smiled maliciously, showing his teeth. How can he laugh like that? Julius wonders it was almost certain that he would disappear in the near future if he kept it up like this, or if he had just killed Julius. He might have been able to start a new life, but now even that possibility had slipped away. You're an idiot. You living forever? Who would want to do such a troublesome thing? Besides, what if you ran into me out there? Unfortunately, you already died of old age 400 years ago. Even if you go out now, you are still different from the person you were before. Gah! And you expect me to recognize the face of someone else's kid? Get out of here with that bullshit. It seemed as if he truly did treat his descendants as if they were strangers, so his earlier statements were true after all, expressing no real interest in living a second life. Reed cracked his neck. Ha! You really have no regrets? You know my style is to do things whenever I want to do them. I think it would be a lot easier for you if you did that. You know, I appreciate your guidance, but that path would be a lot more difficult for me. He willingly chose to wear that shell even if he was told that he just pretended to be something he wasn't, or that he acted differently from his true self. It didn't matter. Julius, though he was dazzled by the carefreeness of Reed, could not choose that path, for he knew that it would have been better for him to choose it, and to do as he wished. When Reed heard Julius answer, he snorted, then he pointed at the wound on his chest, and it were the cracks that had formed due to going beyond his body's limits, as well as the stab wound. You aren't mistaken, are you? It was just a stroke of luck that your sword reached me. If this were my body, you wouldn't be able to do shit. I wouldn't be able to do anything at all in that case, huh? That aren't exciting. After spitting that out, Reed struck Julius on the shoulder with a hand that had been pointing at his chest stiff. As a statue, due to sudden movement, Julius took deep breaths. He was not yet convinced of everything yet, nor had he been able to take everything in properly, but the thing occurring right in front of him was much more unnerving, and it would have been more unbearable for him to be upset and miss this moment. The cracks were widening and the end was near, and so Julius brought his knight's sword up and held it in front of his face. I respect your swordsmanship from the bottom of my heart. I don't want your respect. You bastard was my win, and I'm about head out, Julius. Hearing him call him by his name, Julius fell into a state of wonderment. However, since he had already decided to not be upset, he hid a surprise behind his smile and respectfully bowed once. He had proudly declared that he was the finest of knights in the presence of this legend, so there was no reason for Julius Juculius to be ashamed of the ideals and appearance he strove after. Yes, from beginning to end it was your victory. Read Astriaha. That's a good look on your face, loser. After he said that, the cracks on Reed Astria's body began to widen. Contrary to its appearance, the cracks on his body continued to expand without making a single sound, without even the sound of glass shattering. The red-haired figure vanished as the light flickered, and what was now lying on the white floor was a small, white-eyed boy, a disgusting being known as Bizarre Eating, who ate the names and memories of others whenever he wished. Roy Alford, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, had fallen on the floor and let out a whimper before going silent. Whether he was alive or dead, Gluttony didn't move an inch from where he lay, however. The deep wound on the left side of his chest was proof that he had been fatally injured. Observing this, Julius lowered the knight's sword that he had just lifted up as a sign of respect, put it into its scabbard, and looked behind him. The sixfold light had returned to normal, and now their individual auras increased in intensity around Julius. Without the power of his girls, who had blossomed from buds into maidens, it would have been him, and not the other guy, who was lying on the white floor. Julius wanted to express his gratitude and appreciation for what they had done, but for now, he could only apologize to them and postpone that until later. He then slowly moved forward. While walking, he could see someone else coming his way, a small, delicate woman with blue-green eyes. She was dressed in white, which didn't seem to match the sand dunes at all, and had long, wavy, pale purple hair under her feet, was a white fox who was shaking anxiously. Her appearance, which is supposed to be in the form of a scarf most of the time, meant something big had happened. Realizing this, Julius closed his eyes and nice to meet you, just like how he did a little while ago as a challenger. He decided to restate the same statement he said to the sword saint to her, but the feeling in the back of his chest was different from the feeling he got when he was in a battle, and some things did not change. It was like opening the first page of a new story about a boy with an adventurous spirit who longed to be a knight. She responded to Julius, who had knelt on the ground and spoken first, staying in that position. He waited for her following words. He felt as if he could wait as long as she needed. He believed that if he simply waited patiently, he could hear that person's words. I am Anastasia Hashin. I want everything in this world, so what's your name, good-looking guy? Halfway through, Julius could see how she smiled while tilting her head with her hand on her cheek, while kneeling, with his head lowered. He let out a quick ha. I am Julius Juculius, your one and only knight. You may have forgotten it, but I have dedicated my sword to you. I will do everything I can for you and support whatever you wish to do. Giving the most respectful salute he could muster with his knight's sword on the floor, Julius finally looked up no matter how his lord responded. He would not regret anything being upset, puzzled, and looking down was not how a knight should act, because it was none other than Julius who longed to look better and be better dressed than all others. And, looking down at him, she narrowed her round eyes. Is that so? I don't remember that, however. With a single look, I had a thought. I knew that you just had to be mine. In his immediate view was his lord, with glittering, flaming eyes that sought after him, who was never willing to part with the thing she desired. Julius Juculius again pledged his sword to that greed that desired everything. Like the king and the knight of that story, it had been a divine act. The bond between the master and servant had been restored on the second floor. Electra, one of the obstacles that Natsuki Subaru had told everyone about, had been overcome. The second trial of the great library of Pleiades. Finished. Chapter 86. Conversing of what yesterday held. 1. She had long been suspicious. Roswell L. Mathers, the lord she swore to serve, needed to kill the dragon that defended the kingdom of Lagunica in order to achieve his ultimate goal. Ram was an important pawn in achieving his goal, and it had almost been 10 years since he told her this. Roswell, who had saved Ram and in the Oni village engulfed in flames, asked this of her as a form of compensation, and so Ram made the decision to pay the price in exchange for getting retribution for the Onis. It was for that reason that she chose to cooperate with him, even if his plan was to kill the dragon. The only thing he did not tell Ram was how he intended to kill the dragon. It wouldn't be easy at all, even if he were to try everything and resort to any means possible. It still would not be easy, so when the time came, what could Ram possibly do? You will understand when the time comes. This is the role only you and Yer can play. She felt as if she were given a very vague explanation, and, oddly enough, she had never really thought about what it truly meant until today. But I finally understand it. Master Roswell's ultimate goal. Everything that Roswell had done up until now had been for his own long-term goal. It was for that reason that he had traveled deep into the kingdom of Lagunica and saved Ram, and guarded the sanctuary, and tested Natsuki Subaru there. Even if he were forced to alter his original plan, the preparations he already made would not be in vain. No, he would make sure they wouldn't be wasted. And so the answer suddenly appeared in Ram's mind. The reason why Roswell had taken in the youngest Oni to serve as his trump card, had been taken to serve as a replacement for Ram, who had lost her horn ram and her little, were supposed to serve as a single Oni in order to kill the dragon. Naturally, Roswell was not able to escape the influence of Gluttony's authority as a result. He must have forgotten why he was in his mansion in the first place, but even if he had forgotten, he would have figured out what he had been trying to do. And while watching Ram try and get back due to what Gluttony had done, he didn't even reveal that fact. His meticulous ways will never change. Even though his scheme had been derailed by the actions of Subaru, he still worked hard to accomplish his goals behind the scenes. His personality was very troublesome. Ram wondered what he was doing while he was out of her sight right now. But she also thought, perhaps Roswell expected this possibility when he allowed Ram to accompany Subaru and the others who brought with them on this journey. But perhaps she had just been overthinking things. In the first place, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony appearing at the Pleiades watchtower was an unforeseen event, and there was no reason for him to assume that Ram would be in danger. This might have been Ram's own delusion, due to overestimating the man she loved, but I'd much rather feel as if the man I loved trusted in me. Perhaps he thought that by having Ram there, and the others would be more protected when it came down to it, Roswell must have assumed that Ram would have figured out what he'd been hiding, and willingly served as a trump card to kill the dragon. It felt much better for her to think that the man named Roswell L. Mathers valued the decade of service of the woman named Ram. Therefore, I'm in a great mood now. Kindly allow me to slap you to death to the feet of the Fist King. Neji Rockhart was a bit of a legend on the Gladiator Island, Jinnenhive, of the Holy Valakia Empire. No, it was a legend. But now that he lost his name and memories due to the authority of Gluttony, no one knew about his achievements as a gladiator. Neji had survived hundreds of battles to the death using only his bare hands as a weapon, would have been an amazing show of strength, and finally managed to win his freedom. In the face of his fist would have been filled with refined fighting spirit. Even swords and steel would be smashed to bits, and any obstacle in his path would appear to be as soft as a young maiden's skin. He could be said to be one of the greatest fighters in history. The carnivorous beast, Beli Hainelga, was a rare serial killer, who in many brutal ways terrorized the kingdom of Gustico No. Used to terrorize it now that he had become a victim of the authority of Gluttony and been deprived of his name and memories. No one could remember the tragedies and lessons he had left behind as a killer. Once he'd been born, he grew abnormally large and gained a level of physical strength that no mere human could achieve after that. He committed a number of brutal crimes and killed the men he liked by hugging them to death. His body, and even his skin, was so strong that not even a sword could pierce or scratch it. This serial killer, who sought contact and warmth from others, had been one of the most feared criminals, along with the bow hunter. The leaper Dorkel had an unusual backstory. Originally a mere merchant living in Kararaji, Dorkel strayed away from his merchant path after hearing a strange voice. Now that he had fallen victim to the authority of gluttony and been deprived of his name and memories, no one remembered the fact that he had been considered a lunatic and an outcast by many. One day, he decided to throw away the life he had been living with his family and chose to believe in non-existent things and ideals. Soon after, he came into contact with the witch cult and developed a power that was different from magic, differing from their doctrine. It was regarded as a heresy within a heresy, and he was expelled from the witch cult as a result. In short, they more or less transcended even the level of monsters, eccentrics, and lunatics. Not only were they unrivaled when compared to normal human beings, they weren't even being used as they were, but were mixed with the memories of gluttony, turning them into even more exceptional beings. What if Neji Rockhard acquired the hard body of Belihenelga and the speed of Dorkel? That would end up being an existence that was rarely seen throughout history. However, up to this point, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Libaden Katos, had not done that. This was because he was afraid that by mixing all the memories into the same pot, he himself would be mixed into that pot. However, the reality was that even if he swallowed the contents of that pot full of a mixture of memories, he himself would not be sucked into it. At least that was what he now assumed. And now that he had accomplished that feat, he was not afraid of trying things that he had not tried before in order to break his own limits, for it was Libaden Katos himself who, as a gourmet, had consumed all the great talents from all backgrounds and all their possibilities from the world, thus making him a true gourmet. Therefore, a monster was born in the tower in the Sea of Sand at the eastern end of the world. On this day, it was a monster that combined all kinds of skills and high-level abilities, whether they be its own or from others. It had arms that were capable of destroying anything, a body that could repel any attack, magic that could repel any technique, and the wisdom controlled all at once. No one in history had ever been so complete, and there would be none who could match this being even 1,000 years from now. This was a result of extracting all the potential from the world, created due to the existence of a dreadful thing called a witch factor. It was the greatest form of gourmet that came from melting countless excellent ingredients down in a large pot. It'll kindly give you 3 chances. Somehow, in the face of such a rare existence, a girl with pink hair said that while holding 3 fingers up, it had been a young girl, bleeding from her forehead. With a fierce light in her eyes, she had wounds all over her body that messed with her movements, and there were many other reasons why she couldn't keep up with him. He understood that. The biggest factor wasn't even her wounds or the blood loss, but the fact that her petite body wasn't even functioning as a proper vessel for her very existence. He thought it was such an awful thing. It'll kindly allow you to hit me 3 times. I'd like to try something out. Isn't that a wonderful deal? But the young girl, with 3 fingers up, said that as if she were trying to provoke him. 3 opportunities to strike her would certainly be fatal in the first place. He didn't believe she would be able to survive even 1 strike. But there really was no reason to reject her offer. He did not believe it could be a trap. Either she was not the type of girl who would offer such concessions for free. However, if someone were to be self-confident to the point of excess, then there was no reason not to sincerely let them know. Sister, here I come. He erupted from where he was standing with his powerful legs and zoomed in to strike a few blows. Well, first chance go. At the moment he thought he had gotten her, she avoided his fist so narrowly that it grazed a few strands of her hair, and then after placing her hand on the arm he extended, she unleashed a knee strike on the elbow joint of his right arm, breaking it. Such a thing was impossible. That impenetrable body, which could not even be pierced or cut by a holy sword, had been broken by a mere girl, simply by striking the elbow joint of his extended arm, being the only weak point on his body. But, still feeling the pain of his arm being broken, he quickly brought his left leg up to the young girl's face. He did not do so in order to get revenge for his arm, but it had been a knee strike aimed at her face. His long, slender leg and white knee smashed into young girl's nose, ruining her beautiful face. Second chance. Hearing these words come from her thin lips, he couldn't believe his ears. There was no way she would be able to speak in such a situation, but the young girl gently brought her hand up from the side and then pushed his knee away. His knee strike passed smoothly over her head, as if it were supposed to strike the air from the beginning. And third chance. After she evaded the strikes from his right arm and left knee, he threw an iron elbow strike that had enough momentum to swing his body around. It was sharp and powerful, and if it connected, would have crushed the young girl's skull like a fruit and spilled its contents onto the floor of the tower. The iron elbow, which had been aimed at the girl's head, only managed to graze a few strands of her pink hair. And the young girl, who seemed to have known that the elbow strike was coming, once again grabbed his face with her outstretched hand. Such a fool, she said so coldly, as if she couldn't bear to look at him any more, and then slammed his head into the floor. With 3 fingers wrapped around his face, Ram slammed the transformed Batenkatos into the floor. You thought you could win since you were given 3 chances, but you lost 3 times in a row if you play a game without really trying. Your luck will eventually run out. Ah, Gog, I give you my thanks. This is definite proof that even the luck of good timing is not the enemy of Ram. Ram's greatest enemy had always been her unluckiness, but this time she had managed to overcome it with her own 2 hands, and made it fall right at her feet. There was no reason for her to be afraid any longer. Ugh. Lying on the ground, Batenkato swung his legs up, and, using the momentum of that movement, he got back on his feet. Ram quickly stepped forward and did not hesitate to strike her enemy with a broken right arm. Blood gushed out of the wound on her forehead, but the pain and sense of loss she was experiencing caused her blood to boil from deep within herself. Oh, how irritating this was. She had always felt that the sensation and the excitedness that came from it caused her a great deal of annoyance. Ram hated the natural instincts of the honest exhilaration that came from fighting, the exhilaration that came from wielding power, and the thirst for blood for the enemies that they wished to kill. And she had always believed that she had been freed from it once she had lost her horn on that night. How ironic! As he grumbled, Ram grabbed his broken arm and threw him onto his back. Now that he was on the ground, she punted him all the way to the back of the corridor by kicking his head. This was done so that she could keep him away from the wounded earth dragon and the young girl leaning against the wall. There was a girl who continued to slumber, declaring that she still existed with her horn shining with a faint light on her forehead for her, who had unwillingly been stuck in a deep slumber. It was supposed to be impossible for her to use her horn, even if she was an Oni. However, even if her feelings had been lost, Ram and the young girl were twin sisters. There was something called synesthesia, which was an ability that sometimes linked 2 people who shared the same blood together. Her existence itself had been felt by Ram for the past year, during which she took care of the sleeping Rem. It was not just a fact that they shared a similar appearance, but also the gut feeling she got that said she was definitely her sister, but the synesthesia that connected them had never been activated in the past year. If Rem were to have nightmares, then the fears she felt might have been conveyed to Ram. But not even this had happened during the past year. In other words, Rem, who continued to slumber, did not even have dreams for all this time. She had simply looked at the darkness behind her eyelids and breathed in and out for eternity. So it was only by accident that Ram discovered how to use synesthesia in such a way it annoyed her to no end, but had been thanks to Subaru's idea. He took on her burdens, thus giving her the power to fight, and so the idea to try the same thing had been born. When they were connected through synesthesia, they shared powerful emotions, and sometimes even injuries and pain. She did not understand the principle behind how it worked, but she had read a hypothesis about it in a book in Beatrice's forbidden library. Synesthesia referred to a way in which the ODS of 2 different individuals were connected and functioned as one. The OD was also referred to as the source of a human being's power that existed deep inside of them. In other words, the soul. There were times when it also served as an energy source for magic instead of mana, but originally, one's OD was a life energy that made a human. The theory was that synesthesia was a result of being born in the same womb and being connected in a world that could not be entered by any others. However, in the end, it was dismissed as being just a theory that could not be proven, so it was no surprise to her that it had been locked away in the forbidden library. Above all, Ram really liked this theory. It was really nice to think that one could naturally be connected to someone else. That annoying horn has really caused me an endless amount of trouble. Ram really hated the destructive impulses that the white horn caused her feel. She also hated the fact that the people around her had hailed her as the second coming of the Oni god. There was absolutely no connection between that mysterious ancient god and Ram. Ram wanted to be valued for who she was, not because of those things. Therefore, if she were able to be connected to someone despite all of that, she thought it would be great. And if she really had a connection like that with someone, then Ram is sure that she would have an inborn love for that child. Even if she were an infant, she'd do anything to protect that bond. She would do everything she could protect, cherish, and love them, and give them everything. Therefore, forgive this bad older sister for making you take on her burdens at a time like this. Through synesthesia, Ram shared her burdens with her sleeping sister. This was due to the fact that she had experienced Subaru's authority herself many times. Once she had seen something once, Ram could copy what she had seen and replicate it. The thing that Subaru did probably worked in a similar manner. It probably forcibly connected the ODS of others to his own, creating a one-way-only synesthesia. If he wanted to share the burdens with others, he probably could, but he was a fool who refused to do that. Instead, He chose to try to reduce the burdens of everyone by taking them all on himself. Such a fool. These were the same words she had uttered to Baden-Kaitos earlier, but only the words were the same. The way she said them was different. Subaru's authority could be reproduced by connecting to Rem via synesthesia. She was not sure what was going on with Subaru, either, but this should be a bit better. Rem would be able to get out of the horrible situation of constantly being connected to him. Instead, her burdens would flow directly into Rem. Rem, who continued to slumber, said nothing. However, she continued to send the mana that flowed into her own horn to Ram by using Ram's broken horn, which had been placed on her lap. As a catalyst, the amount of strain on her body must have been unfathomable due to the vast amounts of mana that Ram needed. Therefore, the battle needed to be ended quickly and decisively. While barking that out, Baden-Kaitos appeared right below Ram in an instant. It was a magic technique that used the skill of the leaper to teleport instantly, but even that elusive technique was useless if his foe could see it coming. Too slow. Slowpoke at this rate. Ram would become an old lady. She stole his vision using clairvoyance. Integrating with him to see what he was focusing on, his eye movements, and the flow of his power, she aimed to read him more easily than trying to read his mind. She avoided his palm strike, then slipped through to the other side by twisting and bending her 5 fingers at the same time. She struck his screaming throat with her elbow and unleashed a powerful turning back kick. Gah! Of course. Even an old Ram will be beautiful. As she spoke, she grabbed the back of his collar, forcefully pulled it down, and smashed the back of his head into the ground. She then brought her heel up and swung it down on his face, crushing his nose. With him in her grasp, she swung her arms and unleashed an endless amount of wind blades at him. Gaia! Such a lovely face is accompanied by such an unpleasant scream. His entire body being assaulted and cut by her wind blades, Baden-Kaitos was blown away as blood gushed from his wounds. As was usual, his body never stayed the same and was constantly transforming from one thing to another. However, no matter how much time went by, the form that appeared from the neck up did not change. Ram felt like vomiting at that sight, but chose not to due to it not being elegant. Baden-Kaitos and leaped at her, without using any tricks. Spilling out a lot of blood, it appeared to be an extraordinary technique. She was sure he had created a technique that no one else could replicate by combining the power of various masters. Ram crushed a superior skill that could strike every direction at once with an even more violent attack, even if she had to face 100 or 1,000 masterful techniques. She would crush them all with even greater force. That was the current state of their battle. Baden-Kaitos could not even touch her, which filled her with glee. And unlike with Subaru, she was much more compatible with her, and so she removed 2 more shackles compared with her prime. She was using about 50% of her power now. Since she was still so young at that time, her current self was much more powerful. Ram's current strength could not be compared to the strength from before, either. Just as I thought, losing my horn was a good thing. Had she not lost her horn on that night, she might have given in to the horn that constantly enticed her. She wanted to say that it wasn't possible, but she couldn't say for sure nonetheless. Ram was proud of the road she had walked on up to this point. The loss of her horn saved Ram from becoming the Oni she hated most in the first place. I wouldn't have been able to meet Master Roswell if the events of that night never happened. So there is no need to compare the two. In response to her inquiries, Ram simply held her hand out in front of her. Baden-Kaitos, who had been teleporting around the area, appeared right in front of her hand. A look of astonishment could be seen on his face when he appeared, and then she grabbed it. You can't run around forever, can you? I'm growing tired of your tricks, and seeing that face on you, too. Oh, I can't wait any longer. Saying that coldly, Ram produced a wind blade in a hand that had been clutching his face in that moment. His eyes, nose, lips, ears, and every part of his face were minced into pieces, and Baden-Kaitos screamed as blood poured from his wounds. And even if he were to escape, he couldn't escape from his wounds, the pain he felt, nor the reality he was living in. Baden-Kaitos, who'd been floundering around, cried that out as he shed blood instead of tears. Ram, seeing that, slowly walked over to him. When he heard her approaching, he quickly started transforming. A tall, muscular man appeared. The fist he threw was quickly repelled with a knee strike. After getting overwhelmed by Ram, he rushed to escape from her. Next up was a fat guy with a beard, who curled into a ball and hardened himself as much as he could. She threw a kick that made him fly into the ceiling, and then unleashed a torrent of punches that turned his hard skin into a blob of meat. Baden-Kaitos had tried to transform into different people in order to kill Ram, but instead received the beating of his Lithian unending torture session. Last up was the bald old man, who could leap around as if teleporting. Now that she understands how it worked, she grabbed his head with a pitying look, and then pressed his face into the wall and ran. as if she were trying to grind him into dust. Ah, baba! Held down by Ram's strength alone, Baton Kato's had no way to escape, and his whole body was continuously scrapped against the wall as she ran his form change in her hands as he tried to find a way out of his situation. Ram mourned for the 100,000 and 10,000 victims who suffered at his hands and been sealed away. Using her strength, she held a memorial service for those who had been eaten by gluttony, who had mastered their techniques and loved the life they lived, and whose lives had been trampled upon and slighted. There were no more techniques, paths, nor thoughts that he could use. None of it would work against Ram. Kindly take responsibility for what you have done. With a wave of her arm, Ram violently threw that blasphemer, that looked as if he'd been peeled trembling in fear. Baton Kato's rolled down the corridor of the watchtower. His form changed slowly, quite slowly. Relying on the memories he accumulated, he transformed himself. Oh, it's been a long time I've missed that face of yours this is about. The third time I've seen it so far. Seeing the real Baton Kato's. Ram wiped the blood from her forehead and relaxed her lips in a real sense. It was Baton Kato's he had changed back into his original form, face included, instead of borrowing the forms and skills of others. No matter who he turned into, relied on, or trusted, he could never escape from his true self. Just as Ram was still an Oni even if her horn had been broken. Just as Ram was still Ram's sister despite losing her memories of her. Will you at least try to fight as yourself in your last moments? That reminds me, you said something interesting on the spiral staircase. You said you had a brother and sister, so why don't you show your pride for their sakes? Baton Kato's fell onto the ground, his painful breathing suddenly stopping. It wasn't because he died, but was merely because he reacted to Ram's words. As soon as he heard her mention his brother and sister, Baton Kato's breathing calmed down a bit, and he slowly rose from where he had been sitting. Oh, you are, oh, her little sister. Trying to tell me to back off? Sorry, but do you really think you deserve to make such a request? Have you ever listened to anyone or lifted a finger to help someone before? With his bloody face shaking, Baton Kato's begged her with tears in his eyes. Ram narrowed her eyes slightly at that bitter-sounding appeal. Then she lowered her eyes with a sigh. Ill kindly considerate sister is so kind. At the same moment she looked away, Baton Kato said that and disappeared in an instant. Using the Leaper Dorkel's Leaper technique, that blasphemer vanished from her view without a trace. He ran away. Making full use of the different techniques of the Leaper, Dorkel, Baton Kato's escape from Ram's clutches, he no longer cared about eating Ram now. He chose to run away using any means necessary, not caring how he looked. We can't when we can't beat that. Just as he thought. She was a complete monster. It would be a good idea to buy some time and go back. When he was a bit stronger, that was a type of bad food that would never show up on the plate of a gourmet meal. Lewis and Roy, too bad for you two. Preparation is everything as far as a gourmet meal is concerned. Pushing his injured body forward, Baton Kato's teased his brother and sister, who'd been aiming for the same prey. Lewis had already left the front line earlier, and Roy was going on a rampage somewhere else if the Oni would go after them instead. He thought it'd be easy for him to slip away. Roy of Bizarre Eating didn't know when to quit, so he might actually die this time, but couldn't be helped actually. He was rather fed up with him. He felt as if he had taken away a lot of gourmet food from him that would have gone to him otherwise, because he always eat as much as he wanted. Wait, have the meals we've eaten so far even been gourmet? That guy's always been so useless. Shit, that there had been such a thing. I wish I had known about it. This wasn't a feeling of deep affection that the sister adoring her sister made him feel. It was an immeasurable and impulsive desire to have something. An extremely intense feeling was born in Baton Kato's that made him really, truly desire it from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to eat it up and savor it with all his heart and soul. He had always called himself a gourmet since he thought he had savored all kinds of great talents and feelings. But now that he knew that the real thing existed, everything else paled in comparison. The being known as Live Baton Kato's, who had always believed that he was worthy of being called the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, turned into rubbish. The magnificent dining table, which had always looked so alluring, suddenly began to look like a sandbox for playing with mud dangos. I want it. 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 In order to taste it, he was willing to throw everything else away. He wouldn't even regret losing everything he accumulated so far in order to eat it. He didn't want to savor anything, but that he wouldn't feel satisfied with anything else except that. Boo! Goo! As Baton Kato's ran, vomit leaked out of the corners of his mouth, and it wasn't because of pain or suffering. Either he just felt as if it was just too unbearable, everything that used to satisfy his appetite suddenly seemed so unsavory after realizing that what he believed to be the best was not the best at all. Why did we think that anything other than this was the best? Was it worthy of praise? Did it satisfy us? Was there any point in calling himself a gourmet if he loved anything less than the best? Hey, how nice, quite nice, very nice, as it's so nice, isn't it nice, as it's probably nice, as we think it's so nice. Gluttonous drinking. Gluttony. His appetite rose along with the desire to fill his belly, and he let out a heartfelt cry that seemed to beg for it. If he had an appetite to be one with another and mix with them, to take in someone else, then the gluttony that drove him forward was the ultimate form of love. We love you so much. We love you. Sister No, Ram, we love you. This powerful feeling that had been bubbling up from within and being let out in the form of words was suddenly broken. The cause it was pain, and it was a newly formed kind of pain. Baden Kaitos placed his hand on his cheek, feeling the sensation of blood. He had been trying to escape from the watchtower, and a brand new cut, which had tore his cheek, had formed. It seemed to have come from nowhere. Baden Kaitos, in silence, stretched a finger out in front of him, and saw as his finger was also cut by something in the empty space in front of him was an invisible blade. It was the same technique that he had shown Ram on the spiral staircase. The technique of placing an invisible blade in the air was a legendary shinobi skill. But he did not care whose memories it came from. The issue now was that this was an invisible blade that he placed. It can't be. Walking carefully past the invisible blade that cut his finger, Baden Kaitos attempted to advance forwards, but then he screamed out an "Aya!" as his toes were cut off and attempted to turn. He was surrounded by invisible blades on all sides. Is this for real? He had only shown it to her once. It had been shown once during that fight, and since it was an invisible technique, it shouldn't have been able to be seen. And she wasn't even here right now, and yet she managed to figure out his escape route and place countless invisible blades before he got there. Baden Kaitos placed his hand on his right eye, which was barely functioning still, and not his left eye, which had been torn to bits by her wind blades. It was clairvoyance, which allowed Ram to share his vision. She would never allow him to escape. It was impossible to do so because she could see his every move. Baden Kaitos laughed out loud, and it was no longer a simple sneer. It was love for the first time in his life. He was passionate about someone. He fell in love with that exceptional person and... wait a second. Wait just a little longer. Just a little longer. He already knew that no matter how much he yelled, none of it would reach her through clairvoyance, and so those desperate words weren't meant to be heard. He did so in order to push himself forward. Baden Kaitos quickly clung to the wall. He had prematurely let go of everything he'd eaten. He might have been able to save himself from this hardship had he been able to use the masterfulness of the Fist King. After that, Baden Kaitos struck his arms against an invisible blade. Blood spurted from where his wrists used to be. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. It hurts so much, but the pain isn't important anymore. Receive our feelings. With your own eyes, witness our plea. He pressed his bleeding arm against the wall and started writing as well as he could with his little body covered in blood. He drew large characters on the wall of the tower in the sea of sand. Then he took a step back and looked at what he had written with his right eye open. This was done so that the bloody message on the wall reached the person he wanted to see the most. He was sure that she'd be watching him until the very end, since their vision was connected. Aya, we love you. Before he could finish his sentence, Gluttony was beheaded by a wind blade. 5. Fula, with a single murmur and a move in her hand, a wind blade was unleashed. Even if the amount of magic used affected the size of it, the power of the wind blade itself remained relatively constant. Moreover, due to how sharp the wind blade was, even a small one was enough to cut through a neck. Ram had chased after Gluttony, who escaped, and struck him with a single wind blade. Keeping track of the fleeing Gluttony had been easy due to the use of clairvoyance. She had left a few traps in the path he was running on to confine him, and they seemed to have worked quite well despite placing him in a hurried manner. And just before the last wind blade struck him, Gluttony had been behaving strangely. He had cut off his own hands and wrote a message on the wall with his own blood. It was a filthy, completely one-sided, nasty form of harassment that was not worth looking at. But in his last moments, he must have seen the message written in blood spin around his vision as his head flew through the air and then closed his eyes one last time. She had done so because she wouldn't feel at ease unless she did. That was the only reason she needed. There was no sense of duty holding her back. The blasphemer made the wrong choice for the last time. If he had risked his life for the sake of his brother and sister, Ram might have shown some mercy, but he had only used that as a way to fool her, using it as a tool for his own survival. And he probably did not even know how to return what he had eaten if he had. He might have used it as a bargaining chip in order to survive, but it wasn't even that, so this was his punishment. Those who live by the sword, die by the sword those who rely on witches, die by witches those who devote themselves to fire, die by fire. And so, those who ask of Onis will die by Onis, and shall be destroyed by what they relied on. This was the justice that Ram believed in. Lowering her arm, she took a deep breath, then she turned and returned to the rocky corridor she could not fight near them. So she made sure to create a lot of distance between them. It had been a terribly long distance, and Ram naturally began to walk impatiently as a result. When she walked past a collapsed wall, she was greeted by the sound of an earth dragon. The jet-black earth dragon used her large body to hide Ram behind her. If Ram wasn't the one who returned, she would have used her body as a shield. Subaru really didn't deserve this earth dragon despite being so hurt. She was still trying to follow Subaru's instructions. No, that's not quite right. You want to protect Rem too, didn't you? Real Lyri's such a good girl, but trash. Saying that, she gently stroked the neck of the earth dragon. She needed to move her to the green room as soon as she could. She didn't want to force such a loyal earth dragon to move around with such wounds. Ram didn't want to be rude to the earth dragon that had done so much for her sister. Thanking the earth dragon from the bottom of her heart, Ram moved over to where Rem was behind her now that she had stopped sharing her burdens via synesthesia. The horn no longer appeared on her forehead, however. The recoil from taking on so many of Ram's burdens, who had almost been on the level of the Oni god, had definitely damaged her body. Ram herself felt a bit depressed when she thought about how the recoil would soon arrive, but now isn't the time to think about such tasteless things. Kneeling down slowly, Ram softly placed her hand on her sleeping sister's cheek. The bond they shared as sisters that she didn't really feel before felt much more real now, and she felt love and a sense of importance overflowing within her. She had lost her horn, and, consequently, her power as the second coming of the Oni god, and lived on to this day. Ram had concluded that the events that occurred on that fiery night were for her own good, and she didn't think she was wrong, either, but from this point onward, that had changed. The reason her horn was broken on that day was so that Ram could find out here, on this day, that she was Rem's sister. Through synesthesia, she was able to realize that they were twins who shared a single world, connected via their souls, and that she was her irreplaceable sister. Now, more than ever, I want to talk with you about you and Ram, and our time together. Let's fill in the memories of yesterday that we've lost. Time never stopped flowing, so they'd be able to create as many memories in the future as they wanted. So she would make their memories bloom like a flower as often as possible every night, so that nothing would disappear and nothing would be forgotten. Let's talk a lot about the stories of yesterday. The sleeping beauty said nothing, and yet her silence did not make her heart ache instead. Ram smiled as her heart filled with warmth with a smile. She moved her lips without doubting her feelings. I love you, Rem. She was sure that no matter how much time they spent together, they'd never be able to betray their feelings for each other. Oddly enough, she had uttered the same thing that Warpson Archbishop had said in his last moments, though the words were the same. The way they were said was completely different. Those who don't know love, and those who live for love, never sound the same. They never will. Chapter 87. Distant Regard. 1. Her head rocked back and forth with a great amount of vigor. She discovered that someone was running quickly with her waist held under their arm, and this wasn't the first time she had been carried like this. Not that she was used to being treated like an object, but being carried like this by her less than considerate partner had happened quite often. Cut it out, Elsa. She's always had trouble describing her. Someone who wouldn't listen to her no matter how many times she warned her. She didn't trust her enough to call her a partner or a companion, nor was she close enough to her to call her sister or mother. Her relationship with her wasn't even close enough to call her a friend or acquaintance. That was why she was always at a loss. What could she call her? What did Elsa even think of me? I told you to stop shaking me. It wasn't something that could be stopped just by saying it, but it annoyed her to no end to think that they think she had given up due to not saying anything. So she made sure to make her voice heard whilst knowing nothing would come of it. No, she tried to do so, but before she could give it a try, something hot started pouring out of her mouth. She thought she had thrown up what she had eaten earlier, but that wasn't the case. What spilled out from deep within her was red blood. Damn it, she won't stop bleeding. Biko, what should I do? At any rate, I wonder if you can get rid of the blood by making her vomit. It'd be bad if she suffocated. In fact, she could hear a man and a woman shouting at each other right next to her ears, and then she was leaned to the side. She continued to cough and cough as blood spilled from her throat through her lips. Something was put into her mouth, and the blood that never stopped flowing was drawn out on the verge of suffocating. They just barely managed to create an opening in her throat. allowing oxygen to flow into her lungs and brain. Spit! Hooray! She can breathe again. Give me some of your healing magic. Fine, I suppose. But I can't do that much, in fact. I know that. It was my mistake that led to Meili putting herself in danger. I'll pay the price for that. She could hear them talking above her head, but when she finally managed to breathe, her body grew heavy. No, it probably really did become heavier due to the seriousness of the situation. She had probably shifted her consciousness to other parts of her body, and, as a result of that, she became aware of her body as a whole. Her hands and feet were immobile, her head continued to shake, she had vomited around 3 glasses of blood, and her whole body felt like it was on fire. But her back was especially so. There was something especially wrong with her back, compared to everything else, that had probably been why she couldn't move her body, and had continuously vomited blood. Whether it was what had happened before, or what the man and woman arguing were about, or what was happening right now and how, she couldn't remember well, however. In a world where everything was vague and disjointed, there was something that had grabbed her attention. It was promise. She felt as if she had exchanged that with someone. 2. When the color of the gigantic scorpion changed, it released the most powerful ray of light so far. The expanding ray of white light shot out in all directions, and the hungry horse kings, who had been aiming at its crimson shell, were blown into pieces. But it didn't stop there, but spread out further, leaving a mass of destruction in the sea of sand. Naturally, Subaru and Beatrice wouldn't be able to escape unscathed, but Meili was the one who took the most damage out of all of them. While she was leaning forward in order to command the witch beast, she had been extremely exposed to the powerful counterattack of the gigantic scorpion of the Crimson Scorpion. Fortunately, she had managed to avoid being directly hit by the stinger, which emitted that deadly ray of white light. If that happened, the body of the small girl would have been disintegrated instantly. That hadn't happened, however. The ray of white light from the stinger left a mass of destruction in the sea of sand, and the shock wave it generated had smashed into her. That was more than enough to cause a life-threatening injury. Meili, Subaru, and Beatrice rushed her aid and threw themselves down into the sand, and she looked to be in terrible shape. When they saw her, she seemed to have instinctively curled herself into a ball, and the impact of the shock wave seemed to have affected her back the most. Her black cloak had been blown off, and they could see her shredded skin under her torn clothes. She appeared to be suffering from lacerations and severe burns, and for a moment, Subaru blacked out, however. Am I a dumbass? Think about what you need to do right now. Using his fist, Subaru brought his distant consciousness back and brought out his inner strength. His Cor Leonis ability that had always been in use. It was the ability that allowed him to take on the burdens of his friends, and to take on the life-threatening injury that Meili had just been dealt. And of course, if Subaru would get taken out due to taking it all on himself, then it would become completely useless. He needed to do his best to help Meili whilst not falling unconscious himself. It's going to be all right, I can do this, you got this. Not Suki Subaru up until this point. He might have become flustered and broken down and acted in an unsightly and disgraceful manner, but after walking on the same road as Natsuki Subaru, Subaru looked at himself in a different light. Not only did he have his own role to play, but there were also things that only he could do, therefore. Emilia and Julius are doing all right, and Patrash and Rem are also safe and sound. He took a look at how everyone in the tower was doing, and made a strategy based around their current conditions. The response from Emilia suddenly disappeared, and he was worried about Julius' fight with Reed. He was also a bit concerned about the positions of Echidna and Patrash, but he trusted them enough to leave them be. Instead, Subaru's main focus right now was on Ram, and Meili, who was right in front of him. GH. The agony Meili was currently feeling suddenly started pouring into Subaru, causing him to groan in agony due to the intense pain he was feeling in his insides. To be honest, Ram's burdens alone were quite difficult to deal with. To add Meili's life-threatening injuries to that would be akin to suicide. This is bad. Though I'd bragged about his abilities before, it was impossible to take on 100% of both at the same time. And if that's the case, then Meili, who was dealing with life-threatening injuries, must be given priority, and he would need to reduce the amount of Ram's burdens flowing into him. Perhaps Ram would be perceptive enough to figure out what had happened with that alone. Man, I'm going to be in for a big scolding later. After all that big talk about your authority. Look how messy things turn out. I wouldn't expect anything less from Barusu, enduring the bitter taste of blood. Subaru imagined a very realistic reaction from her. The effect of Cor Leonis should simply take on people's burdens, but the fact that he could actually taste blood was a sign that a reaction was going on within Subaru's own body. One's imagination had an extraordinary effect on one's body. He had heard about how if a person firmly believed that a hot iron had been pressed against their body, then they would feel as if they had been burned. In other words, by taking on Meili's severe back injury and other internal injuries, Subaru's body reacted in a similar way if things went south. There could be 2 dead bodies lying here with the same causes of death. That is swell, a bit troubling, you know. Carrying Melee on his back, he spit the blood in his mouth out and stood up. Then he ducked, evading the flaming spear of the Hungry Horse King, and retreated and created distance between them with Beatrice's purple stakes. The one who was attacking them was a Hungry Horse King that had been carrying them not too long ago. As soon as the situation took a turn for worse, the intelligent witch beast did not betray her out of the blue-eyed, was simply because Melee's divine protection was no longer in effect, causing it to return to following its natural instincts. Without the leadership of Melee, the witch beast went back to being an enemy of mankind, and regarded Subaru and the others as enemies, and now there were many such witch beasts in the Sea of Sand. Uff! Melee. As he was running away from the witch beast, Melee spat blood onto Subaru's arm. She coughed up a storm and spat out blood, and seeing her in pain like that made him really nervous. He couldn't even take a breather and find a place to treat her wounds. At this rate, damn it, she won't stop bleeding. Biko, what should I do? At any rate, I wonder if you can get rid of the blood by making her vomit. It'd be bad if she suffocated. In fact, while trying hard to maintain a certain amount of distance between them and the witch beast, he gave his mana over to Beatrice. In the meantime, Subaru shook Melee to get her to vomit the blood that was stuck in her throat. But even with such efforts, Melee's complexion didn't change, and she wouldn't stop bleeding as a result. Subaru had no choice but to forcefully remove the blood from her throat by creating a siphon using his clenched fist, placing it over her mouth, and sucking all the blood out. Cough. Gah. Spit hooray. She can breathe again. Give me some of your healing magic. Fine, I suppose. But I can't do that much. In fact, I know that. It was my mistake that led to Melee put herself in danger. I'll pay the price for that. Strictly speaking, Subaru was already starting to pay for his failure, but the interest was accumulating at a rapid rate, even though he already reduced the amount of Ram's burdens he take in. As it was now, he wondered how much time he could buy. No, this is where I need to take a stand. If I stand back and do nothing, I'd just be a coward. Don't let go, I suppose. Huh. Subaru ran with his teeth clenched in his body, dealing with the full effects of his authority, and Beatrice suddenly jumped onto his shoulders. Of course, Subaru was surprised to suddenly be giving someone a piggyback ride, but Beatrice was as light as cotton candy, so it wouldn't slow down their escape. Biko, Subaru, don't try to do everything by yourself. I suppose Betty and Subaru are partners, and Melee is, as well. You weren't the only one who promised to help. In fact, holding Subaru's head tightly in her arms, Beatrice spoke softly through Subaru, who was speechless after hearing that. She began to treat Melee's wounds with her gentle healing magic, and Subaru could feel the sensation of a warm light gradually healing her through him. Based on this warmth alone, it was clear that Beatrice was looking out for everyone. In the background, the battle between the witch beasts continued fortunately, even when Melee's divine protection was no longer in use. The Crimson Scorpion and the Hungry Horse Kings didn't sign some sort of peace treaty, and it was the same with all the other witch beasts. The stinger and the pincers of the Crimson Scorpion took out around half of the witch beasts approaching Subaru and Co., and naturally, the other half was still beelining for them, so there was no time to rest. Do we have any options? In fact, it wasn't that there weren't any based on Beatrice's words and the care she showed for Melee. There was definitely a way to change their current situation, if not break through it. However, he was hesitant to do so because he wasn't sure if it was feasible or not, and it could not be confirmed with trial and error this time. So this was the worst kind of situation for Subaru, however. Subaru, if you're hesitating for Betty's sake, I don't want you to, I suppose. If the reason has nothing to do with Betty, then we can simply apologize together later. In fact, to go through suffering together, to experience happiness together, never leave Betty behind. Those are the terms of Betty and Subaru's contract. Beatrice cried that out angrily as she looked at Subaru's profile, though he couldn't see her face because she was behind his head. Subaru's prideful partner, however, was rather adorable even when she got angry. And so, though Subaru had gotten spoiled, the words his partner uttered to him gave him courage. There was no time for him to worry about anything. The need to worry was no longer necessary due to his partner's words. Therefore, I love you, Biko. Betty loves you more. In fact, they exchanged words of love. And then Subaru looked down at the dying Melee, and he resolved to never lose another life. Cor Leonis, second shift. He gave a new name to the Lion's Heart ability that he had already named himself, and internally switched gears. By doing so, he expanded his small king authority, for he had always been scolded for being an isolated king who carried everyone's burdens on his back. However, He would never be like the shameless greed who forced all of his burdens onto others, and so, what Subaru wanted to do with this authority was share his burdens with those who want to be with him. Basically, second shift burden sharing. The burdens that Subaru had once had to carry by himself will be sent to his friends who need to experience it with their entire beings. It will be distributed to those who were willing to accept it. For now, Subaru. Yeah, it's very hard, in fact. Yep, it's very hard. The second shift of Cor Leonis had been activated, and the burdens that Subaru received were distributed to the others. It wasn't half. Though even so, the burden on him was much lighter now, and Beatrice, who was now sharing his burdens, looked quite pale. Subaru shouted that back at Beatrice, who yelled in order to make it seem like she was in more pain than she really was. It's tough, it's painful, it's impossible to handle. Having to take care of everyone's burdens because he's the king? Damn that, therefore, thanks to everyone who wanted to support the small king, who could not stand alone, he can now move forward. Is it fine to share this suffering with you, by the way? I see, so I can't share with you, that's too bad. Subaru then turned his attention towards the Crimson Scorpion, while Beatrice, who now shared his burdens and was on his shoulders, treated Melee. Its true identity was Shala, and he could still feel their connection to Cor Leonis. He could see a big, massive light over there. Unfortunately for them, Subaru and Beatrice didn't seem to be able to hand all the burdens over to the Crimson Scorpion, since she didn't have the intention to take it. Only those who wanted to support the small king would receive it. The rules of this authority were very clear and inflexible. That's why he could not afford to be arrogant. He could not forget that he was being supported by the people around him. Biko, let your head and body do different things. That's a difficult order, in fact. They want to continue her treatment. And they also want to come up with a solution for the current situation, since the Crimson Scorpion's tail was starting to light up and turning towards Subaru and Co. His absolute defense magic, which granted him a form of invincibility and served as a trump card, was activated, and then a shockwave swallowed Subaru's three-person group. 3. The events currently occurring below the clouds were not able to be perceived by Emilia, who was above the clouds. But much like her friends who were fighting for their lives, Emilia, after fighting a fierce battle, had finally made it there. The top of the Pleiades watchtower, above the first floor, the true peak in the place she managed to reach by sacrificing countless ice soldiers. She saw the base of the central Pillara black monolith had been placed there. The monolith itself looked just like the ones she saw during the trial of the third floor. What made it different was that it was not floating, and the surface, which should have been free of imperfections, caught her eye. It was someone's handprints? Emilia, who widened her amethyst eyes, could see several sets of handprints on the surface of the monolith, 6 in total, including both men and women. The size of the hands and the thickness of the fingers indicated that they all belonged to humans, and it was clear that they were all friendly with each other due to taking the trouble to place their handprints next to each other like that, and that they had something to do with the tower. Maybe Shala's master or Reed. They were all Emilia could think of when it came to people who were involved with the tower. There was also Volcanica, but these were human handprints, and there was no sign of dragon handprints. Therefore, she could only come up with 2 people out of 6 who could have placed their handprints here. Wait, this is... One of the handprints suddenly made Emilia feel uncomfortable. It was lightly pressed at the end of the other 6 handprints. Ones next to it all had similar sizes, but the 2 at the end were uniquely small. What had attracted Emilia's attention the most was this set of handprints. Are these handprints mean? Murmuring that, Emilia frowned and looked down at her right hand. It was strange, but she couldn't help but get that feeling one of the handprints that had been pressed onto the monolith appeared to be her own. Holding her breath, Emilia turned to face the monolith, and, in order to dispel the doubt she had, she stretched out her right hand towards a handprint. Thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, stepped forth onto the first floor, almighty petitioner. He's here. Right before touching the monolith, Emilia heard a familiar voice sounding down from above, and turned towards it. It was Volcanica, who fluttered his wings and descended to the upper floor, who had writhed in agony when Emilia's ice soldiers touched the white scale on his neck earlier. With the monolith behind her, Emilia confronted the divine dragon. When she was climbing up the pillar, the battle they waged had been quite intense, and if they would continue here, they would have to fight just as hard, though it had a decent amount of space. The upper floor of the tower was smaller than the floor below, which would make fighting more difficult. And if the monolith gets destroyed, it'll really be in trouble. When they first encountered a monolith on the 3rd floor, Julius and Graham prevented anyone from striking them, so she didn't know how durable they were. However, no matter how durable it was, Emilia felt like it wouldn't be able to survive a strike from the divine dragon. I'm super positive it'll break if you try to hit me so. Just in case, Amelia once again created 7 ice soldiers near her. They had been crushed on the way to the upper floor, but their faces were full of energy and confidence like Amelia's right now. As they brought out their ice weapons, Amelia created 2 ice swords and held them in her hands. Then she rushed towards Volcanica in tandem with her 7 ice soldiers. Let's go, everyone. The white spot on Volcanica's neck is super sensitive. After seeing how strongly Volcanica reacted when she fiddled with the white scale before, she discovered that it was his weak point. She didn't want to hurt him or anything, but if she could just get someone to play with it for a while, she would have time to focus on the monolith. After uttering that, Amelia discovered that she had been turned upside down. She couldn't figure out what in the world had happened, but she had a feeling that something had touched her foot as it was moving forward. It had happened so quickly that she didn't realize what had just occurred until she had already been flipped over. And at the same time, the 7 ice soldiers were reduced to nothing around Amelia, who had been flipped upside down. All of their heads had been skillfully smashed, reducing them to mana particles before they could make a move. Feeling it on her skin, she shivered. That had been Volcanica's tail that had rapidly swept Amelia's legs out from under her, and at the same time crushed the heads of the ice soldiers. Realizing that a single swing of his tail had done that, her throat froze up. It was a lot faster than the surprise attack Amelia had been able to block the first time with the attack power of Subaru's whip was 1. Volcanica's tail was around 1,000 or even 10,000 before that power. Even Amelia would get mercilessly defeated, and so a question suddenly sprung up in her mind. Why are you so kind to me? He had only swept her feet from under her and flipped her upside down, but had mercilessly smashed the heads of the ice soldiers. Why the different treatment? It was hard for her to believe based on how angry he was when she touched his white scale before. Then Amelia suddenly remembered that she hadn't gotten away from the situation she was currently in. Oh no! She was about to fall headfirst into the ground once again. A gentle impact from the side had flipped her legs into the air. Wow, oopsies! Amelia landed in a dangerous position after rotating herself until she was sideways at the moment she looked up after that close call. What art thou doing? As he said this, she saw the divine dragon's face right in front of her. He was literally right in front of her eyes and nose. If Amelia would move her face forward just a tad, her nose would brush against his rock-hard, sharp, and robust body. Amelia was completely surprised by the fact that the dragon's face was so close to her, but what puzzled Amelia even more was, your way of speaking is so different from the way you've been speaking this whole time. Have you come back to your senses now? Can we talk about lots of things then? I really want to talk to you about the trial and about changing the rules of the tower. Gazing at Volcanica, Amelia shot question after question at him if the divine dragon, who she had thought had become senile, had returned to normal. Then she could try asking him about the trial again, then there would be no need to resort to violence. Hey, I'm begging you. Please talk to me. What if thou fell due to thou jumping up and down wildly like that? If something were to happen to thee, I would be scolded because everyone humbles themselves before thee. Volcanica spoke to Amelia, who had been worried about everyone in the tower and desperately begging for his help, with words that had never been spoken before. However, the content of his answer did not seem to answer Amelia's plea, which only deepened the amount of confusion. However, in the eyes of Volcanica that reflected Amelia, there was gentleness. It was the appearance of emotion, quite different from the emptiness of before. He gazed gently and affectionately at Amelia, where art flew gel and reed. Shala will be lonely if they dost not say adieu when leaving Farsail. 2. Shalt make much noise. Volcanica kept going, looking at Amelia with kind eyes as the dragon gazed at something that wasn't there. He spoke of Flugel and Reed, as well as Shala and another. It would not be clear unless she knew their family game. But Amelia remembered that name Farsail, and if that was who she thought it was. Farsail? Farsail Lagunica? The king from 400 years ago? In the course of studying for the royal selection. That was a person who had been mentioned many times in books. Farsail Lagunica, 35th king of the kingdom of Lagunica, as well as a great man who ruled the kingdom 400 years ago during the era of the witch. And the last Lion King had formed a covenant with none other than the divine dragon, Volcanica, which set the future prosperity of the kingdom of Lagunica in stone. Amelia gently turned to look at the monolith behind her. There were 6 handprints, sand, if what Volcanica said were true. Then did 3 of the handprints belong to Flugel, Reed, and Farsail? And the others probably belonged to a man and a woman. Then is the woman's handprint Shala's? She thought that was the most likely answer. She did not know who the last male handprint belonged to, but she had let it be for now anyhow. The biggest issue at the moment was that there was an unknown handprint that appeared to be hers. No way. Am I forgetting even more things than just Mom and everyone else in the forest? Amelia had a history of having her memories sealed. So she began to doubt herself, even if that weren't the case. The Sin Archbishop of Gluttony was capable of taking away one's name and memories. There was a possibility that she had come here before and left a handprint on it, but had forgotten about it. No, it doesn't matter if only Puck were here. Then he could tell me if I've been here before or not. Art thou all right? Is something troubling thee? Oh, well, I'm fine. Thank you for caring about me. Thank you. But in the end, Amelia was in trouble since it seemed like it would be hard to have a normal conversation with Volcanica. This was much better than being hit by his tail or paws. There was no question about that. But it still seemed pretty strange since this was a trial. Amelia thought about what to do. If thou needs anything, tell me, I will remove thy anxiety from thee. Satella. As he uttered those words, she gasped. Satellite hadn't been the first time she had been called that name. Many people were reminded of that being because of Amelia's long silver hair, amethyst eyes, and the fact that she was a half-elf. The only difference between them was simply their names. There were those who called her Satella, those who called her the most horrible calamity, and those who called her the Witch of Envy. Therefore, it wasn't a surprise that he called Amelia by that name. What was strange, however, was that he treated Satella with affection, for it was Volcanica, Reed, and Flugel whose feats were credited to Shala, who sealed Satella, who was also called the Witch of Envy. Why did he treat her like that? Why do you speak the name of the Witch of Envy with such gentleness? She could have called her Satella or the Witch, too. There were those who called her Satella, those who called her the worst calamity, and those who called her the Witch. And Amelia called her the Witch of Envy, that is, the Witch of Envy. There was a change in Volcanica's distant gaze. The change that could be seen in Volcanica's golden eyes was dramatic. As usual, the dragon's head, right in front of Amelia, was still gazing at her. That was why she got goosebumps when she saw him change so dramatically up close. She felt as if it wasn't a good kind of change, either. Amelia, who'd been raised in a forest, had knowledge due to experiencing many things while living out in the wild in circumstances like that. She had seen many witch beasts that changed suddenly. Getting that kind of feeling, Amelia jumped backwards as she was being pulled by something. That was the correct choice. In the moment afterwards, the air in front of Amelia exploded, and that was no exaggeration, as the space had compressed and then quickly expanded, resulting in an explosion. The principle behind that phenomenon, which was peculiar, was unknowable, and it was as if it warped the space itself. If one were in its area of effect, one would get warped by it. And it did not matter if one's defenses were strong or not. And that had occurred right where Amelia's head had been. If Amelia had not jumped back in time, she would most certainly have died, not to mention his tail attacks. But now, even the warping of space itself, Amelia had gotten into many situations that could have led to her death. This may have been the first time that a person's life had been threatened so many times. But I seemed to be really lucky, so I somehow managed to get through everything. If the element of luck was Amelia's ally, then it was a gift of good luck that gave her a chance to breathe, so she interpreted her situation in a positive manner. If she didn't do so, then she would become overwhelmed by all the new changes because Satella, spreading his wings out once more, Volcanica was starting to express a certain hostility towards her. Seeing this, Amelia endured the urge to stomp on the ground in frustration. It looked as if he had finally come back to his senses, but now it seemed as if he reverted to the way he was before. What's more, he seemed even more senile and vigilant than when he was in a dazed state. Icicle line. Therefore, there was no need for Amelia to go easy on him, so she unleashed her magic with unwavering determination. It froze the atmosphere, which soon began to crack. Then a white mist slowly began to drift through the battlefield. It created a frozen world of white, as if it were no different from the upper floor above the clouds. Then, making a bit of noise, Amelia slowly stood up wearing ice armor. Pulling an ice spear out of the floor, she twirled around and pointed it in front of her. She once again prepared to fight against Volcanica. However, if Volcanica were to get serious, Amelia wasn't sure she would be able to handle his attacks. He was a lot stronger than he was when. He was in a senile statino. Perhaps he was back in that state again, but staring straight into those golden eyes, Amelia wasn't sure she could say that Volcanica's behavior was due to being senile, for his eyes were full of sorrow and anguish. Satella, yes, Satella, we must stop thee who hast become the Witch of Envy. Were you two really close? On that day, I wish I hadn't hesitated on that day. If I did not hesitate, then no one would have. He did not finish what he was about to say, but based on Volcanica's trembling voice, the answer as to why was quite clear. The dragon, languishing in regret, took a deep breath, and the breath that scorched the world of white earlier was unleashed once again. But before that happened, it was crucial for Amelia to get up close and strike his white scale. Without doing so, Amelia would perish, and as a consequence, everyone else would too. Subaru, Beatrice, Ram, Maylie, Patrash, Echidna, Julius, and Anastasia. She thought about everyone else in the tower who were fighting for their lives, of everyone she needed help, of everyone who was fighting for the same cause. After doing so, a strange power appeared from deep within Amelia's chest. The Witch of Envy, Satella. No, that's not me. I am the Witch of Glaciation of the Elier Forest. Amelia. Amelia, answered the divine dragon, who mistook her for someone else. In a loud voice, overflowed with the power that had sprung up from within herself. Though the enemy was a divine dragon, there was nothing to be afraid of. Amelia was supported by everyone. Be sure to at least remember that name. In the final phase of the battle surrounding the Pleiades watchtower, light erupted above and below the clouds. Chapter 88. I asked I will. 1. It was at almost the same time that light erupted above and below the clouds. If there were one who could observe the battles taking place, separated by thick clouds and a large distance, then they would most certainly not be of this world. The battle, which had begun with attempting to conquer the Pleiades watchtower, was finally coming to an end. The current situation was, cried Subaru, as the sea of sand was blown to bits in shock waves that whipped up. A sandstorm raged. The immense amount of destructive power that was smashing into Subaru was enough to instantly blow his body to bits, and yet no such thing occurred. One of the 3 original magic spells that had been created by Subaru and Beatrice. Roughly speaking, this magic spell was a form of absolute defense magic that prevented the bodies of Subaru and Beatrice from being influenced by external forces by stopping the passage of time around them. It's so frustrating because I came up with the idea in the first place, but it feels like I'm the one getting thrown into the worst situations because that guy used a similar ability. We've talked quite enough about this matter, I suppose. Betty already decided to ignore it long ago. In fact, when she heard Subaru's complaint, Beatrice, who was on his shoulders, shouted that at him. The Witch of Greed's and Archbishop, Regulus Cornea's invincibility ability, was an extremely powerful force that could be described as being backwards compatible with EMM. Though the guy who used it was a scumbag, his practicality was outstanding. That was what he aimed for, though it wasn't something he wanted to do. I still need to reference him. Even though that guy is a scumbag, that makes me feel like throwing up. Would it sound better if he said he lived by experience? This type of thinking also reminded Subaru of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, and he was extremely disgusted by the fact those guys stood in his way no matter where he looked. However, without it, he wouldn't be able to protect Beatrice, and Maylie, Maylie, with her eyes closed, began taking strained breaths in Subaru's arms. She looked to be in a state of shock, but that was simply due to how painful breathing was for her. The injuries shed been dealt looked like they were gradually healing due to Beatrice's healing magic, well, more or less, but she should be improving, maybe, possibly. Using healing magic and EMM at the same time is too difficult. I suppose the 3 of us would be dead by now if it weren't for Betty. In fact, I know that. It's just, thanks to Beatrice's rebuke, Subaru began to question himself. When it came to the damage he'd taken, there was no longer any other way to endure it but to bite down on his back teeth. The problem was his current supply of mana in the first place. He was only useful as a tank for holding magic power, but the capacity of Subaru's tank was just average, if not below average. When he used EMM, his mana was continuously consumed, like water flowing out of a bucket with holes in it. And at this rate, it wouldn't be long before EMM and the healing magic stopped working altogether, and stopping Melee's healing magic is not an option. Then we will have to stop using EMM. I suppose I have to entrust the timing, and what happens next to Subaru. In fact, then you can count on me, Biko. You will take care of Melee's treatment and become a good obedient spirit that responds immediately to my instructions. The way you worded that is bad. In fact, arguing with each other in such a way. Subaru and Beatrice exchanged glances, and without a single second disturbance in their connection, turned EMM offhand and jumped from where they were standing. Behind them, the Crimson Scorpion and the other Witch Beasts were fighting and making a beeline toward Subaru, and the others, as per usual. The bothersome Crimson Scorpion had its sights set on Subaru, who had a handicap, where he couldn't get too far away from the tower. In terrible situations like this, where the situation would not change otherwise, the Witch, by revealing his return by death ability, Subaru generated a thick amount of miasma, which attracted all of the Witch Beasts there to his location. It wasn't a technique of any kind, but that was one of the abilities that he heavily relied on. It was dangerous enough as it was. But the Crimson Scorpion was aiming for Subaru, making it fight with the other which beasts might bear fruit. But it might have been too much to ask for. If Beatrice, Melee, and Subaru collapsed here, then Ram, who had entrusted some of her burdens to him, would also collapse, and then one after the other, they would be annihilated, due to the power of Soar Leonis. The sense of closeness he felt with the others became far too strong with the power of this authority. He had no idea how Regulus grew accustomed to living his life in solitude. EMT. Thinking useless thoughts. He saw a future where everyone was disintegrated by a ray of white light. And then, having a premonition of death, he released his second original magic spell. EMT was a form of negation magic that negated all magic released at it. It didn't have the same weakness as EMM, which required zero movement in order to stay activated, at least in principle. Any attack that used mana will be negated by this magic spell. However, I turned the MM off and used my trump card in 5 seconds flat. That wasn't as easy as it sounded, and on the contrary, he didn't know what to do after that, and was surrounded on all sides. As it was, the stinger of the Crimson Scorpion, the flames of the Hungry Horse Kings, and the other attacks of which beasts were aimed and then fired at Subaru and his group, threatening to turn them all into ash. Gulping, Subaru stiffened. If he wanted to break through the current situation, he would need to use his third and final original magic spell. However, it was not complete yet. If anything were to go wrong, Subaru and his group might end up floating in an imaginary space. I can't believe in myself enough to bet on it awakening at the last minute. Although Natsuki Subaru was recognized as a capable guy, he didn't blindly believe that he was some type of Superman who could break through any sort of situation no matter the circumstances. He was simply the type of guy who never gave up. Even if he gave up, he would get himself back on his feet more than any other. To put another way, it means that other people gave up more. Now, isn't the time to show my habit of losing? It's a bad gamble. But can you do anything with your willpower and vanity alone? That level of determination is truly like you. However, it was at the moment Subaru decided he had no choice but to give it a try. A sudden voice came from above, and then the figure of a person descended and slashed in between the attack of death that had been fired at Subaru and everyone else. It was so radiant that Subaru reflexively shut his eyes. That wasn't a metaphor either, for it truly was dazzling. It was because the figure was clad in the colors of the rainbow. Outclaw Zelia. Immediately after that, a light shined and repelled that furious onslaught of attacks. There were the shock waves that left destruction in their wake, an inferno of flames, and the charge of the other which beasts with their lives on a line of black light weakened them. Water overflowed and swallowed them up, and the violent winds of sandstorm made them lose their momentum. That had been the act of manipulating the forces of nature itself, and had been done by a man with a graceful countenance, who landed on the sand wielding his long night sword. For that reason, I came here in a hurry. It seems that I arrived in the nick of time. As he spoke, Julius Jaculius, who was known as the finest of knights, glanced back at Subaru, with his white uniform stained here and there with blood and dirt. He stood there calmly. He was refined as ever, clad in the colors of the rainbow. At his commanding presence, Subaru said, Julius, with quivering lips, I left a message that said to go help out the others who were in dangerous places. Yes, and I did, so that is why I came here. My apologies. But I thought this place was the most dangerous compared to the others. Shut up. What's up with that scar on your face? What happened with Reed? It was my loss. He ran away in a pleasant mood after winning. That's lame. If you're going to do it, then you got to go for the win. But I would have been done for had you not come. So I'll only say this once thanks. Julius, who had a white scar under his left eye, laughed with a ha. He said that with a hint of annoyance. But he had apparently gained something after finishing his fight. With Reed, the proof of that was, have you made up with your quasi-spirits? Actually, they blossomed from their budded forms and were elevated into spirits. Also, saying we made up would be incorrect. We were never at odds to begin with. Hovering around Julius as he answered with a sixth dim, glowing quasi. Spirits, no. Spirits. The spirits, who had lost their connection to Julius due to Gluttony's authority taking his name away, had not given him any assistance whatsoever, and had long been puzzled as a result. However, they bridged the gap between them, causing them to develop a stronger bond. Forming a new contract with his six spirits made him seem both smart and like a womanizer. I had such a hard time persuading Biko, but you're such a clever guy. Huh. Regrettably, I've already been eaten, though. Not funny. Aren't you getting over a little too fast? Subaru was amazed at Julius, who could even joke about being victimized by Gluttony's authority. Seeing as he had said that he had won and escaped, it was clear that he had managed to conclude things with Reed, and since it was clear that Reed's body had belonged to Roy Alfred, it would be natural to assume that he had also settled things with one of the gluttonies. And since Julius had yet to say anything about the danger he posed, then it could be assumed that he had succeeded in neutralizing Alfred. Julius, you got here at just the right time. I suppose I need to borrow Qua. Understood. Julius immediately consented to Beatrice's request. Who was above Subaru's head, he was also able to sense that it was only a matter of time until something went wrong with Meili, still in Subaru's arms. From the group of 6 spirits, the blue-colored Qua, which governed the water element, flew out and began pouring its gentle healing magic into Meili's body along with Beatrice's. And then, this will require a considerable amount of time. Yep, so take a look. Around now that Shala has turned red and is very angry. Can you handle her? Didn't you just lose to the red dude? For that very reason. It would be discourteous of the lady to state that this battle was being fought to make up for that loss. Julius faced the Crimson Scorpion, Shala wielding his knight sword. The knight stepped forward, but the Crimson Scorpion seemed to look right through him. Everyone in Subaru's way was simply an obstacle to it, and its murderous intent stayed locked on to a single target. It was with that attitude that Julius, a spirit knight, improved himself and moved a step up. Subaru, I will handle Miss Shala as far as other things are concerned. You mean I need to handle them on my own, huh? Roger that, no. Please work together with Miss Beatrice to get things done. In a situation like this, I can produce about 70% of my power thanks to Biko. To be honest, even 70% was a pretty vain figure at 80% or 90%. What Subaru could be proud of as a contractor Biko was his cunning brain and a few little techniques. So it might even go up to 95%. In any case, you coming here really helped us a lot. It would be best for you to re-examine the value that you yourself possess. After having a relatively short conversation, Subaru and Julius each focused on their distinct roles. Julius advanced in order to prevent the attacks of the witch beasts from reaching Subaru and the others, reducing the damage to the rear by fighting a fierce battle. Subaru, on the other hand, wanted to keep the injured Meili away from the witch beasts while focusing on buying time, so that the conditions for victory could be met. Hick, feeling a sense of astonishment, Subaru raised his face as if blown away by something. The cause of this was the Pleiades watchtower, and the change that occurred there it was. The response from Ram disappeared. 2. Volcanica's breath was released over the upper floor, tinged in a blue light. Emilia attempted to break through the situation with every ounce of her being by using ice shields. When they were traveling through the sea of sand to the Pleiades watchtower, she had used ice shields to defend against the rays of white light coming from the tower. However, they did not last a single second against the dragon's breath. The stacked ice shields were melted instantly, yet still managed to slightly weaken the power and scale of that attack as it rained down upon Emilia. As a result, Emilia took shelter behind the black monolith for a moment. It was true that it was quite strong and undaunted by the breath of the dragon. However, she had a hunch that if it were destroyed, the trial would be ruined, and besides, she had a feeling that this had nothing to do with breaking through the trial. It'll really be lonely if it's destroyed. There was a handprint that gave her a feeling of déjà vu on a monolith that had been left behind. She also had no idea if it had anything to do with her, or she was just seeing things. She just wanted to find out why it gave her that kind of feeling in the first place. So she couldn't lose it in order to not lose it. Gathering her mana together to the limits of her current state, Emilia deployed an icicle line. Though she had a massive amount of mana at her disposal, using it all at the same time was not feasible no matter how much mana a person had. They were limited by how much could pass through their gate in a single instance. Emilia had 10 times the amount of power as most magic users, but her potential was further developed due to her experience as a spirit arch user. Magic users interfere with the world with their power by sending the mana they build up within themselves through their gates. Spirit arts users interfere with the world with the help of spirits and by using the mana in the atmosphere. That being the case, Emilia trained herself in both. The amount of water coming out of faucet was fixed in quantity, but if one were to store in a bucket, one would have more water at one's disposal based on that. Emilia did this both inside and outside her body. The application of a maximum magic spell, one in which the mana overflowing from within was preserved on the outside, with the gate being ignored entirely. Absolute zero. Subaru had called it that and said it would be difficult to pull off. Oddly enough, this had happened at the same time Subaru shouted out that he couldn't believe himself enough to pull it off, and then Emilia went ahead and gave it her all to succeed in something that had never been done before. And she succeeded in doing it. If Emilia's original magic power was at a level of 1, would the power of this magic spell that came into being due to the application of the overflow of magic be 10, or perhaps even reach 100? In a single moment, the white void that swept over the world was not the expression of a frozen atmosphere, but was rather the accompaniment of the power to stop the unstoppable passage of time. The dragon's breath, which was the embodiment of death, was no exception. The collision of the blue light and absolute zero created a void in the world. In an instant, the two maximum powers struggled against each other for a short amount of time before canceling each other out. Indeed, they had surprisingly silently canceled each other out without any other effects, and when the time that had been stopped began moving again, Emilia brought out an ice spear and rushed forward. Hi-ya! Her slender throat vibrating, Emilia charged toward Volcanica. Her body felt awfully heavy because it had taken energy from her entire body, even though the mana itself was used outside of the body. The toll it took on Emilia was rather large. Turning over a bucket full of water required an enormous amount of energy, so it was no wonder that Emilia was exhausted and fatigued, for she had used enough energy to overturn a fountain, not just a bucket. However, she let out her voice, "I can't lose heart forever." By shouting that out, Emilia reinvigorated herself. While life energy and mana were different things, she still thought that she could awaken her sleeping energy simply by willing it to come forth. That may have been a misunderstanding. But even if she was just fooling herself, lying wasn't so bad from time to time. Satalea, not giving her a chance to breathe, Volcanica roared that out as he swung his paw and tail. The impact came from outside of her perception, and Emilia defended against it by relying on the feeling of the beads of ice spreading around her, helping her advance. As they got crushed were 7 ice soldiers she had created. An ice soldier stopped a downward blow from reaching her, and then another ice soldier stopped a following blow from a paw with its own body. Emilia then jumped off his shoulder, whilst another ice soldier, standing on the shoulders of 2 others stacked on top of each other in order to give itself some height, held off the tail flailing in the air, ultimately sacrificing itself. Hiya. After borrowing the aid of those who had nobly sacrificed themselves, Emilia threw an ice spear while rotating herself in the air. It hadn't been enough to penetrate the outer layer of the divine dragon, but it had been enough to get his attention. Volcanica swung his troublesome paw at Emilia, grazing her silver hair as she dodged it. Then she charged in, risking her life in order to get under his chest, and from that position, that's his white scale. Emilia hoped that her blow would be able to touch or hit it, and then looked up at the sky. Emilia opened her eyes when she drew close to the divine dragon once again, close enough to touch, and saw that evasive white scale directly in her vision. The reason as to why was rather surprising. That wasn't a white scale. Not at all. There was a white scar there that could have easily been mistaken as one of the scales. An old scar. Since the wound had already closed, he shouldn't feel any pain if it were touched. However, the divine dragon just didn't want that wound to be touched for some reason, and went through a lot of agony when it was Emilia's breath caught when she realized that it had something to do with his old, undying memories. Taking advantage of her momentary hesitation, Volcanica flapped his wings. Volcanica's massive body flew up in an instant with Emilia's hand still stretched out in front of her. Emilia greatly regretted her mistake after she had done it when fighting a winged being. This was the worst situation one could be in. If one were to be attacked in a position that was unreachable, one would accumulate dead in the blink of an eye. No way away. Emilia immediately placed her hand on the floor. Then ice suddenly began to rise from where she was standing. Now that she had an improvised ice foothold in the sky, Emilia desperately attempted to catch up to the flying Volcanica. However, the ice foothold reached its limit when it had been extended to 33 to 66 feet, 10 to 20 meters, and she wouldn't be able to reach him if he moved further away. "Everyone, plias!" Emilia's shouts were answered by her ice soldiers, who were climbing up the side of the ice platform. The ice soldiers climbed to the top of the foothold, and then immediately began jumping to use the shoulders of the one that jumped previously as a footstool. Repeating that process 6 times, then Emilia jumped off the back of the last one. As soon as she pushed off of the ice soldiers' back with a great amount of force, it broke their formation. However, the 7 ice soldiers, who were now falling, all fell with smiles on their faces while giving her a thumbs up of their encouragement. Emilia, who had jumped last, moved her hand towards Volcanica's tail. Foolish. Emilia's fingers grabbed thin air as his tail was drawn back, and then the tail, which had been pulled back rapidly, returned to Emilia's position, who gazed at it in wonderment. There was nowhere to go in the air, even if she were capable of producing an ice shield in an instant. That power that could break through it in an instant was destructive enough to be fatal. Emilia was entangled with thoughts of failing in addition to what she should do. As time slowed down, she desperately tried to find a way out of her situation and mobilized all her resources in her mind and body to see if she could do anything. Giving up wasn't an option, however. None of Emilia's favorite people ever chose to give up, therefore. I won't give up, either. However, just saying such words wouldn't be enough to save herself. The tail attack of the divine dragon, who understood the long passage of time, drew near to Amelia, as if trying to teach her the meaning of impermanence. Lady Amelia. In a single moment, a raging wind from directly below Amelia blew upwards, helping her ascend, though only slightly the wind blowing upwards pushed against her body, slightly altering her situation. This had brought her from a situation where there was a 100% chance of death to a situation where the possibility of death was 90%, and Amelia, who refused to give up, took hold of that 10% chance of survival. Hick! The divine dragon's tail was swung towards Amelia's head since the momentum behind her ascent had increased. The trajectory of the tail attack moved from her head to her body, understanding that with her intuition, rather than her perception, she pulled her knees to her chest with all her might. Amelia made her body as small as she could in order to get out of attack range, but the tips of her toes were grazed by his tail attack, causing her body to spin at a high speed due to the fierce shock it caused. Amelia's body was blown upwards with her knees held in her arms. Amelia clenched her back teeth as she was swallowed by the attack that was capable of causing the content of her head to spill out, and created some ice footholds in the sky, stopping herself by force. Boom! With tears in her eyes and her entire body taking the shock, Amelia looked down after hearing a powerful sound. With her field of view turned upside down on the ice ceiling in the sky, she could see Volcanica's head, as well as figures approaching from the stairs of the first floor in the distance. Actually, they weren't figures at all, but rather the silhouettes of a person and an earth dragon, Ram, and it had been Ram who come here and helped Amelia move a bit higher. She couldn't hide her astonishment at the fact that Ram, who she could see in the distance, had come here in a bloodied state. But thanks to her assistance, Amelia managed to escape a death resulting from her head getting struck. Thanks to her help, Amelia once again put some strength into her knees. Using the ice ceiling as a foothold, she went on the offensive against Volcanica, however. Volcanica looked rather funny in front of her. He was wagging his tail and looking down. Rather than looking at Amelia, there was a possibility that he had deemed Ram, who had saved her, to be his next prey, but that wasn't the case. The golden eyes of the ancient divine dragon weren't looking at Ram at all. It was Patrash and Oehak. After Volcanica's murmur faded away, Amelia's rushed her body directly beneath him. Half a moment later, the tail of Volcanica, who had been looking above him, broke the ice ceiling. He had been late, as Amelia was no longer there, nor was she aiming directly at his throat. Then Amelia created another ice foothold now, an ice slope when she had been running away from Regulus with Subaru and Priestella. She had created something with the aim of not killing her speed, but accelerating it was creating the air and slid on using shoes made of ice. Amelia's speed accelerated in the sky, preventing the tail attack from reaching her, creating an ice slope in midair and then steadily accelerating. Amelia's silver hair fluttered in the wind as his tail chased after her, and then, Chaya! Jumping off the slope, Amelia aimed to kick at Volcanica's throat. Going at a high speed, she fired herself straight, like an arrow, at the white scar on his throat, avoiding the closing paw trying to grab her. Gah! The white sole of Amelia's shoe struck his throat, causing Volcanica to let out a shout once again. Hearing the sound of the sky cracking, Amelia let out an iakikea, causing her to cover her ears, as she immediately began falling due to the kick's recoil. Falling. Eek! Wow, thank you. The falling Amelia had been caught by the ice soldiers who were supposed to have fallen to the ground. Amelia stood up thanks to the aid of that soft landing, and saw that she had gotten back to the upper floor, as well as that Volcanica was writhing in agony above her once again. She ran straight to the monolith next to the central pillar. She ran and ran to get to the monolith that gave her a sense of deja vu. I knew it. She reached the monolith, and this time, she was able to press her hand against it unhindered. That force created a shock that shook the monolith, and Amelia's hand was a perfect match for the handprint in question. She wasn't sure how many people in the world shared similar hands, but this handprint on the monolith at least belonged to someone who looked exactly like her. And thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth onto the first floor, almighty petitioner. Ah, when Amelia placed her hand on the monolith, Volcanica descended whilst flapping his wings. Volcanica, whose large body was still floating up in the sky, and was supposed to have returned to a sane state, asked that same first question once more, as if he had returned to being senile. But she felt like the question was different than the one he had asked the first time when he was in a completely senile state. Right, that was the question he had always started with. I am Volcanica, in accordance with the ancient covenant. The will of thee who hath reached the top shall be questioned. These were words that had been said many times. The will of thee who hath reached the top shall be questioned. In other words, the feelings of those who have reached the top. What do you want to do? What do you desire? What did you come here to do? There were many answers that Amelia could give to that question. There were plenty of answers to what do you want to do? What do you desire? And what did you come here to do? However, at this moment, what Amelia wanted the most, I ask thy will, after all of those repeated questions. Amelia opened her eyes wide whilst opening her mouth. Then she answered him in a loud voice. For everyone to get along. 3. Suddenly a powerful gust of wind blew, engulfing the sea of sand with its force. Evading a fierce attack from a witch beast, Subaru cried out, huh? And Beatrice, who was working hard to heal Melee, was also shocked, saying, what is it, I suppose? Naturally, the same could be said of Julius, who was currently engaged in an extraordinary battle against Shala. No, the amount of surprise he felt must have been even greater. The reason why was because he wasn't pursued despite there being a fierce whirlwind of dirt that blocked his field of view, causing him to feel a sense of danger and fall back. What on earth, Subaru? Huh, what is it? I can't see my surroundings because of all the sand. It's fine. Come here. Responding to Julia's earnest call, Subaru, spitting the sand out his mouth, turned towards him. Then he saw why Julius had been so frantic and widened his eyes. It was Shala. Subaru, with a cry of astonishment, saw the figure of the crimson scorpion toppled in the whirlwind of dust, fluttering its many legs in the sand. Until now, the tower administrator had not responded to any of their attacks, and had simply chased him down in machine-like manner. An error had occurred in the self-proclaimed Stars Keeper. Have you done something? No, I didn't do anything special. I was focusing my attention on staving off its attacks. But as soon as that sand wind blew, sand wind, that's right, that wind. The fierce wind that had engulfed Subaru and the others was called sand wind, and it made them realize that something was wrong. The sand wind mercilessly engulfed those who traveled to the Augria sand dunes. But ever since they broke through the barrier in question, a powerful wind like this had never blown around the watchtower. That was why there had never been such a thing known as sand wind here, and yet now it was blowing. Subaru, look! The sky! Beatrice exclaimed that with an adorable voice to Subaru, who was confused when he heard her. He looked up with a pained look on his face. Changes had occurred in the Pleiades watchtower, and those changes were quite obvious. The clouds cleared up. The Pleiades watchtower went all the way up into the clouds and extended into the sky. At the top it was literally covered with clouds and could not be viewed from below. However, the strange clouds that had always covered the top of the watchtower had disappeared. So he finally realized something, that the aftermath of the wind just now had scattered those clouds. The clouds had been cleared and the top of the tower was now visible from below, and that only meant one thing, at least according to Subaru's wishful thinking. Did you do it, Amelia? The perception of the muttering Subaru, who could sense everyone in the tower with Sir Leonis, could perceive Amelia, who had disappeared, and then Ram and Patrash returned. As well, it was likely that they went to help Amelia and had gotten some results from that. To put it another way, if Subaru's deduction was right, the rules of the tower had been rewritten. Shala. Hey, Shala, listen to me. You don't need to fight us anymore. Now you're free to. Was the reason why the toppled-over Crimson Scorpion was writhing and suffering so much because the ancient pact that had been etched into her had been severed? He didn't understand the fine details, but that was enough. There was no reason for her to suffer anymore. Hey, Shao. Subaru. As Subaru was approaching her and calling out her name, someone grabbed his collar at that moment. A razor-sharp tail passed through the space where he had just been before being dragged away. With the wind blowing, Subaru was at a loss for words as he felt the smell of burnt air brush against his nose. If Julius hadn't stopped him, he would have been hit, but it wasn't a sense of death that afflicted Subaru. Hey, Shala. Shala, what the hell is wrong with you? Stop messing around. While listening to Subaru's desperate words, the Crimson Scorpion slowly went back to where it was in the sand with its compound eyes gleaming. It went back to its toppled-over position, and, slowly perceiving Subaru once again, drooled from its fiendish fangs. That didn't seem to be the attitude of a normal, rational being, Subaru, unfortunately. But Julius grabbed Subaru by the shoulder as he spoke and tried to move forward, but when he realized what he was thinking, Subaru grabbed his arm and stopped him in his tracks. He could tell that Julius was trying to take on the role of the guy who did what he needed to do, but he would never allow that to happen. I've decided to help him, Ghana. Help her out. Is it the duty you feel towards her as her master? Nope. Shaking his head, Subaru disagreed with Julius' words. That wasn't the case. Subaru wanted to help Shala, but not because he was her master or anything. It's not because I'm her master I'm going to do that, because I'm moved by her. It's the same with Biko. How could I abandon someone who's been all alone in a sand tower like this, who cried and said she enjoyed the days she spent with us? Clenching his back teeth, Subaru declared that to Julius with his arm in his grasp. Julius then glanced back at Subaru and sighed, "You're stubborn, but that's what you should do, Julius?" "No, I was just impressed by you again. I stuck to my vanity once, so you should stick with it until the end." Julius, smiling lightly, replied with that, tracing the wound on his left cheek with his finger. Subaru narrowed his eyes at his answer and suddenly realized that his left hand was being held by someone with a gentle touch. It seemed to have been Beatrice who had done it. Gazing at Subaru with the loveliest eyes in the world, Melee has gotten past the difficult part. "I suppose the rest, can you help me get her out?" "If I say no, what kind of brute would Betty be? I wonder, good grief, Subaru really is such a helpless partner. I suppose." In response to Beatrice, Subaru smiled bitterly and scratched his head. Then he firmly rejoined his hand with his most precious contracted spirit and turned to the crimson Scorpiano Shala. The Spirit Knight and two people standing side by side faced the crying girl who needed to be saved, and, "I'm already worn out both mentally and physically, so help me out already, Shala." In the conquering of the Pleiades watchtower, the final showdown began. Chapter 89. Shala, ragged, scattering away. Crumbling, flaking away. Tired, fading away. Ragged, crumbling, and tired. Everything in the distance was shimmering. Outside the tower, the witch beast master broke through the stampede of countless witch beasts by fighting with all her strength. On the second floor, Reed Astrea, who had seized the body of Roy Alford, was defeated. On the fourth floor, the blasphemer of fate, the vile St. Archbishop of Gluttony, was defeated. On the first floor, Emilia broke through the unknown trial by fighting bravely and heroically. A variety of obstacles they had faced while trying to capture the Pleiades watchtower had been cleared. This was a result of them trusting in each other, staying unified and cooperating. To put it in an Emilia-like way, this was the result of everyone getting along. Thanks to this, they had finally managed to make it to this point. Therefore, the next step was, it won't mean a thing if we don't win this together. When they first arrived at the Pleiades watchtower, this was what Emilia had said. They'd come here not to lose anything more, but to recover what had already been lost. Everyone had agreed with what she had said back then, and that everyone returning from the Sea of Sand safe and sound was of absolute necessity. It would not be an issue even if more people returned than came. In addition to Subaru, Emilia, Beatrice, Rem, Melee, Anastasia equals Echidna, and Petrash, one extra Shala wouldn't be a problem at all. It wouldn't even matter how loud and boisterous things would be on the way back because of her. Go. Of the two Spirit Knights standing side by side, the one who had made the first move was, of course, Julius. Julius brought back Qua, who was in the process of healing someone, temporarily halting their treatment, and once again clad himself in an aurora of light with the help of his 6 spirits. Due to the effect of Cor Leonis, Subaru understood that in order for the light of his OD to expand so much, both Julius and his spirits would have to be under a considerable load. It was a rather cool technique to pull off, however. No one here wanted to fight an extended battle in the first place. A short, decisive battle. Julius flew over the sand, leaving a trail of rainbow-colored light in his wake, closing the distance. In a single instant, Julius brought his sword closer to Crimson Scorpion, seeing his movements with its compound eyes. It swung its pincers and stinger with the fierceness of a storm, however. The moment his sword made contact with its shell, white smoke began to rise. It had caused it to melt. It wasn't even able to protect itself after receiving that blow, for Julius' strike had turned into a rainbow, his magic sword wrapping itself in a 6-fold light due to the constant use of Alchorista. Moreover, the light of the rainbow enveloping his entire body wasn't just for show, either. The ray of light, fired from the stinger at close range, had killed Subaru more than a dozen times, and had also been used as a weapon of death that led to the deaths of Emilia and Julius. It was also known as Hell Snipe. Julius did not deflect it with his sword, but rather by using the defensive capabilities of the Aurora of Light, which enveloped his entire body, applied the concept of Al-Clauselia, which created a rainbow barrier. And so, a high-level swordsman who could unify both offense and defense was born, and could thus be called a Rainbow Spirit Knight. Its defenses were being broken through. It could not land a single lethal blow, and so, as a result, the Crimson Scorpion was having an awful time. However, the witch beast that had been the guardian of the watchtower for the past 400 years had a sense of dignity, its crimson shell growing brighter and brighter. A great amount of heat was released from its powerful pincers and slammed into Julius, blowing the Rainbow Knight quite a ways away. Its pincers were extremely hot, distorting the atmosphere around itself due to the intensity of the heat. If Subaru were to give a name to the blazing hot pincers, he would call them the Jesus Scissors Hellfire form. It was quite admirable for it to show off its new techniques in order to try to liven up the last battle, but the reality was that he did not want to show any growth. An enemy breaking out of their shell was extremely undesirable at the moment. Minya. It swung its crimson pincers through the air, but was deflected by purple stakes from the side, preventing them from making contact with Julius. By himself, Subaru was not enough to do anything in the high-level battle between Julius and the Crimson Scorpion. As a result, Beatrice covered for Julius to the side, while Subaru waited for an opportunity to do something. Subaru made sure to keep himself out of harm's way, so he wouldn't be killed by the aftermath of the battle. He then pointed his gaze at the sea of sand that had been devastated by the whirlwind that drove the swarm of witch beasts from there. In terms of the damage inflicted and their sheer vigilance, the witch beasts that inhabited the Augria sand dunes had a major impact on Subaru and the others during their journey. However, what was truly unusual was that they were now staying away from the watchtower and looking at it from a distance. Emilia had probably rewritten the rules of the tower on the first floor, causing the clouds to disperse. Perhaps it had served as a measure to keep witch beasts away from the tower. Witch beasts did not seem to even approach the watchtower originally, so the fact that a stampede of witch beasts approached it was rather unnatural. Whatever the case may be, the fact that witch beasts didn't start popping up all over the place was a huge relief to Subaru and the others, who were attempting to get the Crimson Scorpion's Shawla's sanity back. Subaru, so that he could find an ideal position. Subaru cut across the sea of sand diagonally, but while doing so, he heard someone shout. Right as Subaru looked up to confirm what was going on, the Crimson Scorpion, which had been dodging the many sword thrusts of Julius, somehow landed right next to him. Subaru stopped in his tracks after hearing Beatrice's call, who was right next to him holding his hand, however. As if flicking away an insect, the witch beast's tail whipped toward them, and Subaru had a premonition of death in the face of it. Persevere. Murak. Subaru and Beatrice made their judgment simultaneously. The effect of gravity lessened, causing them to become as light as cotton candy, and Subaru's whip simultaneously wrapped around the base of the Crimson Scorpion's tail. In the next second, Subaru and Beatrice were flung through the air due to the swinging of the tail. Wah! Paya! They hadn't been flung into the air, but shaken off after feeling, as if they were floating through the air. They had immediately fallen to the ground and were now covered in sand. If there had been a hard surface beneath them, even though they were as light as cotton candy right now, their bodies would have shattered due to sheer power and force. Luckily, they had only had their breath knocked out of them since it was on the sand. We got to give up on chasing after it. The Crimson Scorpion continued to target Subaru and Beatrice, who were still buried in the sand. However, the light of the rainbow cut in between them, preventing it from making a move, and the heat and sixfold light clashed with each other. Every time the light was scattered, a sea of destruction was left in its wake, and the shockwave it caused kicked up a sandstorm under the clear sky. The destructive power of each was equal. Julius had speed on his side, but the Crimson Scorpion was rather resilient. Spit, spit. Shit! Something needs to be done. Spit, spit. Figure out a way to win then, I suppose. Together, Subaru and Beatrice got themselves out of the sand and spat the grains of sand in their mouths out at the same time with tears in their eyes. They tried to figure out how to get the sound of Subaru's voice as well as Julius' rainbow light to reach Shawla. There were 3 possibilities they could rely on. The first was for Julius to suddenly awaken to an even greater power and defeat the Crimson Scorpion in a single blow. This one was a bit unpleasant, but would be a win nonetheless. The second was for Subaru and Beatrice to successfully complete their new spell and finish off the Crimson Scorpion, obtaining a win with their teamwork. The third was for Emilia to suddenly drop down from the sky with love, and peace in tow, bringing about world peace with her cuteness. I was really hoping for the third one to happen first. But, as has already been stated before, Subaru didn't believe that he was capable of successfully awakening, and it was unrealistic to expect Emilia to show up with the perfect timing. That being the case, the best they could hope for was Julius suddenly becoming stronger. He's already done that once, so I can't expect too much from him. Julius and the Crimson Scorpion continued to fight at a speed that Subaru's eyes could not follow, pondering what to do next. Subaru stared at the devastation occurring right in front of him, the aftermath of which was capable of turning him to ash if he got too close. The only thing he could do in the end was to fight with all his cards. If that was the case, then the least he could do as a complete Natsuki Subaru was to exhaust every card in his arsenal. Think. His brain going at full throttle, going over that which was not simply a hopeless dream or observation. He found something with substance as he was searching through his hand for something to use. Subaru realized something. He still had one last card. He had yet to use Biko. Did you think of something, I suppose? Beatrice responded to Subaru's call with eagerness, as if she had been waiting for it, blessed to have such an understanding partner. Subaru clasped her hand with his once again and nodded vigorously with a yeah. Here, I'm going to use all the strength this journey gave me. 2. Ragged, scattering away. Crumbling, flaking away. Tired, fading away. Ragged, crumbling, and tired. Everything in the distance was shimmering. The fierce light of a rainbow flashed in front of her eyes, and, following her instincts, she swung her arms to get rid of it. Her 2 bright crimson pincers glowed, containing enough power to burn anything in existence regardless of whether or not the object was rock or steel, and could cut through them as easily as cutting through butter. But I'm not really sure what butter even is, either. Talking about things based off of second-hand knowledge. She continued to chase after that shimmering target, however. This place was a vast sea of sand without any obstacles, so there was no way for her to corner them, but whether this was a place where there was nowhere to run or where she had to fight from a distance, she had complete mastery in such things. After all, snipers are always alone, right? This was also something she had heard before. Sniper was a sharpshooter who needed to wait patiently before completely finishing off their prey, and so she also chose to wait with the pride of sniper in her heart. She continued to wait. Day after day, night after night, she gazed into the horizon, forever waiting, looking at those who attempted to come to the tower. There were rules there, rules that bound her to the tower. She was upset about that, but she also thought that if there were no rules at all, her forgetful self would have forgotten various things in no time. Whether it was the places they went together, the words they spoke to each other, the time they spent together, or the feelings and thoughts they shared, they would all be forgotten. That would be so terrible. Everything had moved on and left her behind. Because she had been asked to wait, she could wait for as long as they desired. But since she was waiting, she couldn't help but hope that the person she was waiting for would come back as long as they came back. She could wait forever. Therefore, I was so happy that Master came back. Because one by one, everyone disappeared when he came back. She wasn't sure if she could believe the words he said. Did she wait because she believed in him, or did she continue to wait simply out of habit? She wasn't even able to answer this question. She had never even thought about it before. There was no reason to think about it, either, for before it had disappeared, they made true on their promise. I'm so happy, Master. So, she hoped he would never leave. She thought it would be great if he could stay here forever, because she was no longer alone and could graduate from being a sniper. She thought she should receive an appropriate reward for graduating. Master, I don't want to be left behind again in Ea. I also want to be loved. Everything had moved on and left her far behind. Therefore, this time, she wanted to follow him, no matter where or when. So, I hope you can come to love me, Master. 3. The crimson scorpion twitched, the glow of its crimson shell growing ever brighter. It was possible that it was an increased reaction of its warning color. But in the eyes of Subaru, that didn't seem to be the case. It was as if that crimson hue came about due to Shala crying. It was the expression of the true thoughts of the being named Shala, who had locked her feelings away for the past 400 years and kept her promise to stay in the tower. Red was the color of fervor, of passion, of unrestrainable love. The crimson hue of the crimson scorpion must have been brought about by its strong desire to love and be loved by the person it loved. After all, everyone says that Scorpio women are extremely loving. Kicking up a lot of sand with his own 2 feet, Subaru shouted that out with a burst of enthusiasm and brought his hand up to fling his whip with his broad shoulders. He aimed at the one whose back to turn to him and was fighting and fooling around with Julius. The crimson scorpion, he used his whip to announce his presence, seeing that she was so busy, but the master she longed for was standing right there since she was making advances on another man. He had no choice but to say some nasty things to her. Seeing you go after another man like this really makes me sad and wounds my manly heart. You know? Subaru's way of speaking is disgusting as usual. In fact, Subaru unleashed his whip and landed a perfect hit. Having been pushed onwards by Beatrice's harsh words from behind his head, had been beautifully wrapped around the base of the crimson scorpion's tail. However, justice alone would still lead to what had happened not too long ago, where they had been buried into the sand. The crimson scorpion, perhaps because it did not think much of their game of tug-of-war, instead focused on the fight with Julius, completely ignoring Subaru and Co altogether. Subaru and everyone else was weak. It would take advantage of that idea. Elvita, Gah! Beatrice chanted the magic spell, causing the effects to pour over Subaru's whole body, his legs sinking into the sand due to the sheer weight, in contrast to Murak, which mitigated the effects of gravity. Vita increased the effects of gravity. Subaru's weight class had been raised to the Yokozuna level of the Mikuchi division of sumo wrestling, allowing him to compete with the tail of the Crimson Scorpion. Naturally, that alone would not be enough. It could enhance the effect of gravity, but only up to 220 or so pounds, 100 kilograms. That was nowhere near enough to compete with the monstrous strength of Shala, who could easily pick up and carry a dragon carriage. Therefore, time for the climax. Do it. With both hands pulling hard on the whip and his feet firmly planted in the sand, Subaru let out a loud cry, and the next instant, Subaru's body, which was being pulled up by the brute strength of the Crimson Scorpion's tail, returned to the ground. The obvious reason as to why was because the strength of the Crimson Scorpion and Subaru, and the others was evenly matched. Now in front of Subaru, still standing firmly in place, was a hungry horse king, who had broken into their game of tug-of-war with its huge, strange-looking body. Moreover, it wasn't just a hungry horse king that had joined this unprecedented game of tug-of-war. Courtesan bears, winged moles, and suspicious serpents all joined the battle, all of these which beasts, who were supposed to be Subaru's enemies, were giving him a helping hand in this battle. The cause of this scene was none other than "Really, you're such a slave driver." It was the voice of a girl enveloped in a weary and unhappy atmosphere. The owner of that voice was a young girl whose cheeks were devoid of blood and having trouble breathing Meili. Tightening her lovely face, she let out a long, hard sigh then, yelling out a hurrah, and clapping loudly. "Okay, come here." Everyone watching from the side is away as D. With a single clap, and after a single beat, the sea of sand began to rumble continuously, pouring into this area where which beasts, whose footsteps and roars could be heard, this environment was well suited for. Which beasts, and the one who had taken control of it was the witch beast Masterno. She could no longer be called that. The massive phenomenon occurring wasn't caused by a mere witch beast master using the divine protection of magic manipulation. She guided and took control of the witch beasts of the Augria Sand Dunes, so the title of witch beast master no longer suited her. It was as if the mother witch beast, who had left a trail of destruction in the Southern Empire, had returned. She once again made use of her skills to cause a stampede for this battle, turning it into an all-out war. Though Meili wore a painful expression on her face, she still managed to stay conscious and had recovered enough to participate in the final battle naturally. There was a little trick behind it. Subaru had, naturally, used COR Leonis to distribute the damage Meili had taken to another, sharing it had been the last card in his hand. Not with Amelia, not with Beatrice, and not with Ram, either, nor was it shared with Julius, Echidna, Patrash, Meili, or the sleeping Ram. It was the one who had come with them to conquer the Augria Sand Dunes, their last ally. "Sorry to get you involved. Gan, give me a hand." The Earth Dragon Gan, who had been left on the 6th floor of the distant watchtower, was also within the range of COR Leonis' influence. So, as a result, Subaru made the decision to share that burden with the Earth Dragon. The decision to do so was heartbreaking for Subaru, but what was even more heartbreaking for him was that Gan met the conditions of COR Leonis for those who wished to share his burdens. This meant that, just like Beatrice and his other friends, Gan wanted to support Subaru's actions. He was grateful for the spirit of the theatrical version of Gan, transferring most of Meili's burdens to the Earth Dragon. Through himself, this was a trick that allowed Meili to get back in the game. It was also the main reason why the Crimson Scorpion lost in the competition of strength, and also, this will be the cause of your defeat, Shala. Subaru had taken command of the battle, and even used the power which beasts and an Earth Dragon. And as he spoke, the Crimson Scorpion lifted its legs up. The finest of knights did not let this opportunity go to waste, unleashing a rainbow slash. Julius cut the tail of the Crimson Scorpion, who had been struggling against him in a battle of strength, clean off. The severed tail let off an explosion, much like it had earlier, spreading a massive destruction throughout the area, but was unable to get to the rainbow light, its trump card having been blocked. It violently swung his large pincers down at Julius' back. However, its attack appeared to have been born from a feeling of agitation and impatience due to losing the battle's strength and having its tail cut off as a result. It was not able to overpower the knight who had defeated the first sword saint and overcame his limits. Hiss! The slash drew an arc through the air, beautifully slicing through the vulnerable joint on the left pincer, still trying to regain its balance after its left pincer got sliced off. It attempted to chop Julius in half with its remaining right pincer, right as the pincer closed, threatening to bisect his slender body from the waist. Out Cranville, a moment before the pincer snapped shut, an aurora of light enveloped Julius' entire body in a single breath as soon as he deactivated his rainbow armor. That aurora of light let off an explosion inside the pincer that was about to close, blowing it to shreds. pushed by the shockwave of the explosion. The massive body of the crimson scorpion flew into the air, the witch beast flew through the air, spinning, before finally falling into the sand, its tail and arms lost and covered in injuries. The other witch beasts quickly swarmed around it and pinned down the 8-legged crimson scorpion, still resisting its fate. It turned its large head, baring its sharp teeth. Taking the crimson scorpion's resilience into account, it would not be surprising for it to suddenly come up with a new move at this very moment, spurred on to achieve new growth due to its current predicament. However, this is the end. Shala. Subaru stood right in front of the writhing, struggling crimson scorpion, so that its compound eyes could see him fully with no weapons left and its legs pinned down. It was in a rather sad state. It would be easy to strike the final blow now, but that was not what he wanted. Subaru was not sure what the correct answer was, despite being driven to this point. Meili, if I had not been here, I wonder what you and everyone else would have done to ye, mister. Having been called by name, Meili sighed and walked over to the crimson scorpion. She stood next to Subaru and snapped her fingers with a sigh. She then had its compound eyes focus on herself. Who are you? The crimson? Scary Miss Scorpion? Or are you someone else, I wonder? Having been asked such a question, the compound eyes of the crimson scorpion gradually slowed down, gazing at Meili. Its compound eyes showed signs of wavering before turning its gaze to Subaru, those aggressive. Compound red eyes slowly changed color. Shala. The crimson hue of its shell slowly began to fade away. Its eyes turned green once more. Its shell went back to being black, and it slowly began to calm down, and finally, Shala, at last, for ragged, scattering away, crumbling, flaking away, tired, fading away, ragged, crumbling, and tired. Everything in the distance was shimmering. Ragged, crumbling, and tired. Everything shimmered in the distance. Even though she was left behind, even though her memories faded somewhat, they still shined so brightly. Because they were so precious to her, she desperately tried to preserve them. Master, do you still remember? You told me. It'll definitely return. So wait here for me, and then you disappeared. In a seated position, Shala hugged her knees, inclined her head, and asked like so. Subaru shook his head at her, who seemed to be thinking about nostalgic memories of her past. I don't remember, and I've already told you I don't know, right? Don't keep making me repeat myself. It can't be helped then, after all. Master is so much better at forgetting things than me, Master, and I really are similar. That creeps me out. No, I admit that we have a similar way of speaking, though. That said, it was only the fact that she was using words from Subaru's world that he unconsciously felt a sense of closeness with her. He was not as charming, cute, or spirited as she was. He wasn't willing to wait 400 years for someone who had abandoned him. After all, I'm an impatient guy who wants immediate results. Well, if I could at least be with the other person, I might be able to endure it. Aewa, Master, you're no good like this. Ready? There's a saying for this. The key to love is patience. Aren't you confusing this with the key to fashion is patience? Isn't that like the slogan of a tribute woman rather than a devoted woman? It's all about realizing the love swirling around in the depths of my heart. You can even laugh at the sad, pathetic woman. That kind of smiling face is also very attractive. Nope, I'm not laughing at all. Look, I'm starting to tear up. Let me see. When Subaru pointed at his face and said that, Shala got up and walked over to him. Shala, who had jumped up enthusiastically, came close enough to where he could feel her breath. So he once again examined her face that had fine features from up close. Her shining eyes were large and long, and she had a finely shaped nose between them. She had long, slender eyelashes, and her skin was so soft and firm that it was hard to imagine that she had been living in the sea of sand for so long. Although hidden by her spirited and varied expressions, her body as a whole was rather beautiful instead of cute. Given the name of a star, she had been destined to wait in this place for the return of the one she loved. Huh, Master, are your eyes glistening or are you crying a little? Your Master is a piece of shit. I'm going to punch him in the face if I ever get the chance. Then I'll have to witness it with super mixed feelings. What sort of horrible situation would it be if Master KO'd Master? Geez. Lips quivering, Subaru squeezed his eyes shut as hot emotions rose, pushing past his eyelids and falling down his cheeks, seeing those tears fall. Shala gently whispered G's. While Subaru's eyes were closed, his cheek was suddenly attacked by a wet sensation when he opened his eyes. He saw Shala's face pulling away from her fingertips on her lips. She mischievously smiled with her red tongue slightly sticking out. Master's body fluids are salty and sweet. Saying it like this, the way I say it don't change anything at all. I always express my feelings with my whole body, and so, Master, I love you. I love you, she had often told him that once he understood the context. It was impossible for Subaru to say that it was a meaningless statement. Shala said I love you as often as she could because her heart was overflowing with love. Always, always. The words she wanted to convey overflowed for 400 years. She had been waiting, wanting to love him, wanting to be loved by him. I love you, Master. I want to tell you I love you. I know, because Master is a bad guy, is thin-skinned and shy. But this is what I like about you. I'm crazy about you, only you. Time had left her, and the role she had been assigned had bound her like chains when she had almost hurt to one she loved. She cried and begged for death instead of hurting it with her own hands. She would rather lose it all. What did he say to her, who was in tears? He said he would never allow her to continue to cry like that. I will not say that to you. I love you, words like that. It's okay. He'll keep saying the words, Master. Won't say Master. Will definitely want to say them to me sometime in the future. Sometime in the future. You say, that's a long time. 400 years of waiting. Can you really do that? Is it? 400 years went by so quickly. Waiting for so long. She had once cried out in anguish at that fact. Having been left behind by the passage of time, her love holding her hostage, she cried out that she was lonely. Now she had no idea that a world had once existed where she had spilled her heart out there for, concealed behind her spirited attitude. How much emotion had been swirling around in her own heart. Subaru had sworn to never make her cry, and he wasn't going to break that vow even now. That's why I hoped she could cry out. He wished she would cry, but now that wasn't going to be enough. As long as she cried, bawled her eyes out, cried out, and howled, not Suki Subaru, who wasn't her master or anything like that, would run with all his heart and soul to her side to stop her tears. And yet, a mere 400 years since, almost like the day after Tamaro. The Crimson Scorpion was nowhere to be seen, and in its place was a beautiful girl, smiling. She was so beautiful that he could not help but become speechless, so ephemeral that it seemed as if she would collapse at the touch of his hand. Shala's soft cheeks flushed red as she said, because of the look of maiden in love. Continuing, the maiden in love said, because I also loved waiting for you. Hey, Master, that's why one day again 5 ragged, scattering away, crumbling, flaking away, tired, fading away, ragged, crumbling, and tired. Everything in the distance was shimmering. Ragged, crumbling, and tired, everything shimmered in the distance. Shala, a part of her shell fell off, crumbling and flaking away, and turned into dust that didn't stop there, but spread elsewhere, her whole body peeling off and turning into dust. The tail and pincers that had been cut off, the 8 legs being held down by the witch beasts, and a head that Natsuki Subaru held in his arms. Everything. Did she fulfill her purpose, I wonder? While Subaru attempted to bring all the pieces of her existence that had been diminishing together in his arms, Beatrice uttered that to him in a hushed voice. The adorable spirit was listlessly gazing at the witch beast powerlessly crumbling away. No, it was someone just like her who had given their life to the role that fate provided them. His brain refused to comprehend what Beatrice had just said, but he instinctively understood this was not death. This was, after being entrusted as the stars keeper of the Pleiades watchtower, the inevitable end that she had met today. Then what? If they had not come here, she might have been able to exist here for eternity, forever, in this sand tower, waiting for a person who would never return. Subaru, you should be of the understanding that this assumption is insulting to her, and so what you should do is not live in regret. Sheathing his knight sword back into its scabbard, the knight tidied up his appearance, which had been dirted by blood and sand, and spoke such words. It was a ruthless thing to say, but he was right nonetheless at that. Subaru gritted his teeth and took a deep breath to hide his hatred for that correctness. Then he hugged the one who had been alone for so long tighter, she who had been left behind and spent such a long time in this place slowly. Not being alone. She was being sent off by her one and only Subaru, Beatrice, Julius, and Melee were all there. In the distance, people could be seen running here from the tower. They must have been their other companions. Everyone was gathering together for her who had been alone for so long. But even if Master were here alone, that would be enough. The image of her saying such words, not being demanding at all, appeared in front of his eyes, which slowly began welling up with tears, which Beast's fangs gently brushed the tears that were falling down Subaru's cheeks. The sharp fangs that seemed as if they could destroy anything, intimately, tenderly, and gently caressed Subaru, who was the most fragile of all, and then, the arms that had been wrapped around her suddenly no longer felt her. Crumbling, the shell of the Crimson Scorpion that had lost its weight scattered into dust as he watched the black particles scatter over the sea of sand. Subaru opened his mouth wide. Shala, Yes, Master Shala Shala Shala. Did you call for me? Master Shala Shala. Being loved so much by Master like this makes me feel so embarrassed. Closing his eyes, the sound of her voice responding to his call rang in his ears, and yet, now, she no longer existed anywhere. Subaru crouched down to the ground. Scratching at the sea of sand in front of him, the sound of someone's voice reached his ears. He didn't know whose voice it was. He didn't have the time to confirm who it was, but simply looked up at where it came from and widened his eyes. Still covered in black particles, a mound of sand shook slightly, and something crawled out from it. It was rather small, about the size of a palm. The small creature with a crimson shell swung its two pincers in order to get to the sand, and then expertly pulled its body from the sand with its tail. It skittered over to Subaru, who was on his knees, and brushed against his sandy hand. The mere act of brushing against him seemed to have been her leaving behind a trace of her charm. 6. Ragged, scattering away. Crumbling, flaking away. Tired, fading away. Ragged, crumbling, and tired. Everything in the distance was shimmering. Ragged, crumbling, and tired. Everything shimmered in the distance. Everything shimmered. Because you were there. A mere 400 years since, almost like the day after tomorrow. Because I also loved waiting for you. Hey, Master, that why, someday, again I hope you'll meet me again someday. This time is it my turn to wait for you? Instead of the woman doing the chasing, the woman is being chased. Master, this promise is free. Very important this time, please don't forget it. I love you, Master. 7. You're an idiot. His voice trembling. Subaru muttered that, as if saying he could never forget that. Then he picked up the being tickling the back of his hand and cupped it with both hands. As if it were a little embarrassed, the tiny scorpion trembled, accepting his action. Its shell was a bright shade of red, so vivid that it seemed like it could burn one's iso so red. That was something that not even a span of 400 years could fade. The color of love. Chapter 90. Hero 1. In complete silence. Subaru's shoulders trembled, the tiny scorpion that had emerged from beneath the dust in his hands. Head wanted to save her. Head wanted to take her out of this lonely sand tower. Head promised to help her, but now he couldn't keep his promise. Natsuki Subaru always made promises he couldn't keep. Not a single soul could utter a word to Subaru, squatting in the sand in silence. Beatrice, who was beside him, and Julius and Meili, who were behind him, could not find the right words to say. The scorpion, which had been in his cupped hands, crawled up Subaru's arm and perched itself on his shoulder, brushing against his neck as if it were trying to comfort him, who had even forgotten to shed tears and weep. Subaru didn't have a clue as to what the tiny scorpion even was. What did the scorpion, which had emerged from the remains of the crimson scorpion, have to do with Shala? Or was she the scorpion? That's impossible. Subaru had exchanged words with Shala in her last moment, however. It was not clear whether the conversation actually happened or if he was just imagining it all as she was passing away. However, Subaru harbored a sad conviction that it was indeed the case. Shala was gone. Her existence was tied to the very rules of the Pleiades watchtower, and ultimately, much like Reed or the monolith of the third floor, was like a stage prop for a trial. As a result, once the watchtower had fulfilled its role, she had to leave. She had followed the role of the stage prop until the very end, and for her to merely be a stage prop opened up a hole in Subaru's heart. That frank smile, the annoyance he felt because of her desire to interact with him, and her unfamiliar voice calling him Master, Master with deep affection, all of it was gone. If Shala were to cry out and scream that she did not want to disappear, then Subaru would do everything in his power to stop it from happening, and would sacrifice himself time and time again in order to save her. However, that wasn't what she wanted. Smiling, she told him she wanted to meet him again someday, but then she disappeared shortly after. He wasn't sure, but I know I will meet you again someday. So, with a cheerful smile, she fulfilled her wish to tell him she loved him for that reason. So goodbye for now, Shala. Her dreams, which had turned into crimson dust, were stolen away by the sand wind along with her remains. Subaru let out a sigh as he watched, and, as if to brighten the mood, the scorpion, which had crawled up to his neck, was playing with his ears with its pincers. Ouch! Feeling a sharp pain. He felt as if he were being urged not to feel down about it, with tears in his eyes because of the pain. Subaru nodded with an I know, and grabbed the scorpion on his neck, and tried to disengage it from his ears, however. Ouch! No, I got it already, so you can let me go now, W. Hey, Tisa's making my ear bleed, this guy. This guy's not letting go. What are you doing, mister? Subaru's ear currently in its grasp. He panicked since he couldn't manage to peel the mini crimson scorpion away from it, when he was about to lose part of his ear, it was Meili who came to the rescue. Astounded by what was happening, she quickly moved over to where Subaru was and grabbed the mini crimson scorpion with her little hand. Just because it's small, it's still a witch beast, you know. So if you let it get close to your face, it could start chomping on your eyes or nose before you knew what hit you. Eyes and nose. But this little guy isn't like that. It's a witch beast, Mr. Thetis a naked lady anymore. Saying that, Meili plopped the mini crimson scorpion onto the top of her head. The little thing didn't do anything naughty to her head. Unlike what it did to Subaru earlier, it appeared as if it were under the influence of her divine protection of magic manipulation, thus hiding its aggression. Needless to say, this was proof that the mini crimson scorpion was a witch beast that could be tamed by Meili, as well as proof that the little thing didn't contain Shala's ego. Subaru, let me heal your wounds then, I suppose. Then, with his eyes still cast downward, Beatrice tugged on his sleeve and tenderly looked his body over in consideration of her. He bit his lip and nodded strongly. He knew he couldn't stay in the sea of sand forever. Subaru, everyone, in the distance. The big door to the watchtower swung open, and Emilia came rushing towards him. It was clear that she hadn't had an easy time due to how messed up her clothes looked. They would all be able to chat together, including about that as well. They had too many things to talk about, as well as too many farewells to give to. Shala was someone who always worked really hard. After she heard the details and found out the reason why Shala was no longer there, Emilia stared out into the sea of sand where her remains had scattered, mourning her loss in her own ladylike way. And then she gently patted the mini crimson scorpion on Meili's head with her white fingers. It was rather accepting of Emilia's fingers despite being ordered by Meili to behave well, and it seemed to find it quite pleasant, even though she could not see a change in its facial expression. Lady Emilia, what went on the first floor? Were you able to safely complete the trial? After hearing about what happened to Shala, Emilia looked at Subaru, whose face was sunken, with grief painted on her face, however. It was Julius who made the first move to change the subject, and after hearing his question, she answered him with an "I think so." It was really hard because I didn't understand it, but I more or less completed it. I think, oh, do you completely remember me, Julius? That's right, I can certainly remember who you are now. Emilia asked that question nervously, and Julius replied with a look of surprise on his face, whilst covering his mouth with his hand. Julius said Lady Emilia once more, confirming that the Emilia who had previously gone missing had returned, and then nodded. Beatrice, do you remember me? How about you, Meili? I remember you, so don't worry. I suppose it was as if I had completely forgotten you until someone told me I'd forgotten you. In fact, it's such a scary feeling. I suppose I also completely remember you. How about you, big sis? Do you remember me and all the promises we made? Absolutely, you'll never forget them. That's a relief. I had a feeling everything would be okay since Ram and Patrash remembered me too. After hearing Beatrice's and Meili's answers, Emilia gave a sigh of relief. Subaru called out to their response with weight, and with everyone's attention drawn to himself, Subaru let out that super awesome news. But I want to properly make sense of it in. Sure, everyone can properly remember everything about Emilia Tan now. That means, Sue, Miss Ram has slain Libat Katos. Subaru widened his eyes after Julius interrupted him and made that declaration. Libat Katoson of the Threes and Archbishops of Gluttony, as well one of Subaru and Ram's mortal enemies. He was also an enemy in this tower who had caused him much hardship with his extreme violence in addition to eating Emilia's name. After being told that he had been slain, Subaru's throat dried up. If Libat Katos had been slain, that meant, does that mean the things he stole will be given back? If that's true, if Emilia's name had returned, that means the other effects of gluttonies. Authority will also come undone. Libat Katos, who had pretended to be a gourmet, must have eaten beyond his fill. If everything that had been stolen had been returned, that would also affect the people in the Watergate City. Priestella. Thinking about such things, Subaru shook his head. He knew he shouldn't deceive himself like this. He knew he shouldn't bottle up his feeling and keep bullshitting himself. Not Suki Subaru, at this very moment, harbored an excessively selfish and egotistical hope. If Libat Katos had been slain, and the influence of his authority had come undone, then Rem, can anyone remember her? She was a girl who had been forgotten by the world, leaving a hole in Subaru's heart. Because of her absence, they had gone on this journey to take back what had been stolen, and for Subaru, the purpose of this journey was simply to save Rem. For the Watchtower, where they had gone to obtain wisdom for that purpose, to be attacked by gluttony was rather ironic, but it did not matter as long as they got what went there for. Subaru looked at everyone, fueled by such hopes in response to his question. However, I'm real sorry, Subaru, but I still can't remember who Rem is. Why not? Betty can't either. I suppose I still can't recall who Ram's sister is. In fact, moreover. Moreover? Moreover, what? What else is there? Amelia had denied it, and Beatrice followed, leaving Subaru in a state of shock. His budding hopes had been shot down. So Subaru rushed over Beatrice, who had yet to continue her words, desperation in his eyes. She pointed towards Julius behind her with her white chin. I still can't remember Julius. In fact, perhaps not all the harm gluttony caused has been undone. I suppose. Julius. Amelia agreed with Beatrice's opinion with a nod of her head. Maylie, on the other hand, shrugged since she didn't even know Julius before his name was taken, and Amelia had no reason to lie either. It was clear that Rem and Julius' names had not been returned. As far as that is concerned, I have an idea as to why my name hasn't been returned. While Subaru was still in state of confusion, it was none other than Julius who uttered that, and then, after looking back at Subaru with narrowed eyes, he continued. It was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alford, was captured alive to be exact. He was the one who bereaved me of my name. I suppose that is why my name has yet to return. Free passing to the grand entrance to the Pleiades watchtower was a dragon carriage that brought Subaru and the others to the sand tower, and left on the 5th floor next to it was a person waving at them. Long time no see. Amelia, not Sookie, could that be Lady Anastasia? Widening his eyes, Subaru stared intently at the smiling, slowly waving figure. He confirmed that her movements, attitude, and even her expressions were all natural, was that the artificial spirit, Echidna, who could reproduce a person's nature and act exactly like the original. No, it wasn't a reproduction. This was her original character. He couldn't really call it a reproduction now. That is to say, Anastasia, did you wake up? Yep, it seems like I took a really long nap, and made you guys worry. Echidna told me about the things that happened these past few months, too. Is Echidna all right, too? How can I put it? For now, other than the thought of blaming herself, there are no thoughts like let me just die. As Anastasia answered Amelia's question, the scarf around her neck moved, and the white fox lowered her head as if an apology. Blaming yourself like that I've already told you before was our choice, so there's no need for you to be depressed. Echidna, you think so, too, don't you, Julius? Me? Yes, if I am speaking honestly. The decision you made me quite worried, so I'm afraid I cannot give you an answer to that, Lady Anastasia. I feel a bit embarrassed, but I'd still like to ask, what do you mean by that? Hearing the reason why you shut yourself within yourself, Isel, I could ask for as your knight. Unraveling his lips, Julius answered gracefully, hearing his answer. Anastasia covered her mouth with her hand and said, forget it. I'm not going to force you to say it with a smile. It was a very harmonious conversation. If you were to say that these two were like a master and a servant, then there would be none who could say otherwise. Did Anastasia really forget about Julius? Because they seemed to be getting along pretty well. I really did forget about the relationship we had before this in itself. For me, it is already making me totally angry and is unbearable. But she's been controlling her feelings, really, so she's acting like that. Fortunately, after being with Julius for the past 2 months, I can say a few things about him. It appears that I was born for this very purpose. You also seem to be going off in an odd direction. In fact, Beatrice spoke a bit gently to Anastasia, whose lips were quivering, and by extension, Echidna, who was around her neck. Hearing that, Echidna snorted her fox nose and nodded with a yeah. Echidna, the artificial spirit without any history, and who had gone to a watchtower in the place of Anastasia, also had her own thoughts and appeared to have been able to come to a positive conclusion. It seemed as if Anastasia getting her own body back safely was part of it to taking care of her many problems, as well as her regret she felt for shutting herself off in her own OD, and so on, had yet to be resolved. It'd be insensitive for us to poke around their affairs. The problems between Anastasia and Echidna should be discussed by them alone, of course. If they asked for his assistance, Subaru would gladly exert himself for their sakes and assist them in solving their problems. It would be safe to say that the time they spent on this 2-month journey had fostered such a bond. Anastasia, I'm so happy that you got back safely and are super talkative, but I know you want to know what happened to the Sin Archbishop that Julius defeated. He did this and that, and then chucked him into the dragon carriage. Julius did this and that. Anastasia shrugged her shoulders and then gestured the dragon carriage behind her. Subaru silently gazed at the dragon carriage next to Amelia, who was pondering her words within. It was Roy Alford, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. Before he entered the dragon carriage, he stroked the neck of the Earth Dragon Gan, who was attached to the carriage with thick legs. The Earth Dragon from the Agris species played a crucial role in the final battle with Shala, and had unexpectedly led Subaru and the others to victory. This was the absolute best result nevertheless. It didn't undermine his consideration for Gan, not to mention that Meili was able to survive thanks to Gan's spirit. I was totally saved thanks to you in the future. No matter what happens, please continue to help me out. Gan, whose thick neck was being stroked, flared his nostrils. As if saying that would be a heavy burden to carry, Subaru smiled bitterly, put on a serious face, and then got on the dragon carriage then. After giving a nod to Amelia and the others, he peered inside. Inside was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, that's him. The atmosphere full of tension. Subaru peered into the dragon carriage, and after seeing what was inside, was shocked by what he saw. Alfred was indeed inside of the dragon carriage, however. The method in which he had been detained was a bit different from what Subaru had imagined. Roy Alfred, with his eyes rolled back, revealing the whites of his eyes, was covered in a black crystalline material, effectively detaining, sealing him. It's a Sin Archbishop, so just preventing them from moving wouldn't be enough, right? That's why I rigorously solidified it to the best of my ability. This solidification thing, what's the principle behind it? The principle is that it is an application of magic, I suppose, using Shamak to separate them from their consciousness. It is then solidified like that. It's a very ruthless way of doing it, in fact. So this black thing is like a chunk of Shamak? After Subaru heard Beatrice's explanation, he was a bit shocked and then looked at the seal once more. Shamak was arguably Subaru's most trustworthy magic before he formed a contract with Beatrice. But effects and the way Julius used it as a means of sealing someone could only be described as amazing. Seeing the way Subaru reacted, Julius said, "Please don't misunderstand me. It's nothing. It's not a technique I invented or anything. This exact technique is used to make the world's most famous seal, though there is a huge difference in the scale." The most famous in the world? You mean that one? The Witch of Envy, right? Amelia, who was looking at the sealed Alfred, said that Julius gave a deep nod, confirming what she had said. The seal used on Alfred had used the same technique that had sealed the Witch of Envy for the past 400 years nearby, east of the Watchtower. In other words, the words of Julius, who had created the seal using a tried and true method, could be said to be more than reliable enough, but that wasn't the question that needed to be asked. The question is, do you want to keep this guy alive? Subaru. Amelia, gazing at the sealed Alfred, said that to Subaru whilst lowering her eyebrows, his heart aching due to her gaze. Subaru turned his head and said, "That's just how it is, right?" When one of the gluttonous Wenbatten-Katos died. Everyone remembered Amelia again, so if this guy dies, then the rest of the memories would. There is no solid proof that they would come back. That is the biggest reason why I did not end his life. There is absolutely no doubt that Miss Ram slayed Batten-Katos, however. Was Lady Amelia's name returned merely because of that? Something else, perhaps he had given it back voluntarily. That possibility cannot be ruled out if you make a hasty decision. Everything could be lost. Julius threw out one sound argument after another, as if reprimanding Subaru for his impatience, and his argument was so sound that Subaru could not even offer up a rebuttal. However, in that case, what about his Book of the Dead? Subaru proposed using a method that only existed in the Watchtower as an alternative when it came to revealing the true thoughts of a person. There was perhaps nothing more suitable than a Book of the Dead, whatever the case may be. It was something that allowed one to experience another person's life. Even if you interrogate him, there's no guarantee that he will spill the beans. If that's the case, then it would be better to just use his Book of the Dead to reveal this guy's innermost thoughts. Subaru, that I don't think that's a good idea, this kind of approach is. But I'm sure ITL will work if we do it this way. You know what? Can I interrupt you for a sec? Amelia's opinion differed from Subaru's, who had suggested using his Book of the Dead. Not only that, but Subaru was just about to lay out his argument only for Anastasia to butt in with a raise of her hand. Anastasia looked at Subaru, who looked embarrassed, and folded her hands on top of her chest. I heard from Echidna that there may be things missing in M like that, Book of the Dead. So wouldn't it be dangerous to rely on it too much? Dangerous? Why do you say so? In any case, that's something you vividly experienced yourself, right, Natsuki? I heard that you lost yourself while I was asleep. How many things could she possibly talk about with Echidna in such a short period of time? He wondered Anastasia had hit him where it hurts. However, the danger the Book of the Dead held did not necessarily coincide with Subaru's amnesia. The disappearance of his memories did not come about due to Book of the Dead, however. That did not completely negate the risk that Books of the Dead posed. In fact, when he read Meili's Book of the Dead, some parts of Subaru's mind and emotions were almost painted over by her personality. What would have become of Subaru, who did not consider himself to be particularly powerful or mentally strong, if he had been a more impressionable person? Who could say that a new Roy Alfred, who had inherited the soul of the former Roy Alfred, would not be born as a result? Then are you trying to say that it's right to let this guy live, Anastasia? Even after everything he's done up until now? If you're talking about what's right or wrong, then I don't think it's right to keep a Sin Archbishop alive. If I could just kill this guy and get Julius' memories back, I think that'd be good, but I have a pet theory about that. A pet theory? Whether someone should be alive or not, snatching and robbing of it should only be done as a last resort. A person who can easily kill another human being will not have a good, and it aren't one of Hashin's sayings, but one of my own. Subaru's eyes widened after hearing Anastasia's words in his fantasy world of swords and magic. There was such a rebellious, naive way of thinking, but at the same time, the moral side of Subaru felt like she was right. Subaru also believed that the less people died, the better, not to mention his friends. It would even be better for his enemies to die less, however. That way of thinking was only limited to cases where the other person deserved mercy. He has caused so much misfortune for so many people, and has continued to torment everyone until this day. Do you still think we shouldn't kill a guy like that, Anastasia? When it's the right time to kill someone, kill them. When I need to make a decision and the situation is critical, I will dirty my hands. But it aren't right to leave it to impulse. I think you're that kind of guy, Natsuki. That kind of thing is, because of that, you can shed tears for someone else who's been lost, rather than a heartless Natsuki who doesn't shed blood nor tears. I would prefer to get along with that kind of you forever. Anastasia ran her fingers across her cheek and pointed out Subaru's tears instantly. Subaru lowered his gaze. The wound in his heart due to losing Shala aching Anastasia's statement had been mean, but it was, without a doubt, quite effective. Subaru, I also share the same opinion as Anastasia, taking the sleeping rem and Julius into account. I really want to hurry up and resolve things, but no need to worry about me. At least having gotten to this point, doing what is right is far more important than making hasty decisions. This also concerns my younger brother. After all, they were on the brink of recovering Joshua's memories, who had been left in Prestella, and Julius was extremely cautious, but, as has already been mentioned above, that was the correct choice. In order to make up for their pain and sense of loss, he was eager to get results. That was probably how Subaru felt right now. Let's summarize it then. Anna and Julia's opinion is that we should move Roy Alfredson, Archbishop of Gluttony, to the royal capital to find a way to save the victims of his authority. He will not be pardoned after that. Either he shouldn't be able to escape capital punishment. There are rare limits to how much they can pardon on the grounds of age. That's how it may end up in the end. After seeing Subaru unclenching his fist, Echidna and Anastasia got the story in order. Emilia had no objections to the treatment of Alfred. He would be taken to the royal capital in a sealed state. So, in a sense, he would be in the same position as Sirius, who had been taken there not too long ago. Do you also think this will be all right, Emilia? Yeah, I also really want to properly remember the people who have been forgotten. When Anastasia asked her that confirm her intentions, Emilia lifted her head and answered in a dignified manner. Subaru couldn't form a rebuttal to her words, feeling somewhat hopeful and bitter at the same time, and then turned away from the Sin Archbishop in the dragon carriage and suddenly fell to his knees. Huh, Subaru. Geez, I knew you were going too far. In fact, it's only natural for you to become like this when you've been in a bad mood for so long, I suppose. Subaru's head felt heavy. His vision was unclear, and she was supporting his shoulders whilst yelling angrily at him. Her adorable voice rang in his head, and he realized he had consuming more energy than he thought. Wouldn't it be natural for her to say, it a natural result? He had died many times when he had amnesia, died many times afterwards, came face to face with himself in order to recover his memories, fought against the 5 obstacles that plagued the tower when he woke up, used his authority to take on the burdens of his friends in battle, and lost Shaw at the end of it all. He had exhausted his mind and body well past their limits. He had only been there for a few days, but felt like he had spent more than 5 years in the tower. Subaru, relax. Everything is going to be all right. Can you be good now and rest for a little while? Let's talk about it. When you wake up, I have a lot I want to say to you. 2. Subaru, who was exhausted and unable to move an inch, was being hugged from the front by Emilia, her soft touch and sweet scent, which would normally cause his body to stiffen, were as effective as a powerful drug for him now, causing his consciousness to quickly descend into darkness. If I die now in the darkness, would I go back to an earlier point where I was running around the tower trying to find a way to save Shala? He wondered, but that was impossible. He half understood it would be impossible, but he couldn't help but hope for it. Slowly, Subaru's consciousness was swallowed up by the darkness. 4. Heave-ho, lifting up Subaru's unconscious body. Emilia sighed. Subaru's eyes were shut tight and was breathing laborious breaths, testament of how hard he worked to solve the problems in the watchtower. It showed just how desperate Subaru was to save Emilia and the others. When he rushed to her side when Batinkatos took her name and was forgotten by everyone, she was so happy. She wanted to tell him that she hoped Subaru would not blame himself too much. He was not responsible for what happened to Shala. It was Emilia's and everyone else's responsibility. But to be more precise, I think her master, Flujo, was a really bad person. He was the one who pushed the achievements of the sage onto Shala, and, binding her to the Pleiades watchtower, was responsible for putting her to sleep. Even if he was one of the 3 heroes who saved the world, since he made Subaru cry and Shala sad, he was just a villain in Emilia's mind, of course. Since she would never have a chance to talk to him, there was no one who could relieve her of this feeling of frustration. He looks like he's really fatigued, but it aren't a big problem. He will recover. If he rests, that's it. Why don't we go to that green room? Yeah, Ram and the others are there too. Weren't you looking after Ram when she came to help me, Anastasia? That's an exaggerated story, right? Once I recover myself, I just saw off Julius, who was going to help Natsuki, and Ram, who was going to help out Emilia. I'm afraid, Tase, that Rem hasn't shown any changes at all. I see. Thinking of Rem, and Patrash waiting in the green room, Emilia wrinkled her finely shaped eyebrows. The slaying of Batinkatos was, in a sense, done as revenge for Rem, who had been bereaved of her name and memories. However, the only thing that mattered was that she woke up, and since she had not done so, whether they managed to get their revenge or not was unimportant. That was at least something Ram would say without any sort of hesitation. The only thing that mattered to her was getting Rem back. I hope Roy Alfred can tell us something about that. 2, there are too many unanswered questions about this watch to WR know about the Great Library of Pleiades. An all-knowing great library that is the claim Shala had made. In fact, she was a carefree girl, but because of that, she did not play around with words. I suppose she said this was a great library, so there's no reason to doubt that, in fact, was the function of the great library merely the books of the dead, or were there other functions? That is what they needed to find out based on that. Emilia had something to say to Beatrice and the others. Well, after taking Subaru to the green room to rest, there's a place I want to go with everyone. There is someone I'd like everyone to meet. Is it related to the first floor, I wonder? On the first floor, Emilia had broken through the last trial. This was something Beatrice and the others already knew about. The problem was that she had yet to reveal everything. Specifically, what was on the first floor? Who did she meet? What did Emilia do there? Since it was bizarre, out of this world, and difficult to express in words, it won't take long to tell you about it. But it's super complex. So how about we just meet them in person and talk about it? Said Emilia, pointing far above her at the top of the watchtower. 5. Thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, stepped forth onto the first floor, almighty petitioner. After being guided by Emilia to the highest floor of the Pleiades watchtower, first floor, everyone was overwhelmed and rendered speechless by the massive dragon's greeting. Seeing the look on everyone's faces, Emilia said, "Super surprising, right?" and continued whilst craning her neck. When I got to the first floor and saw Volcanica waiting here, I was really surprised. No, hold on a second. I suppose, hey, this isn't a problem that can be solved simply by being surprised. In fact, in front of the divine dragon covered in azure scales, Beatrice let out a panicky voice unbefitting of her appearance. She was swinging her hands up and down as if she were completely restless. However, she was not the only one who was in a shocked state. Thesis. Whoa, something has appeared that not even I could have anticipated. What's going on here? Didn't you say that Mr. Divine Dragon was beyond the great waterfall? That should be the case according to prophecy from the Dragon History Stone. In the same year that the royal selection comes to an end, he will renew the covenant with the one who becomes the ruler of Lagunica, Anna. Next to Julius, who had been rendered speechless, the calm Anastasia could barely hide her cold sweat around her neck. The sound of Echidna's voice was also slightly hoarse, however. After being late in reacting to the lady's response, Julius fixed his posture and said, "Excuse me. O great divine dragon who defends our kingdom, we deeply apologize for our rudeness in the presence of your esteemed self, great Volcanica, the bearer of the covenant, who has kept it for so long and given us much aid. Although it is like this, it is such an honor to meet you. I am Julius Juculius, a member of the royal guard of the kingdom of Lagunica. I've made sure to keep many of your treasured tales in mind." Julius, who had kneeled down and bowed, removed his sword from his waist and placed it on the ground next to him as a form of the utmost respect. And so, as a knight who served the dragon kingdom, he showed the greatest courtesy to the divine dragon. Then, narrowing his golden eyes, Volcanica said, "I am Volcanica in accordance with the ancient covenant. The will of thee who hath reached the top shall be questioned. My life, my faith, have all been dedicated to Lady Anastasia Hashin. The one who will be the next ruler and forge the next covenant will surely be Lady Anastasia Koo. Julius, are you crying? Julius, who was on his knees helplessly shedding tears, disturbed Anastasia, wiping his tears away with the back of his hand. He said, "My apologies. Not only did I become acquainted with one of the three heroes Reed, but I was also able to meet the divine dragon, Volcanica, as a knight of the kingdom of Lagunica. I could not be any more honored this hour. What in the world is it?" Julia's voice trembled due to experiencing something awe-inspiring with a tinge of remorse, as if she were ruining his special moment. Amelia started to say about that, "Julius, I'm really hesitant to tell you this because you're so happy, but my apologies. Lady Amelia disregarding you and Lady Anastasia. I attempted to talk with the divine dragon without permission. Ma'am, don't worry about it, it's just that Volcanica is trying to explain things to Julius without hurting him. Amelia struggled to find the right words to say then, coming from above her head. "Thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth onto the first floor, almighty petitioner." Wait a second, this line. I feel like I just heard it earlier, hearing him repeat those words. Anastasia was the first to become suspicious, however. That same feeling spread to the others, too, saying that was a natural thing to do, and everyone immediately noticed a change in Volcanica, who continued to repeat the same words over and over again, and, although that's Volcanica, he's been waiting here for so long that he became a bit senile. Since his body is still full of energy, he's a bit of a rowdy one, though. Volcanica, who had a pretty bad case of dementia, still had the true power of a dragon, but over the course of a long period of time, his mind became damaged. Perhaps because of the trial of the first floor, the divine dragon exerted a great amount of energy to stop Amelia from getting up the pillar. But once Amelia had reached the monolith, he judged that she had passed the trial and returned to his original position. Moreover, although the trial had ended, he still continued to talk about the trial. The great divine dragon is senile? Julius, calm down, come on. You're a little tired, aren't you? Why don't you sit down? Julius was extremely shocked by Amelia's words after Reed. The second legend he encountered also differed from the stories he had heard about them, causing his knees to tremble. Amelia also didn't want to disappoint Julius, whose eyes sparkled, and somehow felt a dull pain in her chest, but, "Amelia, that's probably not the case. I suppose this isn't some kind of dementia. In fact, Echidna, I'm sure you can feel it too. I suppose this isn't dementia. Yes, I wasn't sure at first, but I feel it now. This isn't the wearing down of the mind, but the emptiness of the spirit. Amelia was puzzled by the mutually understandable conversation going on between the artificial spirits. Echidna and Beatrice were surprised. Expressions on the faces of Julius and Anastasia. Beatrice held out her finger and said, "It's simple, in fact. His spirit is empty, that is to say, his spirit is not within him. I suppose as a result, he is limited in what he can say and respond with. In fact, just think of it as him being 90% asleep, I suppose. 90%, but he was super strong, though. If his spirit were there, it would have been incomparable. Echidna's tone implied that she had been lucky to survive, making Amelia shudder in response. Amelia had just barely survived a desperate battle with the help of her ice soldiers, surprisingly, that had just been akin to fighting with asleep Volcanica. Although being half asleep and being senile were similar, they were completely different in nature. But even if his spirit isn't there, he still has the body of the divine dragon. I suppose if that's the case, then there may be a way to help the people of Priestella, in fact. A way to help everyone? How can we do that? I see we can get the blood of a dragon from the divine dragon. Anastasia snapped her fingers, and Beatrice nodded at her words, also hearing that. Amelia widened her eyes and let out an ah. The source of all the tales that had been passed down in the kingdom of Lagunica was none other than the blood of the divine dragon, Volcanica. It had been said that a dragon's blood was a miracle elixir that could revive a barren land, ensure a bountiful harvest, and heal all illnesses and injuries. To put it simply, many remarkable effects of it had been recorded. And, not to mention anything else, dragon's blood was an element that Amelia could not ignore. If I get the blood from Volcanica. The reason why Amelia was participating in the royal selection was to obtain the dragon's blood kept in the kingdom of Lagunica and use it to thaw the frozen soil of the great Elier Forest. Amelia was determined to participate in the royal selection in order to liberate her people, who had been frozen in that forest because of her power going wild. The realization that her main purpose in participating in it had a possibility of being achieved suddenly hit her. It made Amelia tense up and hold her breath. If Volcanica's blood could be obtained here, then Amelia would no longer have a reason to ascend the throne. Amelia, I'm sorry I confused you. I suppose the blood that you are thinking about is not the same blood as Volcanica. In fact, that's why you won't be able to achieve that, I suppose," said Beatrice to Amelia, who was about to lose her reason for participating in the royal selection. Amelia then looked at her with rounded eyes and said, "Huh? What do you mean I won't be able to achieve that? I've studied Riololi hard. You know, in order to melt the ice in the forest, I need the dragon's blood in the royal castle, so there's nothing wrong with that idea. I suppose, however, as I stated earlier, the blood in Lagunica's royal castle and the blood of this Volcanica are, strictly speaking, not the same. The dragon's blood in the royal castle is the blood that spilled from the last beat of a dying dragon's heart, I suppose. The last drop of blood from the heart?" Hearing things she had never heard before, Amelia frowned. Scrunching up her finely shaped eyebrows, Beatrice gently nodded, and then Julius raised his hand and said, "May I ask a question?" Julius, who seemed to have just barely recovered from the shock of hearing about the existence or non-existence of the divine dragon spirit, looked up at the divine dragon, whose responses remained unchanged. "Excuse me, Lady Beatrice, but what do you mean by what you just said?" "I am also a knight belonging to the royal guard of the kingdom of Lagunica. My ears pick up many things regarding the kingdom, however. The thing you just said, as its heart beat one last time, the blood from its heart was poured into a container. That blood, as the true blood of dragon, was entrusted to the royal castle in order to serve as proof of the covenant between man and dragon. It's no surprise that you do not know this. In fact, the words I said just now came from a book that had been sealed within the Forbidden Library. There is no longer any trace of its existence in the outside world, for it was an account left by the Witch of Greed. Echidna, I suppose." After hearing Beatrice's response, Julius gasped, his eyes widening as a knight of the kingdom. He didn't even know about that, but if it came from Beatrice, he couldn't consider it a lie, and if it was the truth, then which dragon's blood is the dragon's blood being kept in the royal capital, Lagunica? The last beating of the heart would mean. It'd be strange if the dragon who left the blood didn't die in that case. It wouldn't make sense for it to have come from the empty-headed Mr. Divine Dragon. Julius and Anastasia voiced their doubts, but they were also justified in doing so. If the dragon's blood came from the last beat of its heart, then it would not belong to Volcanica. Also, if it was still the blood of a great power. Unfortunately, it wasn't mentioned in the book. In fact, that person is always doing things half-heartedly from what I can tell. That Witch of Greed is the biggest reason why Natsuki is so cold to me, right? Because of that, he doesn't have a good impression of me, and now that impression is only getting amplified. Don't speak ill of mother. I suppose mind your words. In fact, don't fight like that, you two. But, after scolding the two of them who were getting heated with each other because of having a difference of opinion regarding Echidna, Amelia silently lowered her head. When Amelia first heard that Volcanica's blood was different from the dragon's blood in the royal castle, she was surprised, and yet, at the same time, she was relieved. Such a thing is strange. Amelia's main goal was to help everyone in the forest. This goal remained unchanged even today, therefore. If she were able to obtain Volcanica's blood here and use it as a solution, it would be possible to liberate everyone in the Great Elier Forest. Using, however, while she wanted to do so, she was hesitant. If she used another means to melt the permafrost plaguing the Great Elier Forest, would she step off the stage and stop participating in the royal selection? Amelia's concerns aside, if Beatrice's words are true, can anything be done with Mr. Volcanica's blood? There's a high possibility of it being a disappointment, right? Whether he's become useless, senile, or lost his spirit, he is still a divine dragon. I suppose so. His blood must be quite powerful as well. It's just that. It wouldn't be enough to melt everyone's ice, right? In response to Amelia's question, Beatrice gave her an apologetic look and nodded her head, gazing at the appearance of Beatrice, who looked more sad than herself. Amelia relaxed her lips, looked up, and said, "It's okay. That fact is pretty disappointing. But since it was something that happened so suddenly, I was so surprised that I didn't realize it, so it's not a big deal. I'm sorry. I suppose I should have told you about it. In fact, I didn't expect the divine dragon to be in a place like this. I suppose it's truly regrettable." That's right. He's such a troublemaker. Beatrice's face sunk in a way that didn't suit her, and Amelia puffed up her chest. To be honest, she really did feel disappointed, however. What she had said to Beatrice was the truth, rather. It felt as if she had been told she could not take shortcuts or cheat. Then, let's get back to the question at hand. If the blood of the divine dragon is used, there is a possibility of restoring those in Priestella who have had their appearances changed due to less authority, as Beatrice stated. Even if he does not have a spirit, the blood itself should still contain great power. It has been said that a single drop of the castle's dragon's blood could revitalize a wasteland. It's a powerful medicine, aren't it? Therefore, it would be essential to dilute it thousands of times. but it's a pretty big improvement compared to having nothing at all if the stories about it being a miracle medicine are true. Then it's worth giving a shot. After hearing the conversation going on between Echidna, Anastasia, and Julius, Amelia once again felt hopeful they had crossed the Augrious sand dunes in order to help those who had suffered misfortune. If they could find a way to solve the problems caused by lust and gluttony, that would be best otherwise. There would be no way to reward Subaru for all the damage he had suffered. I'm so selfish like this. It was very selfish of her to want to make Sharla's sacrifice have meaning she had spent a long time in this tower following her own thoughts and desires that had been Sharla herself who had made it meaningful, not Amelia. I gotta go and ask Volcanic about it, but he may not understand me at all and go on a rampage if I try to take his blood. Don't you ever get tired of hearing that? I suppose? Amelia, as the new administrator of the Pleiades Watchtower, you have authority over it now. In fact, can you do something with it? I wonder? The administrator's authority, I still don't have any awareness of that like at all. The mystery of the third floor had been solved. She had broken through Reed on the second floor and expressed her with a Volcanica on the first floor. Based on these conditions alone, Amelia had indeed captured the Watchtower, however. If she were to say whether or not she could see any obvious changes, the answer would be no. What she could vaguely perceive now was, the sand dunes leading to the Watchtower will no longer reject anyone I think? Is this the choice you made, Amelia? Isn't that kind of statement quite risky, since books of the dead are troublesome things? We may face dangerous situations sometimes, but I think we can handle it if we are careful and use them properly. I think there are still lots of things that can't be decided on our own. For Amelia and the others, it would be too difficult to draw any conclusions about the tower, since they were too few in number for better or worse. She and the others didn't have the power to do anything about it. Therefore, it would be best to let more capable people figure it out. That's what I think. Do you not agree with it? I feel like you're putting a little too much hope in others, but this is a conclusion you came to if Anna and Julius don't object to it. Then neither will I. Thank you, Echidna. Amelia thanked Echidna, who had been the first to agree with her. Like this, Anastasia also spoke up with a got it. I don't object to it. Even if we made an effort to hide it, it would be difficult to make the most of it if that's the case. It'd be best to share what we found after trekking all the way here. There's the issue of gluttony, and we might be able to bring the dragon's blood back, too. We should not be vile, nor expect too much. The most important thing is that it was Lady Amelia who reached the top of the tower. We should respect her wishes. Anastasia, Julius, thank you. After receiving the two's agreement, Amelia thanked them with a smile. Then she finally looked back at Beatrice, who had yet to express her opinion on the matter. How about you, Beatrice? Do you think this is too irresponsible? If you're talking about being responsible or irresponsible, abandoning this place without investigating it is the most irresponsible thing we could do. I suppose Betty does not object. In fact, I am also personally interested in this. Awesome. Amelia placed her hand on her chest, relieved that one of her closest companions did not disagree with her. Okay, next up is the issue of the blood. The easiest way to go about it is to take Volcanica with us. I think that'll cause a lot of problems. It was true that Volcanica was rather large, and if they took him back with them, there was a possibility that he would bump into a lot of things. However, since he could fly, he could just fly in the air when they entered the street and not have to worry about him bumping into anything. Volcanica, can you come with us? Or, if you have to stay here, I'd like for you to share some of your blood with me. Volcanica, half expecting something to happen, half giving up, thinking that Volcanica would only repeat the lines in the trial, Amelia frowned at his present reaction. Volcanica, the divine dragon, who had returned to his original position on the first floor and was leaning against the central pillar, slowly raised his head and turned his gaze outside of the tower. He neither responded to Amelia and the others, nor did he show any sort of aggression. Amelia, at least, felt like his behavior was rather peculiar, and at the same time, feeling as if a cold finger had traced along the entirety of her back, Amelia quickly turned her gaze in the direction of the cause of that chilly feeling, the direction of Volcanica's gaze, east of the tower. East of the tower, past the end of the Sea of Sand, was a great waterfall at the world's edge. What existed there was a great waterfall, as well as a special place. That was 6. Feeling something rough gently brushing against his face, Subaru opened his eyes whilst groaning. His vision was blurred, and after blinking a few times, a clear outline appeared, and what came into view was the cause of that rough sensation. Patrash had been licking his face with a red tongue. Is that you, Patrash? Sorry for making you worry. You risked your life again, didn't you? Sorry for always making things hard for you. Relaxing his lips, Subaru gently put his hand on his beloved Earth Dragon's worried face and began stroking at this jet-black Earth Dragon had always saved him when he was in tough spots, not to mention her kindness for saving him when he had amnesia. But the things Patrash had done in this past week were also of great importance, to put it simply. If Patrash hadn't been here, Rem might have died. Bringing this girl back home is probably the greatest accomplishment of Barusa's life. Even if it's true, don't diss me like that. I took Biko out and got Amelia Tan's insignia back. Too, although Roswell was involved with both of those, you know? As a matter of fact, Roswell had nothing to do with Beatrice's problem, but he dared to say it since it would get under her skin, and as expected, he heard Ram TCH with her tongue in disgust. Ram was leaning against the wall of the green room with her arms wrapped around herself. Subaru painfully narrowed his eyes and looked at her bruised body. It was clear that the battle against Libat and Katos had been an intense one. Since Melee had been injured in the middle of their battle, the amount of burden Subaru could shoulder had been reduced, which was one of the reasons why she had to fight such a hard battle in the first place. Not sure what to say, Subaru opened his mouth to apologize. Hey, Ram, it was my fault that you got hurt like this, Bluff. Don't speak such stupid words, Barusu, being responsible for Ram's injuries. There is no place in Ram's life where Barusu has any such role. How repulsive. What's repulsive is talking like that. Stuffing grass into a person's mouth is even worse. Subaru protested as he pulled a lump of ivy that had been shoved into his mouth, his eyes watering due to the grassy odor. Hearing that, Ram responded with an unapologetic "eh." At the argument going on between Ram and Subaru, the sound of giggling could be heard. You two look like such close friendies. It's like watching two siblings, said Melee, had spread her legs out on the grass mattress covering the floor. The mini crimson scorpion perched on her head. Ram's face scowled at her, giggling with an easy-to-understand expression. Barusu is my little brother. For argument's sake, let's assume it's true, but even if we weren't related by blood, the Oni village would call a useless little brother like him. Is the Oni village really so severe? I'm glad I wasn't born as an Oni. That was just a joke, but it's just that Ram could not stand the horror. And what have you called? Don't make it more complicated by doubling up on your assumptions. Spit flying, Subaru shouted that at Ram, who was acting like she usually did. Having said that, he could now see that it was just a roundabout way of showing consideration for him. Shed said that the cause of her injuries was not due to his decision. After all, it was difficult for him to presume upon that consideration, but if he were stubborn and insisted that he was the one responsible, he would instead incur Ram's ire. You're such a troublesome girl, big sis. After Melee's presumptuous remark just now, kindly stop calling Ram big sis. It would be troublesome if someone we met for the first time had a misunderstanding. Getting the usual cold reply in the Ram experience, Subaru looked around the room at everyone in the green room. There were Subaru and Patrash, and Ram, and Melee along with the mini crimson scorpion, and at the back of the room was the sleeping beauty lying on a bed. Reem, is she not awake? I regret to say this. Booty beheaded a hateful, rude person lady. Amelia's stuff seems to have returned because of that. Julia's stuff hasn't returned, and neither has Rem's. Is there anything we're missing? Pressing his fist firmly into his palm, Subaru chewed on his bitter feelings. He had once again confirmed the matter he had spoken about to Amelia and the others about before losing consciousness in the end. They would need to talk to those guys directly and wring the information out of them in order to completely eradicate the damage caused by gluttony. Are the ones here based on the severity of the injuries? Where are Amelia Tan and the others? If it's Big Sister and Beatrice, they said they were going up there to meet someone way up on the first floor. Way up there who might be up there? Big Sister Ram must know, right? It's nothing to be concerned with, however. There's a large, senile old man there. The senile old man at the top of the watchtower is definitely an important key character. Hearing that there was a new character, Subaru wrinkled his eyebrows. Who was the senile old man that Ram was talking about? Or, if they were an overseer like Reed on the second floor, then it couldn't be Flu Gel, right? Barusu. If Flu Gel is the one who is up there, they'll never forgive him. I have enough to say to that guy to fill a whole mountain. If he isn't there, then Shala. Barusu, please calm down. Calm down? Ram you, that kind of thing, Shala. The cheek of the vigorous and rash Subaru was slapped while he was trying to determine the true identity of the old man on the top floor of the tower, causing him to put strength into his knees. The cause was the palm of Ram, who had moved in on him, with his face having been slapped. Subaru widened his eyes and looked at Ram with a dumbfounded expression. Don't use Shala as a crutch because of your own powerlessness. I heard about Shala. She was obnoxious and unmannered, and the eyes that admired Barusu were rotten, but she wasn't so bad that she deserved to disappear. As she spoke, Ram gently placed her hand on Subaru's struck cheek. It was hot, but her palm was cold while absorbing the heat, Ram continued her words to the speechless Subaru. If you can't accept it, then, rather than getting angry, just cry. Shala will be happier. If you cried out, I miss you, rather than using her as a reason for your anger, Ram is the same way. Ram, I still believe you are mixing up someone you should strongly care for with someone else. After getting one last word in, Ram flicked Subaru's forehead with her finger. That painless force made Subaru fall onto his butt, and, as he placed his hand on his forehead, said, my bad. If Subaru calmed down, Flujo being on the first floor could just be called his own desire, or even something like paranoia, but for argument's sake, if Flujo really was there. Before Barusu could do anything, Lady Amelia and I would beat him until he was on the cusp of death. I can see you doing that, but not Amelia Tan. When thinking of Shala, the amount of anger directed at Flujo was by no means small, and everyone in the tower naturally shared that feeling. With Ram's affirmation, Subaru let out a long exhale in that case. He was curious about who the senile old man on the first floor was. Let's put that aside for now. If we assume that the senile old man can be helpful in some way, then we should ask him about the victims of the Sin Archbishop of lust, not gluttony. That's a pretty big thing to talk about, so, Ram clearly had her priorities straight at this point. Being able to advocate for such a thing without hesitation was one of Ram's fine qualities. Subaru could also resonate with her ideas. To a certain extent, the prospect of being able to save the victims of lust was attractive. But did Big Sister Ram have something else in mind when you said that? However, Maylie had said that right next to Subaru's face. Who was on guard, she poked a mini crimson scorpion on her head with her finger and said, didn't you say this before? The effects of gluttony have something to do with time, or something like that. What a loose-lipped girl in that case. It will be necessary to discipline you properly once we return home. Oh, so scary. Maylie held her head and stuck out her tiny tongue above her head. The mini crimson scorpion aimed its pincers and stinger at Ram. As it tried to protect her, however, under Ram's icy gaze, it quickly shrunk into a little ball. He could sense a part of her previous self in that flustered behavior. Ram. That hypothesis is? What's it about? It doesn't amount to much, however. It's been said that gluttony eats other people's memories, correct? If they are truly treated like food, I believe that time will affect the rate of digestion. Digestion. Lady Amelia's came back a few hours after it was taken away. If so, then what about the other victims, such as Julius the Knight, the people of Priestella and Rem? After hearing the hypothetical statement of Ram, whose finger was raised, Subaru's eyes widened due to how uncomplicated it was. Just as she said, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony had equated the stealing of names and memories to eating. If that were more than just a superficial expression, then he could find her hypothesis to be satisfactory. It took time for the names and memories that were stolen away to be digested then. The reason why Amelia's name came back, but nothing else did, was because there's no way has everything already been digested. I'm not sure. There's a possibility that it might just take time for them to come back. If that's the case, then there's hope the memories of Julius, the other victims in Rem, will hopefully come back too, not knowing whether it was good or bad. Ram made the above explanation. Subaru knew what she was thinking. As well, this was a question that could not be answered immediately. However, now that Badenkatos had been slain and Alfred had been captured, Subaru had another big thing to worry about. No, it was something that had come up once again. Louis Arneb. He had come across her, the final gluttony, in the corridor of memories by chance, and then left her. There was that young girl who did not possess her own body and took over the bodies of her two brothers, as well as Natsuki Subarus, in order to commit evil deeds. Really the object of which factor? Her abilities were not inferior to those of gluttony, however. If the life of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony was needed to undo the damage caused by their authority, how could he defeat Louis, who was in that place? In the first place, does the concept of dying exist in that place or not? In that place, a spirit-like body took the place of physical one. He may be able to emulate an idea from manga and games and apply it to kill a spirit. But would that be enough to release a witch factor? Whether it was that place or Louis who remained there, nothing about them was clear. Moreover, even if an answer could be garnered, when Julius defeated Reed, Reed's role in the trial was terminated. If that's the case, then wouldn't Reed go back into his blank book of the dead? Subaru had managed to go to the place known as the Corridor of Memories within the cradle of Odi Laguna, and the reason why he had managed to do so was because of an empty book of the dead that just happened to lead to that place. Since the soul of Reed Estrella had been used in the trial, there had been a gap in his book of the dead, which was connected to the Corridor of Memories. If that was no longer there, Natsuki Subaru may have missed the opportunity to defeat Louis Arneb. Subaru had thought a lot about it, and he needed to confirm the possibility that Reed's book of the dead was still blank. Not only that, but he also had a way to challenge his own Book of the Dead. This was a trump card that connected him to the corridor of memories. Although he would have to go through the hell of watching himself die again, it was better than closing himself off to other possibilities. He thought it would be much better for him to do so, instead of giving up because I've made irreversible mistakes. Such a fool. Big sis? If you have the leisure to worry about such frivolous things, then it would be much better for you to rest your mind and body, so you can think properly. Bruce was not the only one who failed to choose the most excellent answer in this tower. Shaking her head, Ram gently touched her forehead. Remaining there where her horn previously came from was a slim scar. After doing so, she stretched out that same finger towards Rem, who was on the bed. She then lovingly caressed her sister's forehead and said, "For the purpose of defeating the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, I borrowed Rem's power, though I achieved victory in the end. It came at a cost. This girl must have paid a heavy burden, right? Heavy burden. If it were Barusu, and I did the thing where I activated my horn, Barusu's body would probably explode from the inside out." Subaru, who had taken on Ram's usual burdens before, knew very well that these were not exaggerated words. The simple act of breathing and moving conservatively made Ram experience the taste of hell. That kind of her was the real deal. What sort of recoil would he get from it? It would be no exaggeration to say that had Subaru taken it on, a part of his body would suffer from so much damage that it would never be able to recover. After Ram told him that she made Rem take on her burdens, she closed her eyes, revealing her long eyelashes. However, she said, "Makes sense?" and then continued, "Because of this, Rem might feel resentment towards me when she wakes up. However, I will not regret it. Ram is Rem's sister. That fact will never change. Even if this girl resents or hates Ram, then, so that things might get better, we can only rely on each other. Rem won't hate you. Yes, I'm sure you're right. She's a very smart girl, and my amazing little sister." Like this, Ram smiled, brimming with confidence, and looked at Subaru with her pale crimson eyes, though she had no memories of her little sister except through Subaru. Since she came to love her, she no longer doubted her feelings. Instead of lamenting about the past, it was better to forge a better future. Saying these words to mere ally hits me where it hurts, you know. Unbeknownst to Ram, Subaru had gone through several loops to change the past for Ram, who was an extremely positive thinker. It wouldn't be too much to describe Subaru's using of return by death as being an extremely regressive form of thinking. Return by death, which changed what had already occurred, was always used because of regretting the past. In the end, it's better not to use it. Subaru once again loosened his tightly clenched fist. Smiling bitterly, he admitted that he used return by death in order to seize a better future, where everyone could laugh together based on that. He also knew he should not indulge himself too much in the use of return by death itself. In this tower, Subaru had seen the shedding of so many tears and heard many voices full of regret. "Although I'm not Suri, but you look to be a bit better." Seeing the change in Subaru's expression, Meili whispered that while sitting on the floor, she was sitting in a PE sitting posture, and, while stroking her 3-strand braid, said, "Big sister Amelia and big sister Ram can do it, but I'd be in trouble if you felt down since I can't cheer you up. So please don't feel down. You promised me you'd show me how much I could depend on you to get things done, right?" "Oh, there was that promise as well. Well, it'll definitely keep it this time." Gazing at Meili and the mini crimson scorpion on her head, Subaru nodded his head vigorously to the side. Patrash nuzzled her head against his cheek, as if supporting his determination, though her scaly body was tough. Since he had gotten used to it, he could rub his cheeks against it without feeling uncomfortable. Subaru returned that show of affection with affection of his own, and then stood up. Although he consumed so much energy before that he collapsed earlier, he seemed to have more or less recovered his lost strength. The spirit of the green room had a variety of healing methods at its disposal. If I think about it, whether it began who joined the big battle or the spirit in this room, I don't know how to thank them enough for everything they've done. Shala had explained that although the green room was used as a recovery room, there was a spirit here originally that was fond of treating the injuries of those who entered the room. It did not have a physical form, nor was it possible to converse with the spirit, but his intention for healing others was crystal clear. Subaru and the others had been healed time after time by this room as they constantly attempted to capture the tower. It was for that reason that, after arriving at the watchtower, Rem had been left in this room. Well, I didn't let her stay here just because I wanted her to hang around. The spirit, then Barrisano, it'd be a waste to say, why don't we force her to come out by using Julia's divine protection of gathering spirits? I know what you're trying to say, but it won't work on me since my strong point is that I can put my life on the line for Biko anyways. I wonder if we can talk to it with the added effect of Julia's divine protection. The divine protection of gathering spirits was simply a divine protection that made it easier for him to be liked by spirits under that effect. He had contracted with his 6 quasi-spirits now. La and the others have been elevated into spirits. If he could use that effect to converse with the spirit of the green room, it would open up a world of possibilities. The spirit has been in the tower for as long as Shala, if not longer. That nameless being might be able to help solve the mysteries in the watchtower. While Subaru was immersed in his thoughts, a small breath suddenly flowed into the room. Ram? What's the matter? Isn't something strange this is? Ram uttered an unusual premonition in that moment. Hick? Huh. A phenomenon suddenly occurred in the middle of the green room. Light spilled out, shocking Subaru and the others in response to that. Their bodies suddenly stiffened, and Subaru and Ram gravitated over to where Rem was melee, and Patrash also seemed to be wary of it and slowly moved away from the light. What's happening? I don't know. In any case, do not leave us. No matter what happens. O.H. Subaru shielded the flurried melee behind him. His warning words having been interrupted, the reason was because the light in the room suddenly became brighter, which captured his attention then. While covering his eyes with his hands, he carefully gazed in the direction of the light. He could see that the light, which was currently strong, was gradually becoming weaker, and then it disappeared when he wasn't sure whether or not he should be relieved or cautious. That appeared in front of Subaru's eyes. Huh. Subaru wasn't sure what it meant when that appeared right in front of his eyes in the spot where the light disappeared. He became speechless, then stunned, and then speechless once more. A girl? Next to Subaru, seeing the same thing as him, was Ram, who had muttered that in surprise that observation was correct, however, between him and her. She did not have the same knowledge of the girl that Subaru did. Subaru knew the name of that girl, name of the girl. Lying on the floor of the green room was Louis Arneb. 7. Louis Arneb, the girl who appeared in the middle of the room along with the light. Subaru was speechless when the youngest sister of the Sin Archbishops of Gluttony Trio, known as Satiation and, was not supposed to have a physical form appear in reality like that, however. The nearby Ram did not fail to pick up on his words. Louis Arneb, name of the last gluttony, isn't it? Subaru had yet to tell Ram the details about his encounter with Louis through the Book of the Dead. During this loop, had only mentioned that Head had contact with her. Ram had a very good memory indeed. Now, faced with this question, Subaru was a bit disturbed. That's right. She's the last one of the gluttonies, Louis Arneb, the little sister of Badenkato's, and Alfred, it appears that she is unconscious. Based on what Ram had said, Subaru calmly observed Louis and determined that she was indeed asleep. Well, he could say that, but he wasn't exactly sure if that was the case. How in the world could Louis, who didn't even have a physical body, appear here like this? He could not imagine that she, who was ever so terrified of and despair because of Subaru's return by death ability, would somehow reinvigorate herself within a few hours and come back to challenge him again. The thing known as death was something that left a deep wound in a person's heart. I can't make any progress even after thinking about it melee. Go get Emilia Tan and the others. Ram and I will watch her. Really, you're such a slave driver. Don't let yourself die easily, Kay? Gradually moving backwards, Melee moved toward the entrance of the green room. Subaru heard her admonishments and gave her a thumbs up before she left. He saw the mini crimson scorpion above her head put up its pincers, as if imitating her, before she quickly turned around and went to go get Amelia and the others. And then, in the room where Subaru and Ram remained. I don't think anything will happen, but in any case, should we tie her up with Ivy? I'd rather not provoke them, Barusu. Have you noticed it yet? What? When he was trying to discuss the treatment of Louis with her, Ram grabbed his shoulder and asked him that, not seeming to understand the purpose of her question, he cocked his head. So, Ram pointed at the ceiling of the green room with her chino. The entire room. The healing effects of the room have disappeared. The spirit is gone. Ah, that's a joke, right? It's not a joke, Barusu. Even you will be able to feel it. If you concentrate, there is an emptiness in this place. Subaru looked around the room, spurred on by Ram's statement, even if he was told to concentrate. The way Subaru felt the presence of spirit was by picking them up, kissing their face, sleeping together, and so on. He's not sure about other ways of doing it. However, just as Ram had said, he could no longer feel the gentle power that had previously wrapped around his entire body. It seemed that something had indeed happened for the spirit in the green. Ruin was no longer there. If that is so, then perhaps it has something to do with the Sin Archbishop. Subaru could not deny Ram's conjecture. He also had a similar thought. The spirit in the green room had disappeared and been replaced by Louis Arneb. Then, perhaps. Anyways, it's best not to jump to any conclusions. We should wait for Lady Amelia and Lady Beatrice to return. Once Lady Amelia and the others come back. We can continue our discussion on what to do with Lewis. He thought that was what Ram was about to say, however. She did not continue her words. One step ahead of her, the blackness that led to the demise of all had assaulted the Pleiades watchtower. Hick! A huge explosion went off at their feet, letting off a bang, causing Subaru and the others to get thrown into the air seconds afterwards. His entire body crashed into the ceiling and wall, making him let out a GUH. He then turned his head to figure out what had happened. Fear permeated throughout his whole body as that vile presence drew near. And no way, in a state of disbelief, Subaru stood up, denying that foreboding feeling in his gut, but that horrible chill grew stronger and stronger, making his suspicions more and more real. Patrash, take Ram. Riri. As he crawled along the floor, he grabbed Ram's body and threw her over Patrash, though she was still covered in injuries. Patrash understood his intentions and flew towards the room's entrance. Barusu, that fool! Ram resented that forceful action, but there was no time to listen to her. Subaru pushed off the ground and sped towards Rem on the bed made of ivy. Then he carried her towards the door. Just before that, the figure of Lewis, who was tumbling in the grass, passed by the edge of his vision. Hick! Ah, shit! Shiite! While spewing out curses angrily, Subaru exerted as much strength as possible with his worn-out body for this maneuver with Rem's body held in the right hand. He used his left hand to grab Lewis' arm by force. Both of them were rather light in extraordinary circumstances like this. It was possible for him to ignore the weight as he carried them like this. Carrying both of them, he was on the verge of leaping out of the green room. A black shadow emerged to the floor of the green room, as if trying to cut Subaru off from the entrance indeed. It was the Black Shadow, the last of the 5 obstacles of Black Shadow, the witch who had an obsession with Subaru, had come to the tower at a time like this. Ram, Subaru, who was screaming maniacally, tried to get Rem away from the clutches of the shadow, however. The Black Shadow swallowed up his vision, leaving not even a gap. Moreover, the Black Shadow did not stop flowing in, engulfing him from the front, the left, the right, and the back. Damn it, even though I've made it this far. Gazing at the shadow inching closer and closer, Subaru's heart was filled with regret as he tried to find a way to escape. If he got swallowed up by the Black Shadow, he would lose his life and have to return by death. If he returned by death in this tower, and his respawn point had not been updated, then he would have to start over at a point when Lewis was still within him. If that happened, he would be at the mercy of the Sin Archbishop in the shape of a white girl. That fear was what drove him to do his best with the attitude that this loop was his last chance. Barusu, snap out of it. Rem would cry. Ariuri. Coming from beyond the Black Shadow were the desperate cries of Ram and Patrash in response. Subaru took a deep breath, but could not utter a word. Long before that, the entirety of Natsuki Subaru had been swallowed up by the Black Shadow aid, having been swallowed up by the immense Black Shadow. Subaru's consciousness slowly swirled around in the darkness. He felt as if his hands, feet, blood, flesh, and his very existence had been broken apart and turned into concepts consumed by endlessly powerful and vast emotions. His very existence had been overwritten. I love you. He heard a murmur in that silent and dark nothingness. That sound was, indeed, very nostalgic for him, causing Natsuki Subaru's consciousness to smile to itself. Getting used to someone saying I love you to him was akin to being a knight who was loved by his 6 spirits. Unfortunately, Subaru didn't have a strong will like that. Even if he pushed himself to his limits, the love he could give was limited to what he could do with his own 2 hands and back, so the whispers of the Black Shadow just seemed like forced words to him. So, it's way too forced, you know. I love you. 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 Sorry. Can't give you an answer to that. That phrase is like a landmine to me right now. I've never been able to grab the hand of the person who said that to me. I love you. 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 Is there no way for us to hear each other? Then hurry up and consume me. In this nothingness, there was no hope of escaping from it and living so. Natsuki Subaru would die a merciless death in the darkness. He would not grieve over it, but would accept it and turn that feeling into anger, pushing himself onwards. When I get back, the worst thing may be waiting for me. Lewis, who would still have a clear head on her shoulders, might fight me again for my return by death ability. I love you. 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 But I'm not going to lose. I won't lose no matter how many times it takes. It'll keep fighting this time. It'll keep my promise. I love you. 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 It'll fight for tomorrow's tomorrow, no matter how many times it takes. He would no longer be overwhelmed by the repetitive I love yous. He was sorry, But the heart that could be wounded by such words had gotten worn out long ago. This kind of love could not chain Natsuki Subaru down any longer. And yet the words of love that were continuously uttered did not pay any mind to Subaru's rejection indeed. The words of love themselves came pouring in, coating the world in them as Natsuki Subaru was swallowed up by the darkness. I love you, I love you. I am Volcanica in accordance with the ancient covenant. The will of thee who hath reached the top shall be questioned. In the next instant, a pale blue light poured down from above, striking the darkness that had engulfed the world. That fierce light then swallowed up the darkness, and the color of the world changed. It changed 9 Subaru groaned as he felt a rough sensation moving against his face and opened his eyes as consciousness slowly returned, and at the same time, on the other side of his open eyelids, his blurry vision gradually returned to normality, revealing an outline. Subaru had continued to feel a rough sensation on his cheek during this time. Patrice, I got it, I'm awake already. He wasn't sure just how tired he was. The sound coming from his throat was incredibly thin, and he wasn't sure if his intentions were being communicated properly. The other person didn't show any signs of stopping their skinship. You're being such a sweetie. I bet you could win the next heroin contest with that cuteness. Ew? Eahu? After swallowing some saliva in his dry mouth, he managed to utter a word and got a response in return. However, the answer Subaru received was different from what he was expecting. Causing his face to stiffen, his cheek was being licked like mad, and, gradually getting his vision back, what appeared in front of him was Louis Arneb, while sitting on top of Subaru, was licking his face, and you wah. Subaru was startled by that impossible sight, and then immediately pushed Louis, who had been in front of him, away due to that action. She let out an anguished cry and rolled around on the grass. Gazing at that sight, Subaru desperately slid his butt backwards. What the hell are you doing? What are you trying to do? Coming on to me like this? Woo? What the hell did I do? Subaru stared at Louis in complete shock, his voice trembling with desperation. Right in front of Subaru was Louis, lying on her, back in the grass, shaking her arms and legs like a child, whining. He didn't understand what she was doing. What was the point, no, before that? Where is this place? Without taking his eyes off Louis, Subaru observed his surroundings while staying vigilant. Then, what came into his view was a lush, green prairie as if it were a vast grassland. Flowers swayed in the wind here and there. Such a sight would be impossible to see in the Augria sand dunes. Well, to be precise, there are also things like flower gardens there where courtesan bears lived, but this was not an artificial place, and the vegetation was definitely real. A little bit further away, Subaru could see a forest. Plunging his mind into confusion, this clearly was not the Augria sand dunes. It didn't seem to be the corridor of memories where it had encountered Louis before, either. The grass seems pretty real, and it tastes like grass. After pulling up some grass and checking the smell and taste of it, Subaru was certain that it was real then. Basing on the injuries he had incurred and the state of his torn clothing, he confirmed that the traces from the last battle, the battle surrounding the Pleiades watchtower, had remained. That is to say, that the battle had taken place, and Subaru had yet to die. He had been swallowed by the massive black shadow that had assaulted the green room and survived. That's right, Rem is. If Louis was right here in front of him, that meant that Rem, who he also had in his grasp at that time, would also be around here. Based on that idea, Subaru ignored Louis and searched around the grassland for Rem. It did not take long for him to find her soundless figure, lying down in the low-cut grass. Rem, this is great, what a relief. You're safe and sound. Rushing over to Rem, Subaru confirmed that she was indeed safe and then fell to the ground in relief. She also appeared to not have any external injuries. Her body temperature and slow breathing were just as they were before. This made Subaru breathe a sigh of relief and wipe away the sweat on his brow. There's nothing to worry about, Big Sis would kill me if anything happened to Rem. Anyways, even if Ram didn't do anything, Subaru would go ahead and off himself, since he wouldn't be able to forgive himself while having such thoughts. Subaru uttered then again, and then looked up. Where's this place? Where's the tower at? Where are Emiliatan, Biko, and the others? Looking around, he still could not find the watchtower that was supposed to be visible in the distance, no matter where he looked. The result was the same. Emilia, Biko, Ram. Even if he couldn't see them, there was a possibility that they would respond. So Subaru called out to Emilia and the others. However, his voice begat hollowness, and the only one who answered was Louis. Lying in the grass, although that fact annoyed him, it was also true that he could not ignore her presence. with no way of knowing what she was trying to do, nor the way to deal with whatever it might be. The only one who could protect Rem was himself. So he got up so he could deal with Lewis, and when he was about to get on his feet, someone gently grabbed onto his arm. Subaru, currently on one knee and about to stand up, emitted a gruff breath. Though the strength of the arm pulling on his sleeve was not much, he could not move an inch. Subaru's knees began to creak and tremble, and his whole body began to sweat. It truly was an incomprehensible urge, the entire being known as Natsuki Subaru began to shake all at once, the phenomenon making him go crazy. That was a shock that could not be described in words. That was intense emotions that could not be compared to anything else. That wastes off all the great surprises he had savored in this world. It was as big as a massive wave. Slowly, her eyelids trembled and opened slightly. Beneath those eyelids were pale blue eyes, as clear as the surface of a lake. He loved her happy and cheerful eyes. He loved the twinkle in her eyes when she occasionally acted mischievously. He loved the eyes that grasped his heart when she pleaded with him. He had always yearned for that radiance his heart thumping, his throat quivering, as if he were choking on something, unable to produce a sound, head choked up. That was indeed so. How many thoughts were swirling around his heart at this moment? The words Head wanted to convey to her, the things Head wanted to talk to her about, the dreams Head wanted to share with her. All of these had been accumulating. In pursuit of these very things, Natsuki Subaru Rem, his lips trembling, he called out her name sadly. He had failed countless times trying to do just that. He wondered if it ever clearly conveyed anything to her. Perhaps it had only been done in his own fantasies. And the most important thing was never conveyed. Out of fear, Subaru gasped out her name repeatedly. Rem, 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 Rem. Each time he called out her name, he could not stop his tears from overflowing like a flood. Each time tears flowed out his eyes. She became blurred whenever she became obscured. He was afraid she would slip through his fingers once more. And so, with snot falling out like rain and desperately wiping his face with his sleeve, Subaru frantically tried to keep her face in his view. Rem blinked silently, a light shining in her eyes. Having gotten to this point, Subaru knew this was not simply an illusion being shown due to his desire. He had no doubt that this was her man. She was here. Rem appeared to be trying to say something, her lips moving weakly, hearing only that weak sound. Subaru's heart was on the brink of breaking. Had always talked to her sleeping face, and, in order to confirm that she still had life, checked her breathing as she slept, ushering in countless mornings and nights. Subaru had vowed to get her back, however. Not once had he heard her voice, and all this time closed his eyes. He recalled how she had called out his name, and all sorts of other scenes, but all of that belonged to the past. Today, tomorrow, he wanted to hear the voice of the newer now. That wish had finally come true. Subaru had gotten what Head yearned for. It's fine, it's okay. So take your time, She anxiously moved her lips, her mouth still closed honestly. He thought he should grab her a glass of water or something for her now, however. There didn't seem to be a water source available near them, and it was impossible for him to tear his eyes away from her. Just a single word, if she called out to Subaru once more. When he heard that word, he would. Our Rem? In silence, Rem sped up the movements of her lips, seeking out any ounce of moisture in her mouth, moistening her tongue with the secreted saliva. Rem finally regained enough strength to open her mouth then. With Subaru reflected in her light blue eyes, she opened her mouth and said, "Warrior?" The sound that spun from her lips, tied together with significance, pierced into Subaru's mind. "Who are you?" Subaru knelt down, gazing at Rem's expression, holding his breath. Then, painfully exhaling the accumulated breath in his lungs, he pounded on his chest harder and harder, twice, thrice, talking to himself. He should have expected this possibility, the possibility that Rem might not remember him when she woke up. He had considered it. It was only natural to think of that. If he took Gluttony's authority into account, there was a high possibility of her waking up without her name or memories. Indeed, it was quite likely so. It wasn't like Subaru had never considered that she had lacked memories, and of course, the shock and pain he was feeling right now wouldn't be eliminated just because of this either. Even if that were the case, no longer would Subaru curse fate and live in despair. No longer would he live in rage. No longer would he pretend to be a tragic hero and feel sorry for himself. Most important of all, Natsuki Subaru had already been told something by her. "Please show me how awesome you can be, Subaru. My name is Natsuki Subaru." Gritting his teeth hard, Subaru threw away his anguished expression and pulled his cheeks up, rubbing his face hard. He did his best to put on an act and give Rem a smile. "You may not be able to remember it for now, but you are." In the face of Rem's question, Subaru made a pause and shut his eyes tightly then, his black eyes reflecting in her light blue. Eyes, he continued. "Am your hero I've missed you, Rem." Saying this, for the sake of the girl, had made an oath to not Suki Subaru once again took on the role of a hero bearing the image of a broken hero. The young boy once again gave his name for the sake of the young girl. Once again, here and now, he vowed to start a story with her from Zero, Yendi, bonus short stories. Those remaining in the Watergate City, Priestella. Reconstruction Journal Number 6, translation pending. The Golden Lion and the Sword Saint, the Lion's Ferocity. Third Chronicle. 1. Does the dinner suit your tastes? It aren't bad anyhow. Reinhardt's cooking is more delicious. Really the kitchen staff have been giving it their all. But it still isn't up to par. Just as I thought, the world's greatest knight truly seems to be great at everything. It aren't that big of a deal this dude's cooking is just one of the few things I acknowledge about him. While saying that, Feld jutted her finger at the red-haired knight, Reinhardt, who was seated next to her comment, which was hard to tell if it really was a compliment or not, caused Reinhardt and the dinner host Russell Fellow. The merchant hood invited the two of them there to exchange glances, while smiling bitterly. Felt and Reinhardt, who had escorted the St. Archbishop Sirius to prison, were being entertained by Russell, one of the most influential people in the royal capital, and came to this place to be treated to dinner. In the royal capital, Lagunica. This was the largest residence in the commercial district, as well as where Russell lived. The residence of a man who was known as one of the prominent merchants in the royal capital was even more luxurious than the mansions of your average noble in the noble district, highlighting the fact that he was a highly successful individual. This was evidenced further by the fact that Felt and the others enjoyed a variety of different dishes that satisfied their taste buds. Narrowing her crimson eyes, Felt poured the post-dinner black tea into her mouth. As was only natural, though it irritated her to no end, the life she had lived this past year was rather distinct, like a completely different world. When compared to the life she had lived for 10 or so years in the slums, she may have been shocked by the differences in ideas and what could be considered common sense. But whether she liked it or not, the appearance and form of the person known as Felt had changed, having been dyed a different color. Felt was not afraid of change, for change was only the natural course of things. No matter who or where you are, there will always be those with unparalleled strength whom you cannot match up to, however. The theory of only the strong survive only applied to the strong. Felt was instinctively aware that she was most certainly not a strong person, having been born and raised in the slums. She had not been educated, and to top it all off, she was a female. If it weren't for Grandparm looking after her, she likely would not have made it to the present day. As a result, Felt had a preference for the theory of the survival of the fittest, where the one who could adapt to their situation and discern the best manner of survival would survive rather than the theory of only the strong survive. She also believed that it was because of this belief that she is who she is today. Therefore, she did not blame herself for changing and adapting to her current situation and position. This was only the natural course of things if there existed anything unnatural or unsatisfying. It would be. What the hell are you smirking at? Smirking? Did I smirk in such a way? My apologies. Milady, it's just unusual for you to praise me in such a frank manner. Frank? I was simply praising your cooking skills, yeah? But you're a knight, not a cook, ain't that right? Felt wrinkled her nose at his smile, which made her feel as if he weren't two-faced. Reinhard was the knight who served Felt, as well as the knight who brought her into this different world against her, although they had spent time together for the past year. For some reason, Felt still hated him. No, that wasn't the proper word for it. Instead, it could be said that she got angry at the mere sight of him. Even at this very moment, she felt angry at him like she usually did. Ha! Oh ho! No, my apologies. The relationship between the two of you simply feels surprisingly novel. Observing the interaction going on between Reinhard and Felt, Russell provided a justification for his laugh. Chuckling softly, I've heard word of it before, but your master-servant relationship truly is incredible. The relationship between you two really breaks the bounds of common sense when it comes to the relationship between a knight and their lord. This aren't the first time I've heard something like that, but no matter how many times I hear it, I still don't see where it's coming from. However, it came from Mr. Russell this time, who is famed for his excellent eyes in the royal capital. I believe it is a very good opinion, Lady Felt. The relationship between the two of them, which Russell had evaluated, was often said to be an unordinary master-servant relationship. However, to Felt, the idea of normal didn't exist, and in the first place, when it comes to human relationships, it's only natural for there to be no such thing as normal. Everyone is different, and if that's the case, then every relationship aren't the same, ain't that right? That's why I don't want to hear from a guy who often talks about what is normal, even less. So, if it's from a guy who's said to have excellent eyes, that'd be out of the question. Even if a man were said to have a good eye for people, if he were held back by superficial values. It would mean the people around him had poor judgment. Such uninteresting guys aren't that hard to find throughout the kingdom. So what kind of guy are you going to be for me? If you're just going to be an uninteresting guy who talks bullshit, then I'm just going to have to thank you for the fine meal and head on out. Now, I understand you're more tough than I heard. I aren't sure where you heard that. But if you're truly a person who has a good eye for people, then don't listen to such things. Confirm it with your own eyes. With her arms crossed, Felt snorted at Russell in a provocative manner. He was the one who had invited them here, to put another way. There must have been another reason as to why they were invited here other than to simply have a friendly get-together. From this point forward, the main discussion would begin. Do you recall what we were talking about in front of the prison tower during the day, Lady Felt? Are you referring to the thing about the change in times and the tumultuous era? Yes, that is correct. Russell nodded and began talking about the conversation they'd had when the Sin Archbishop was being escorted into the prison tower. He then called the trend of Sin Archbishops and the three great, which beasts being defeated one after the other, as well as how the royal selection first began. The changing times. It was a flow of change comparable to 400 years ago, when the Witch of Envy was running wild. The signs of change are not limited to within the borders of the kingdom of Lagunica to the north. The Church of Gustico has begun hunting heretics. And to the west, in Kararaji, the thinking of the mayors there has begun to fester, most importantly, in the south. In Wallachia, are there any signs of unrest in his empire? Responded Reinhard or Russell, who had folded his hands on the table and spoken in a lowered voice. To the south was the Wallachia Empire, which was a nation that the kingdom of Lagunica was most weary of the relationship between the two countries, could not be said to be friendly, and they often had conflict with each other. However, what I can say is that the kingdom exchanged a non-aggression contract with the empire for the duration of the royal selection. The kingdom did indeed hold negotiations with the empire for forming of a non-aggression pact before the start of the royal selection. Weren't you part of the delegation that handled that, Sir Reinhard? That's right, Felix and I accompanied Council Elder Miklatov and Council Elder Bordeaux. Felt raised her eyebrows when she heard the nodding Reinhard say that, of course. One of the reasons why she was surprised was because this was the first time she had heard about the fact that he had been in the delegation that had been sent to the Empire. But, wait, what? From what I can remember, wasn't there some stupid little treaty called the Reinhard Law? And cause of that, you can't go to other nations, yeah? Yes, that's correct, however. It was the Empire that asked me to go with the delegation. I heard it was the wish of the Emperor himself. That guy has strange taste, if you ask me. I definitely wouldn't want to see this guy's face if I could avoid it. This even I can be hurt sometimes. Felt shrugged her shoulders at Reinhard, who was sitting across from her and smiling bitterly. Whatever the case may be, since it was the Emperor himself who had requested Reinhard's presence there, and the non-aggression pact came about because of that, then even if the Empire was rather warlike, it would never dishonor itself by violating the pact and attacking the kingdom. It's precisely as you have presumed, even the Empire wouldn't violate the pact made between the two nations by making a move on the kingdom. That really worsens the mood, you know, Lady Felt? Russell had picked up on that guess and agreed with it completely, that kind of attitude, as if he were fully aware of her ulterior motives and saw through them, annoyed Felt to no end. If the topic of this conversation ended with this, then she had no idea why he would bring it up in the first place in that case. Russell should have enough material to continue with it. Then why was he withholding it from them? Are you trying to say that there's no going back after hearing what comes next? It'll tell you what, once I boasted of the arrogant guys in the castle, there was no going back after that. And it is my duty to remove all the obstacles in Lady Felt's path. Felt's eyes took on a stern expression, and Reinhard's expression became serious as well. Russell's eyes could only widen slightly at the sight of the master and servant, who were near each other and looking in the same direction. Then he reluctantly shook his head in the next moment. I was rather rude earlier and apologized for that. I did say that you two did not fit within the mold of what could be considered normal when it comes to the relationship between a knight and their lord, however. It is clear now that you two are, without a doubt, master and servant. Even though Felt did not really see this as a compliment, she felt like there was no point in interrupting him here. So she remained silent. Russell then raised his hand and had all the staff in the room leave. Then, with only them in the room, and without any outsiders present, he lowered his voice and said, "Now then, what I am about to say is confidential and must not be shared with the outside world. There is a bit of a loophole in what Sir Reinhard said." A loophole? Are you referring to the non-aggression pact? Yes, who actually signed the non-aggression pact between the two countries? Reinhard dubiously scrunched up his finely shaped eyebrows in response to that question. The king is actually not present at this time, It was a representative of the Sage Council, Council Elder Miklatov, and Emperor Vincent Wallachia of the Wallachia Empire, who it can't be. In the middle of saying this, Reinhard's eyes widened in surprise. Felt, who did not share in that surprise, asked for an explanation with a "what the hell is it?" There's nothing weird about that, yeah? The Sage Council represents the kingdom. Now, ain't it only natural to talk to the highest-ranking person on the opposing side? No one is going to complain now that the opposing side aren't in the same rank as them, right? There's no need to worry about that. His Majesty Vincent is a wise man. He should know very well that it doesn't work like that, right? But, this pact was made with the empire ruled by His Majesty Vincent. Russell said that in the place of Reinhard, who was hesitant to say it after thinking about it for a moment. Feld understood what he was saying. To the true meaning behind his roundabout words was, there are signs of civil unrest in the Wallachia Empire. If that is true, then the kingdom is not unrelated to this, because there is a possibility that the pact will be dissolved. 2. What do you think about what that guy said? Asked Felt. On the way back to the mansion, the dinner meeting and secret talk now over. Their current plan was to return to the Astria family's mansion in the royal capital, and it lived Grimm, who was his caretaker, and Carol, his wife. It was time to see them again after a long time. Felt was quite fond of the old couple, therefore. She did not want to return to the mansion with a sad, troubled expression on her face, and intended on getting rid of it on the way there. The source of said expression was none other than the discussion she had just had with Russell. Do you really believe that something will happen in Wallachia? In my personal opinion, this is not something I want to believe. However, Mr. Russell is not one who would speak such irresponsible words without evidence. After all, that's very important for a merchant. Aren't it? That's only natural. What could be gleaned from speaking with him was that Russell was the kind of guy that would never spread rumors without gaining anything from it. It would not be right to describe him as being a good person, however. He wasn't necessarily evil. Either he was the type of person who would use the information at his disposal in order to guide others towards fulfilling his own plans. Moreover, whether he acted with good or bad intentions would more or less depend on the situation he was currently in and what he needed to deal with. So it wouldn't be possible to know which one it was until all was said and done. Therefore, if Mr. Russell's speculation turns out to be true and the throne is handed over to another, the empire will be able to make a big move against the kingdom. But there aren't no way the new emperor wouldn't know about the pact made by the previous emperor, yeah? According to the way things are done in the empire, it is the norm to negate whatever the previous government did. So his speculation is no laughing matter. The more she heard about it, the more idiotic the theories of the empire sounded, while an ability-based system sounded good in name. If it got taken to an extreme, it would advance past what could be considered a good thing and into the realm of anarchy. Therefore, it could be said that Reinhard and Russell's fears were by no means ungrounded. What will you do if the empire attacks? I will ensure your safety first and foremost. Lady Felt, fortunately, I have met and fought against many of the empire's most skilled, so I am sure it'll be able to take care of things. I aren't worried about myself if I give a damn about that. I'd just find a way to turn tail and run. Anyway, by the way, if that were actually happen, you wouldn't even be able to stay with me in such a situation, would you? Though it's just a hypothetical. If the empire did indeed invade, there would end up being a war between two nations if that were to happen. It would only be natural for there to be no way to deal with the matter of the royal selection. The strongest knight in the kingdom, Reinhard, as he was a former knight of the royal guard, would be assigned a different role. He would then no longer be in a situation where he was by Felt's side, doing things like cooking meals. However, in front of Felt, who was having such thoughts, Reinhard shook his head. That's not the case. He said, although I am not certain what decision the Sage Council will make at that time, I have already pled my sword to you. Lady Felt, I will ensure that my duties as your one and only knight and my duties as a member of the Royal Guard are properly balanced. Even if I were to tell you to turn your back on your country, you have no intention of turning your back on me? At the very least, that is the meaning behind the oath I made to you in the royal castle. Felt couldn't help but scrunch her face up whilst looking at the display of Reinhard, looking pleased with himself. A slight smile on his face. In the royal castle, she had made a vow to make Reinhard her knight, and he had also made a vow to be her knight in any case. It was something that had been done based on the circumstances she had been placed in, and she had no intention of stepping away from it. Well, she did still feel angry at the very sight of him. However, having said that, it would be best if nothing actually happened in the empire. The unfortunate thing is that I cannot do anything in such a case if I am not close to the border. What we can do, then, is prepare for war. I really don't like this negative way of thinking at all. Pouting, Felt turned her head upwards and gazed at the starry sky. However, whilst being in trance-like state. What suddenly sprang up within her mind was, even if there aren't nothing we can do, I'm sure there may be others who can figure out a way to do something about it. Others, you mean the other royal selection, can preoccupied the others are all. Preoccupied with deal with the problems in pre-Stella, she thought that was what Reinhard was about to say before cutting himself off much like Felt, who was tasked with transporting the Sin Archbishop to the capital. The Amelia and Anastasia camps were acting in order to overcome the great disaster that had occurred in pre-Stella. If they thought about it in this way, it would only be natural that no one had the time or energy to worry about the workings of neighboring nations. However, it is a tumultuous era, or so they say, right? I'm looking forward to what's going to happen. Although she didn't like borrowing Russell's words, there must be someone that brought about these tumultuous times, perhaps Amelia or the dark-haired boy by her side, for instance. Looking back at things, she thought that it was because of them that her and Reinhard's paths intertwined. I'm so looking forward to what is to come. Looking forward to them making big waves once again. Lady Felt? No, it's nothing anyway. Let's go and do what we got to do first things first. Stopping herself mid-sentence, Felt then grinned at Reinhard in a rare display of emotion without thinking. With her heart overflowing with joy and her canines in full view, she said, "It's been so long since I've had Grandma's red tea and snacks. Let's get going already." "Yes, as you wish." Yendi, Lady Priscilla's cheers for me. Presentiments of Chaos Part 1. One by one, the corpses were thrown inside the deep hole they dug. They had been stripped of their black garb, and even their dying faces, pitiful and wretched, had been laid bare. Their deaths would neither be known nor mourned by anyone, laid here beneath the cold, dark soil. I think a phrase like life comes and goes is quite fitting here. Life's fleeting after all, don't you think? He called out to the corpses as they were buried, but naturally they didn't reply back to him. One of the soldiers burying the bodies called out to him instead with an Al-Sama. He was a member of the so-called Red Plates, with red armor bedecking his entire body. The soldiers were part of the private forces belonging to Priscilla, who was the lord of the Bariel territory. Several of them were busying themselves with burying the bodies, as could be plainly seen from the sloppy manner they were going about it. The ones they were burying weren't their own comrades or associates. It was the opposite. Soldier, I heard that you crossed swords with one of the assassins that broke into mansion. Were you injured? Al, should be pretty obvious from looking at me. The fighting was really damn fierce, you see. I even ended up losing my left arm. Soldier, I really don't know what to say to that. The overly serious young man pulled a wry face, to which he'll shrug his shoulders, thinking to himself, ugh, this guy doesn't get jokes, that said the youth was actually worried about him. So Al raised his right arm up and turned around. Al, no need to worry. I'm not injured after persevering 30 times. I finally managed to find a good way to win without straining myself. Soldier, huh? Never mind. The main thing is that you're okay. The Red Plates were often swept up in ALS eccentric behavior. Thus they didn't bother probing into what he said, unable to understand what he was referring to. Soldier. In any case, I'm glad neither Al-Sama nor any of the servants were harmed, not to mention, I can't imagine what we would have done if something were to have happened to Priscilla-sama. Soldier. The one who protected Priscilla-sama was that awfully ill, reputed deputy commander of the Royal Guards, or whatever. I guess he's still the Sword Saint's father, even if he's rotten to the bone. Soldier. Yet even if he's the Sword Saint's father and the deputy commander of the Royal Guards, it'd be real nice if he weren't so rotten. The other soldiers used the words of the youth, who was delighted about ALS safety, as an opportunity to continue speaking while they filled a hole, and though they held mixed impressions about the deputy commander. There was probably a lot of merit to their scathing backtalk. ALS impressions were more or less the same. They were mixed, but there was some gratitude in them. Ollie really had no idea what was going to happen to the princess after. Oh, Head decided a long time ago that he was ready to put his life on the line. As Priscilla's meat shield wherever possible, even so, it wasn't realistic for him to protect her by always sticking with her around the clock. He wondered what would have happened to Priscilla if she had been completely on her own in what had happened earlier. Al, knowing her, the princess would probably still end up pulling through somehow, even on her own. Soldier, even so, an assassination at a time like this, it has to be one of the other royal selection candidates, right? Al, don't you think they aren't the sort of women who lose their cool like this? Well, either way, the princess probably has an inkling about what's going on. Actually, no. She probably knows exactly what's up, though I don't imagine she'll tell us straight. Soldier, 'tis quite vexing for those of us at her side, protecting her, Al. Yeah, I agree. The soldier cast his eyes down and let out a sigh before getting back to his burial work, since Al only had one arm. He could only play the part of the supervisor, rather than holding them back with their work nevertheless. He could fully understand the worries and fears the red plates carried. Al silently plunged deep into thought over the turmoil of the situation Priscilla had been put in, while gazing at the faces of the dead being buried in the ground, destined to become fertilizer for soil. 2. About a month had passed since the disaster that was to which cult attacking had been settled. Priscilla's group had returned back to their own lands in the south of the kingdom as soon as they'd gotten back. They'd been besieged by assassins, right in their dearly missed home. Fortunately, though, they were able to turn the tables on them with the fighting strength they had in the mansion, and things ended with the camp incurring no damages. Even so, it remained unclear to whom the assassins belonged. Priscilla had ordered Al to bury their bodies with the help of the red plates, and they'd just finished doing that, although the red plates were concerned as well. The simplest possibility as to where the assassins came from was from one of the other royal selection candidates. After all, they were in the midst of the battle for the kingdom's throne. Stuff like assassinations and secret plots should be pretty unsurprising. However, due to what had happened back in Pre-Stella, the other camps probably couldn't afford to put any energy into these feuds, and the candidates' personalities too. They probably wouldn't be too fond of such things. Of course, he also had to consider the chance that someone took preparations to ensure that their favorite candidate would win, and having nothing to do with the personalities of the candidates themselves or their involvement in the first place, but this was going to get him nowhere. Priscilla would surely skip over such details and come up with an answer using her powers of insight that no one else was privy to. However, whether she was going to give him a reply was a different story. The assassins who targeted me must have come from Wallachia. In stark contrast to what I had been expecting, Priscilla presented her thoughts without any fuss. Wallachia, you mean the big kingdom to the south? Priscilla, it looks like you've been studying, but that's not quite right. Wallachia is an empire, not a kingdom, since an emperor and not a king stands above the masses. Is there a difference between a king and an emperor? Priscilla, no, not really. They're both foolish and ugly compared to me. Al, that aren't much of an answer. Priscilla was in her study, sitting with her legs crossed on her favorite chair. Surrounded by tons of bookshelves, she glared at Al with her crimson eyes as he muttered his complaints. He shrank back from her piercing gaze and shamelessly cowered behind a short servant as Schult, who was there standing there next to him. Schult, Al-sama. I'm pretty small, so Priscilla-sama can still see you. Al, whoa. Come on, Schult-chan, please help me out here, and turn into a man that's big enough to hide me. Schult, Independent Illinois, try my best. Oh, I know. What if I take a super deep breath? Schult looked adorable as he tried to take in a deep breath to make his body look a teensy bit bigger. Al managed to hide his head behind the young boy's cute efforts, before then speaking out. Al, anyways, how did you know the assassins were from Wallachia? Priscilla, you fool, how could I not? They failed in their assassination, and before committing suicide, I asked one of them a question. It should have been pretty obvious from their reaction. Al, the wolf of the sort I know that refers to Wallachia's coat of arms, you feel? I get that their reaction is fishy as hell too, but what I'm asking is, from where did the Empire come into this in the first place? This was why the ones who ought to have attracted their suspicions first should have been the royal selection candidates, and those involved with them. Even if the suspicion cast on them had been cleared up due to some factor, he still couldn't comprehend why the next option that had popped up was a foreign intervention. Ow. Plus, why's it gotta be Wallachia? I got nothing but terrible impressions left toward that country. Schult, did something happen to you there, Alsama? Ow. Yeah, as you can see, I ended up losing my left arm. Hearing Schult's innocent question, Al let out his second one-armed joke of the day, although this time his answer had a shred of truth to it. Al had lost his left arm and became a one-armed man due to the spectacle that went on in the Wallachian Empire's gladiator island, Gunnenhive. In the arena, Al, it's pretty rough having to kill one another for the entertainment of others, you know? It would have at least been better if things had ended up easier. Schult, easier, but even so, I'm glad I got to meet you, Al-sama Al. Schult-chan. AL's eyes gazed in wonder inside his helmet as he heard those unexpected words coming from the little boy. Schult's round eyes widened in surprise as continued to reflect Al and his red irises. Schult, if you'd ended up having it easy back there, Al-sama, I wouldn't have been able to meet you like this, meaning that in that earlier kerfuffle, I would have. Al, geez, you sure have a way with words, don't ya? Since Schult could say these things quite naturally, without any pre-planning, it led him having a natural talent for getting people to like him, coupled with his adorable looks. If he kept growing up like this, he could end up being renowned far and wide as a playboy in the future. Al, Either way, it makes me proud to say that having protected a future like that is one of my crowning glories in my life, Princess. Are you going to answer my question from before? Like, what basis is there for these Valachian assassins? Priscilla, it's obvious the Empire really felt like killing me. You, Princess? Don't tell me it's some sort of issue with the catastrophe Lape left behind. The domain Priscilla ruled over, the Bariel Barony, were originally the lands of her late husband. Late Bariel the Barony was located near the border with the southern Valachian Empire. It served as a buffer zone between the kingdom and the Empire, the latter which was always in conflict with the former one way or another. It wouldn't surprise him if they'd earned the Empire's enmity from something like that, and although I've been thinking that, Priscilla's reply came as a complete shock to him. Priscilla, no. My foolish husband had nothing to do with it. The reason why the Valachian Empire is trying to kill me should be because I come from its imperial family, but fake my death before later fleeing the country. Huh? She said those words while resting her chin against her hands, with a look of tedium on her face, although had taken in what Shed said. His brain could barely process what Shed meant, leaving him completely confused. What was it that Shed said now? That she came from its imperial family? Schult, so you're really from the Empire. Priscilla-sama. Priscilla, there's really not a scrap of significance to be had in where one is born regardless. Were you to trace back to where I was born, it's sure to be that land where my history began. Schult, but like, you came to the kingdom? Priscilla, I had to. In order to avoid those troublesome rules, it's the way of the Empire after all. To be unable to succeed its throne without first killing all of your siblings, I am completely fed up with it. Ow. Wait in it. Priscilla casually answered Schultz's innocent question, showing no signs of hesitation nevertheless. Al really couldn't help but interrupt, having been listening beside him in utter confusion. This was news even for Al, who due to one reason or another possessed a lot of knowledge that others didn't had never dug deep into Priscilla's history. But, Al, Princess, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't your title daughter of a feudal lord? Priscilla, that's because I switched places with a girl who comes a servant, to learn the ways of etiquette. At the time, I faked my death. Also, you're seriously Valachian nobility? Priscilla, what reason would I have to lie? You ought to be mindful of your heedless behavior. Though Priscilla's demeanor was cool and collected, there was still time for ALS' mind to snap back to its sense. Of course, there were times where Priscilla would say pretty erratic things, but that was just down to the fact that her ability to think outside the norm went beyond the understanding of ordinary men and women and she wasn't the type who'd go out of her way to deceive people. In other words, it meant that everything Shed told them here was the truth. Al, I've heard that the succession to the Valachian throne is a pretty damn crazy affair. All the Emperor's children who hold the right to succession set out to kill each other, right? So, the current Emperor must be Priscilla, my elder brother, though he's my half-brother. Her reply was nonchalant as ever, but that shouldn't have been the case to begin with. Had taken up the seat of Emperor with another one of his siblings who held the right to succession still alive, it would be a terrible scandal if that were to come to light, even should he be ousted from the throne. Al, then why did you participate in the royal selection? Priscilla, what? Al, like, isn't obvious? You hold a position that stand out a ton. So you saying you pretended to be dead, so you'd escape makes no sense. Shouldn't it be obvious that the Empire would notice, as well as that assassins would come? Priscilla, so you're implying I should live in fear of them, with my head down, eyes shut and ears plugged? If you're being serious about that, then I must have been awfully wrong about you. Al let out a small gulp as he felt cold heat coming from her crimson eyes. However, he wasn't going to be so reluctant as to take back his opinion, because of that Al was convinced that his opinion was right in this matter. If Priscilla held her life dear, then she shouldn't have gotten involved in stuff like the royal selection. Although who am I to say that? Al realized, as he tried to call Priscilla's behavior into question, that he didn't have the qualifications to do so. The one who had twisted her path into shape had been none other than Al himself. There had once been a choice for him, to progress things in a different manner, and not let her participate in the royal selection. Al had already made the choice when he refused to help late Bariel with his wicked scheme. He was wrong here to pin the blame on Priscilla for his own choice. Al, so, Princess, what will you do now? Priscilla, since the assassins won't have returned, the Empire will immediately make their next move. It will be nigh impossible to change their minds thus. The path we must follow is but one. Priscilla gave a radiant smile like that of a blazing fire, as she snapped her fingers. Priscilla to settle this in person, Al. ALS breath hitched for a moment when he heard her unyielding answer. Beside them With a nervous look on his face, Schultz anxiously observed their back and forth. Even if his worries of Priscilla were genuine, he could barely follow the conversation, considering how young he was. That's why only Al could advise Priscilla against this. Al, Princess, I know you may not want to listen to me, but please listen to what I have to say. It's not like we have only one option. We can forget about the Empire. And even with the royal selection and everything, there's the option to abandon them. I'll counsel her with rueful resignation that it'd be for the best if it was to put her first. Or otherwise, he had to take into account the possibility that this might incur wrath as well. That's why he'd been somewhat surprised, though not enough as to cluelessly wonder why. Even were he to have his head burn off, without having a chance to explain himself, by the young sort of Priscilla, who'd gotten up from her chair. 3. There are things that won't change, no matter what you say or how many different actions you take. That was the case with fate or faith unyielding, things which weren't influenced by the actions or interference of others. A stubborn person who won't budge once they decide on something won't yield, regardless what kind of persuasion or threat you use. And the most stubborn person Al knew was Priscilla. Thus, when his attempts to make her give up on the idea were about to reach 1,000, Al was left with no choice but to regretfully admit that his persuasions weren't going to work. Priscilla to settle this in person. Priscilla's choice couldn't be changed anymore by outside interference. Al understood that more than enough. Thus he let out a sigh and said, Al, I get what you mean. Print that so I don't have any objections. Priscilla, oh? Now that's surprising considering your behavior recently. I was thinking that you had been foolish enough to not understand your position and go against me, getting your head lopped off in the process. Al, I am sorry things haven't gone your way. Al couldn't hide the cold sweat within his helmet, speaking to her like he's seen that before. Either way, he knew all too well that he wouldn't be able to change her choice thus. What Al could do was deal with every single obstacle that awaited her. This was a reawakening of the same determination he held on the day he decided to stop being a following star. Priscilla, then get prepared. We'll be going to the Empire as soon as the inspection of our lands is complete. Schultz, all right away. I'll give it my all as well. Schultz stood up straight and replied back to Priscilla, holding no intentions of going against what Priscilla had decided. Al afforded only a glance to the side at their exchange, before looking out at the scenery outside from the study window. Under the endless sky, far, far away, lay the Valachian Empire land that Al held a close connection with, a land that Al never wanted to set foot in again, if possible. Al, let's do this. Shall we bring it on, oh inevitable fate? No matter what awaited, he would break through each dead end and seize the result they so desired. Al, or rather Aldebaran, clenched his remaining fists in determination. Unbeknownst to anyone, the Yendi